Hey everybody, how's it going there? Alright, let me turn this down a little bit. Hopefully that's not too quiet and not too loud. But we'll play it by ear. Welcome on in, how's it going? I am back. We are back in Wurm Online. Honestly, I can't tell whether or not that music is too loud or too quiet, so let me try something here. For me in my ear, it seems too loud, so I'm going to turn it down here and maybe... Because what I found was, last video, I had the music going in the background. But it really did feel too quiet for the video, for the recording. But anyway, I'll just play it by ear and we'll see how it goes. Alright, so... You know what is interesting is that for the last several videos in a row, I always had to start up with the Wurm chores. And that's because I started the stream up in the mornings. But today, the stream is at 7:30. And so the only thing I need to do is relight these because they went out at some point during the day. So we'll relight the beverages, but all the farming is done. All of the gardening is done. All the chores are done. And so, there's a few things that I'd like to do while we're hanging out. One of them is my peat stores is getting really low. Like 300 seems like a lot. However, it goes really fast, right? There's 16 stills here, and I've already today done 3 rounds of 16. So that's just today. I've used 48, and I'm about to use another 16, so that's another 64, and probably later I'll probably do it again. So if each day I use about, I don't know, even if I said if each day I use 64, it doesn't take very long to get through 308. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take Xander and Griffith over to the nearby peat patch. We'll do some digging. The last time I did that, I took the cart and 3 crates, and I got 900, plus I fed another 100 into the cart in backpacks and stuff, and all the containers. So I got another 100, so I brought back 1,000. I thought, okay, that'll last forever. That wasn't that long ago, and I'm at 300, and so this time I'm thinking of bringing the wagon and bring a few more crates than that last round. So let's see, who do we got here? We got Socrates, how's it going? Reganation, Esham, Garaz. Welcome on in, folks. Glad to see you were able to make it. I know for some of you, it's most likely a really late night. You guys let me know if is the music a little bit too loud. It's honestly hard for me to tell. Once we get these fired up. Oh, and music's fine, very subtle. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I should bring on Xander while the bars are going. Whoa, the white screen. Alright. Oh. And the music thing is something that I've been debating. Like, I honestly, I really like the no music. Like, that's how I like playing, but a lot of people have been asking for music, and I was debating, like, what kind of music would I like to listen to if I'm going to stream and listen to some music at the same time. I tried the Scott Buckley. He has like this epic orchestral music. I'm just going to check to see if I have a prayer, but I think I did them all. And I kind of found it a little bit too much for me. And at the same time, it's not the type of music that I would normally listen to. So then I started looking through like just different genres, and I'm like, actually really like jazz. Like, it's the type of music that I would listen to in the background. And so I tried looking around for some DMCA free jazz. And this is what we got. You're not a fan. Oh, you prefer no music yourself, but I know a lot of people seem to like background. Yeah, I know. Like that's how I felt as well. And you're not a fan of music, I assume, as well, mainly because you don't like most of it, or it's loud and it takes away from the stream, especially if the streamer's vocal. Yeah, but the music seems perfect. Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't want it to take away from the conversation, from what I'm saying. So I want it to be subtle and quiet, but people do seem to prefer it when it's there, I think. But again, like, everybody's musical tastes are different. And so it's really hard to know. Ooh, I got a ruby. Okay, so it looks like I did all my prayers today. Okay, so let's fuel these things. All right, so I set up keybinds. I think I mentioned last week. So I have V activate and then Shift V. Yeah, Shift V will fuel. So V, Shift V, V, Shift V. And that makes it quite easy. I don't have to move my hand very much. I have my fingers over Shift and V. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, yeah. Normally when I'm doing this, I'm counting. So I don't lose track of which ones I did and which ones I didn't. I'm pretty sure I got them all there. But not so dirty. What's going on? Levels are fine. As a friend told me, music is a problem. What you like is likely what others isn't what others likely like. This isn't the DMC discussion either. Yeah, I know. I know. I mean, before, when I would have silent streams, like not silent, but no music. In my mind, I was thinking, like, if somebody wants music, they can put on music in the background on their own, and there'll be music that they know that they like. But it was like often I would get the comment like, "Oh, why isn't there any music playing in your stream?" And I'd be like, "Well, I don't know. It seems like something people seem to do, and just gonna make sure these guys are not on packed dirt." So I just started looking at what would I like to listen to. My music tastes are quite varied. I'll listen to a lot of different things, whether it be metal, whether it be rock, pop, folk. I do listen to some jazz, blues. I love blues. Maybe I'll also look up maybe a blues, some blues music maybe for next time. But there's something about jazz. I always end up bopping my head to jazz. And my favorites are like when there's a guitar bit. Oh, let me just get on here. Yeah, guitar bits. I really love saxophone. Saxophone is such a good instrument. Yeah, there's very few games that you play with music on, so it has to be something really special for me to leave it on. Stellaris and NO 1800 are two that I do love soundtracks of. Yeah, and the Wurm soundtrack is a little bit. There's definitely something to be desired. Setup has a big factor to that as well. As long as the music doesn't meet or overcome the conversation, you can tolerate. Okay, good. So again, let me know like if it needs adjusting, because although you guys are saying it's good, I don't want it to overpower anything or be competing with what I'm saying or the conversation. Yeah, because that would be bad. All right, so let's get some crates in here. I know I have 3 empty crates here, and I know I have 3 more in this cart. Let's see, open that one. I think these are empty. Yeah, these are empty. Let's do that, and maybe I'll bring this barrel of water and the lunchbox. I think the lunchbox actually has food in it. Although I won't. may as well bring it just in case I need to fill up. So that's 6 crates. Let's see what else I got in here. Oh goodness. All right. Let's see. What is the number of crates that fit in a wagon? Is it 12? It's probably 12. I'm trying to think. 10 would be 3,000. 12 would be 3,600. I'm pretty sure 3,000 is like probably enough. Let's see here. I have a 60 WA shovel with 72 quality, or a 33 quality 85 circle of cunning. We'll see. I don't know. Like maybe does Peat have like a high difficulty or something? Yeah, I'm just gonna let's skip to the next song here. This is the stuff. It's roughly 50-70% of your level, in your opinion, so you're totally acceptable background levels. Okay, good. This is serious business, not a partly. By what serious business? Do you mean like the amount of peat we're talking here, or music? Party. Yeah, not a party. That's true. That is true, but yeah. Serious business. Let's see. I can embark a passenger. Oh, before I do that, I should fill up some food and make sure that my inventory is not... I'm not carrying a whole bunch of stuff. So that gem that I just found there, let's get that into there. This clay can go into my tools. And what shovel do I have here? I have a better shovel on Xander here, it looks like. All right, that's good enough. And food. Wait, food. We are bringing food, but I don't want to start off needing to refill. And I do have refresh as well to take with me. But let's start full. Just imping away on 50 hanging lamps while I play with the wagon. Yep. Awesome. Now in terms of lamps is something that Casper really emphasizes lighting. She really likes having her deed all lit up nicely. Whereas personally, if it were up to me, I probably wouldn't even have that many lamps. Like honestly, I'm not like one who needs light in this game, I feel. In most instances, I can see just perfectly fine. The one instance that is hard is in the caves. So when you're in a cave, it's pretty dark and it's really hard to see at that point. But in most outdoor situations, like it's nighttime right now. This is nighttime Wurm. And I'm not like, I don't even know what's causing this tree to be lit up. Like what is causing the light shining on this tree? Like this is the middle of the night. Why is that lit up? I don't know. Let's see what time it is in the game. /time. It's 4 a.m. So maybe the light is coming up from the sun at this point, but I don't know. There's something weird about the way lighting works in this game at night. Like you see how this wall here is like bright, whereas that wall there is shaded, but there's no light inside of here that's causing this wall to be bright. And maybe if that didn't happen, maybe if all of these surfaces weren't lit up like that at the nighttime, then it might feel more like nighttime. You know, you want it to be pitch black at night, yeah. Lighting pathing is funky. Yeah, exactly. Logic. It's almost like the sun is coming through the ground and lighting up that surface there. Yeah, and you know, lamps do make things look pretty. True. I can appreciate a nice looking deed. I don't know what it is. Like, I just don't have I don't have it in me that makes me go, I want to make my deed look like that. You know, I'm more of a functional person. I like setting things up so that I can stand in one spot and reach everything, sort of thing. You know, optimize for that sort of situation. But as I said, I appreciate nice looking deeds. Like this one over here. These buildings that we're passing by. They look nice. Look really nice. Very, like, a lot of time spent on the decoration. Disables RTX option for lighting pathing. Does Wurm even support RTX? Oh, my nose is itchy. Excuse my rubbing my nose. It's causing me a little bit of grief. Yeah, I know. No. Alright, so it does appear like the sun is coming up. The sky is getting yellow. Alright, so I do know, like, of a peat patch nearby. I heard recently that there was a bug with peat. Sunrise light pathing does that in the mine as well. It's weird. that is weird to do it in the mine. But I did hear, I don't know if this got addressed or whether it was maybe a false reporting of a bug. I don't know. But I heard that there was a bug with peat on the ground, you know, peat patches, that they were spreading. Did you guys hear about this? Peat patches spreading? Let's see if this, I don't know. God, wagons. Wagons are just super annoying. You haven't been back very long? Okay. Well, yeah, this bug apparently was started being noticed. Thanks for the follow, Not So Dirt. This bug started being reported right when the animal husbandry update happened, like right at the beginning. This is Quentin's area. I haven't seen him around, but it looks like he's been doing stuff. Okay, that's cool. So yeah, right around the animal husbandry patch, when the donkeys started coming in, there was a report that peat patches were spreading. You can see the peat patch we're going towards is that one right there. That dark area. And then I heard, I think it was Talkern, who sometimes streams Wurm, hasn't in a while, and usually hangs out on Uncle Pyron's stream. He had said that he had a peat patch next to him and it was like spreading. And I was thinking, like, that's a little bit disconcerting. Because to undo that spread is really hard. Like, it takes a lot of effort to undo just one tile of peat. And so if you have peat near your deed and it's spreading, then all of that land is going to be unusable in a little bit unless you spend a ton of time creating transmutation liquid. And if you were catching my streams over the summer, you would have seen that I had created enough transmutation liquid to remove 63 tiles of clay. There's some massive spiders over there. Okay, that peat patch right there we're gonna go for. And it was no joke. Like 63 tiles of clay is a lot of clay to transmutate, and it took a lot of time and effort. It was like a monumental effort, in fact, I'd say. It's like thousands of lemons. Well over 10,000 zinc. And then the combining of it all. Alright, I think... Oh, here's a troll. I'm gonna avoid the troll. I think it's like just straight back this way. And, you know, when you take a look at this peat patch, because I've been here now a few times to dig up some peat. And when you take a look at it, you'll wonder yourself, like, was the peat patch always like this? Or... maybe, like, is the spreading problem happening here? Because it is a huge, huge peat patch. Like, it's just enormous. I think we're going to see just a piece of it, but, like, I don't know, we can explore it a little bit. God, I don't know. I think up is the right way to go. It's somewhere in here. It's going to be really hard to see where we're going because of the trees. No peat has spread at your spot? Okay, that's good. Must construct more pylons. Archive map dumps is where you check. Yeah, but the problem is I'm on the new servers. Although you could, yeah, you're right. Like on the old servers, you could do that. But we haven't gotten any map dumps on the new servers yet. Now, with this spreading, it seems as though you can contain the spread with trees, because it will not spread to trees. Oh. And you can also contain it with step, because it also won't spread onto step. Yeah, not interesting. Yeah. You think it did where one of Uncle Pyron's friend's place was? Yeah, that's Tokrin. Right? But like, okay, look at this peat patch. Like, okay, it's kind of weird that it's over here, isn't it? Like, isn't it weird? And watch what happens when you walk over this way. Like, tell me that this is not an enormously large peat patch. Like, have you ever seen a patch of peat that was this big? Like, and it keeps going, like, in the trees. It's weaving in the trees, like, it's almost like, looks like it's forking. Right? I don't know, like, maybe this is a natural size for a peat patch. It could, yeah, World Gen could have been weird. I kind of feel like I was up here at one time at the beginning of the server and I didn't notice a peat patch. It might have just been I wasn't in this exact location. Oh, Melody. Melody has these like slopes that are just impassable. But like it feels like it's like look at this. Like it goes off this way, you know, and it forks over to this way. It has these like branches, it feels like, of just peat extending all into this forest. Like, look at this thing. I've just never seen a peat patch this large. And it's hard to tell if it's spreading. I didn't do anything where I like put stuff down to see, okay, the peat is up to here now, to see if it spread any further. The Northern Islands have been around for a year and a bit. Maybe a year and 2 months. You must contain the plague. If you leave it unchecked, it will consume the server. I know. It's like, I don't think peat should be spreading. That's the thing. Peat should not be spreading. Anyway. Oh, God, I just want to get down here. Okay, so we're gonna just, I'll clear out some of the mobs here, just so that they're not gonna be too bothersome. So let's... So I see a troll, I see a hellhound, and a spider over there. Spider down there. Okay, I'm gonna use. I'm also going because the hell horses are kind of a pain in the butt. Oh, let's just make sure that I'm gonna. Xander cannot take a hellhound, so I'm gonna ride myself up to here and bring Griffith down. Don't hit me. Ah. Stupid slope. Okay, well he got a little bit hit there. So because the hellhound, not the hellhounds, the hell horses are a little bit of a pain, I'm gonna just empty some of these crates onto the ground and move the hell horses off to the side a little bit. Right. Where did that troll go? I don't see the troll anymore. Oh. Saw something here. There he is. Okay, he's through the hill. He went to the other side of the hill. I should never have quit playing. Yeah, that's a good question, Reganation. How long was your break? Because we all take breaks, I think, from this game, one time or another. Whoops. I have to stop walking. Several months after Wurm Unlimited. You mean several months after Wurm Unlimited was released? Because that's a long break. Yeah. That's a really long break. Wasn't it released in 2015? Okay, I'm just going to take care of that troll that walked to the other side of the hill, just because I don't want it. I want to be digging in peace. Get off this peat patch. Oh, I forgot to drop my log of my imping log. Oh well. You would love to quit and play a million other games, you just can't. I know. Yeah, you know, a lot of people are asking me about New World. Katz is now streaming New World, and she's well deep into that game. My cousin was asking me about it today, in fact. You know, whether I plan on playing it or what I've seen of it. From what I've seen of New World, it seems like, you know, it seems like a game which would be fun. I'd probably enjoy it. It would probably suck me right in. And it's very possible it could be a game that I really like, you know, becomes the game I play. But the problem is that I don't really have the time right now. Like I'm back at work. I also really am into Wurm right now. And so if I do commit to New World, let's say, it would most likely mean another really extendedly long break on Wurm, which I'm not that interested in. And it actually might mean the end of Wurm, like permanently. And if let's say that game takes me off for years, you know, and then there's another game coming that will almost certainly take me off of, you know, make me break from Wurm, and that's Pantheon. Now that's not coming out for another couple of years, but let's suppose I get into New World now, and New World takes me by storm. Oh, there's a wolf. Where's that wolf? Where is it? There. Okay, and a spider. So let's take the spider. I think Xander can take the wolf. I'm gonna switch Xander's armor. Xander can take the wolf. Yeah, Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen. I've been following that game for like years now. And it has the things that I'm looking for in an MMO. And I can say for sure that New World doesn't have everything that I'm looking for. Like, it would be one of these, like, it would feel to me like an arcadey type game, you know? I'm not 100% sold on the fact that I would be, you know, that it would be the game. Hold on one second. I'm just gonna see what happens if I use my skiller shovel here. It would be nice to get higher digging skill. When you left, you had decent level skills. Now you feel like you're a mid-level noob. Will Pantheon ever come out? It does appear so. If you asked me that question like 4 or 5 months ago, my answer would be, I can't say for sure. But based on what's been released over the last 4 or 5 months, it feels like they're in the position of delivering on what their promises were. They are releasing monthly dev blogs, like in the form of both newsletters and videos, interviews, and all sorts of other things. They consistently are coming out with hour-plus long videos of interviews with the lead developer, the creative, what do they call it? The creative producer or whatever his name is. His name is Chris Perkins. And a lot of the like lead developers, so consistent communication is coming out from them. And of the communication that they've been releasing, it feels like every month huge chunks of work is being completed, like huge. And so they're moving faster and faster each time that you look at them in terms of how much content is being created. So it does feel like they're on the path right now. Prior to the 5 months ago mark, I would say that it kind of felt dubious. They had just worked on a complete refactor of the entire code, which was worrying. Right? They after like 4 years of development, they're going to refactor, which is essentially a fancy word to mean start from the beginning again. Right? Like, when you hear that, it's like it's been in development for 4 years, but we have to refactor. You're like, okay, are they going to make it through that refactoring process? Like, you're starting from the beginning with a brand new engine now. Like, you're restarting from the ground up. Everyone was worried at that point, right? Yeah, well, 4 more years. Turns out, though, they really did a good job at the refactoring process so that, like, the whole point of the refactoring, like, they went into it with the goal of building the foundation so that the development at the top end can be done much quicker. So that you don't need, like, you know how, like, with games, there's a problem with the fact that you have some people on the team who are like the creative designers, the ones who have the vision, and then you have the artists, and you have the, you know, like the creative people, and then you have the devs who know the code, and, you know, the creative people have to tell the devs this is what the vision is, and the devs have to take that and make it into a code. And there's like sometimes that process is a little bit hard because these two people have a hard time communicating with each other. So what they did instead was they went after with the refactor. They designed the whole system, the whole development environment around the fact, like their goal was to get it so that the creative people didn't need the devs to code stuff for them to get stuff done. Okay, so they set it up so that many of the creative stuff can be done because the code was already there to support it. And so I guess because of that, they just recently hired a whole bunch of world building people, and they are in the massive process of world building. And the last time that they did a stream, they showed the most recent zone that they built, and it looks awesome. It looks awesome. So maybe the creative people should learn coding. I mean, everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, right? Like, it would be great if everybody was a polymath, that everybody was great at everything. But I think that what makes these massive projects so great, when they, like some of them anyway, when they come out, is that it required, you know, a collaborative effort between people with different strengths. Hey, Gath. Yeah, before they had it, took so long. Oh wait, sorry. Before they had it, so it took coding to implement content. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So now they have it so that all the coding is in place so that the content can be implemented without all of that. Hey, Neo Fox. Is it Fox? Yeah. And Bunloose says, so much Peat. Hey, Bunloose. I know. So we started this whole bit talking about how I've been hearing that there's a bug in this game that's causing Peat to spread, which to me is very disconcerting. I can't confirm if this is true. However, this is at least some evidence to show that, like, I've never seen a Peat patch this large. Like, never. And it seems like it's like there's branches extending into the forest in all directions. Like, if you follow it, there's like little trails, right? So it's like, it almost feels like this Peat patch is spreading. I haven't observed it in the process of spreading, nor have I marked out, like, here's where it is now, to know for sure that it has spread beyond the part where it was before. But gosh, this is a big Peat patch. Something about her saying something. And hey, Rippins, what's going on? Cafe skin. I have no idea what that is. Yeah. In any case, what I really enjoy about things like Pantheon is just the process of following how it's progressing. You know, like, I really enjoy that process of, like, every time that there's a new post, a new video, it's like, oh yes, there's more, like, information coming out. And I'm, like, following this stuff, and it's really fun. It was Norwegian? Okay. Well, it's still way too late. And waifu has started using my last name, so I'm just here to say hi and be stupid and go to bed. Okay. All right, Bunloose. You have a good one. You should get some sleep. It is late where you are, isn't it? It's got to be like 2, coming up to 2 in the morning. Or is it 3? All right, see you later. Yeah. Yeah, streaming times, like when I stream, is like gonna be all over the place. Now that work started, and yeah. Wow, I've never seen burnt ground like that. Where am I? Yeah, I know. Honestly, it's so this isn't burnt ground, it's peat. Normally, peat patches are, you know, they're not like small. I don't want to say it's not like tar. Tar is like maybe 4 tiles, or they might have 6 tiles or something of tar. Peat is usually bigger than that, but I don't know if you've ever seen a moss patch in this game. Peat and moss are usually about the same-ish size. I would say that, you know, if this peat patch went like this, from here to there, just like this area here, I would say that would be like a normal size peat patch. You know, like 10 by 10, maybe. It's like a normal peat patch, 100 tiles or so. This one extends over that way. This one's got to be at least 500 tiles. It goes all the way down, and it actually goes down, and there's another small like mini patch over there. And I haven't explored that way yet, whether or not it's down there as well. But it's like huge. And I'm gonna sort of try to keep my eye on my digging skill here. So let's oh yeah, I got it on here. Okay. Ooh, look at that. It's actually doing pretty good. Yeah. Hey Faye. What about Pantheon? Do I like? He's like, keep talking about Pantheon. Keep talking about Pantheon. You know, it's like it. Here's what we should do before we keep talking about Pantheon. In the last little while, it's been like I did do this on the last stream, but it's been hard to do this on streams that happen in the morning, and that is have a beer. So today I'm going to be drinking a Mill Street Organic Stout. It's their cobblestone stout. They actually recently just changed the bottle. Oh, that's backwards, isn't it? Because I'm inverting my camera. But it's got to be one of my favorite stouts. It's a local brewery that is based in downtown Toronto. I live near Toronto. They've gotten quite big though, so you might have a Mill Street. Might be able to find some Mill Street where you live. But they are really, truly a good brewery. Or at least they used to be anyway, and then they got bought out by some big, massive corporation. But luckily, the corporation has sort of kept everything the same. And so all the beers they made before the big overtake taste just about the same as they always have. And all the ones that came out after the big overtake, haven't found one that I'm a big fan of. But this one's got to be one of my favorite stouts. It's probably not my favorite, but it's definitely up there. So, Brian, did you ever find out about the Vanguard private server thingy? I played Vanguard for a long time ago. Yeah, it's almost like they're like putting it together bit by bit. And it's possible that they've gotten farther along on that, but I haven't checked it in a long time, so. And you know what? It probably wouldn't be the same, you know? Probably wouldn't be the same. Let's see. We're at 160. All right, we got some digging to do. All right, so let's go back to Pantheon. Oh, you think you played Vanguard right when it came out new? Like, the reason why Vanguard makes, like, where it's connected here is that the guy who created Vanguard is the same guy who created Pantheon. His name was Brian McQuaid. He also was one of the lead developers on EverQuest, and or was he the lead developer of EverQuest? I don't even know, but he was one of the big head honcho guys on the development of EverQuest, the original one. And Pantheon was his sort of like most recent attempt at creating an MMO and not have what happened to Vanguard happen to this one. Because what happened to Vanguard was that Sony was publishing it. And because when you have a publisher like Sony or some big corporate company, then there's a lot of pressure to ensure that things happen at the right time and that money is being made and etc. etc. Yeah, R.I.P. Eredun. Right, because Brian McQuaid did pass away. It was either last year or the year before, probably 2 years ago. Yeah, Brian McQuaid. Eredun was his avatar's name. Yeah, so that was sad, but and at that time it was actually quite worrisome. Like, will Pantheon continue? But it does seem like the devs really made a monumental effort to ensure that it would continue. And just again, the recent things that I've been seeing coming out of their communication is just, it seems like they're on the path right now, and that they're making strides to reach their alpha. And I've also heard a lot about how they talk about what alpha means to them. Seems to be a lot different than what alpha is to a lot of other game companies out there. Right, like early access, for example, is one thing that happens in a lot of alpha staged games. And I feel like if you release into early access and you're in an alpha stage, that kind of spells disaster for your game almost. It's like maybe you'll end up perpetually in early access. Yeah, exactly. Is early access cash injection, exactly. Right? So one thing that they say constantly is that they're not going to take that path. They're not going to release things too early, and that for them what alpha means is all of the major systems are in, not the content, but all the major systems are in. Okay, so all the classes are done, all the combat, every system, every major system, the guild system, they have a massive list, and you can go see their list of what is going to be in before they call it alpha. And it's actually, it feels like mostly system complete. Hey, Nin. Old alphas used to be just friends and family of the devs and internal planning tests. I know. Boy, times are different now. Yeah. And then it's like, in their mind, beta is almost complete, right? Like content complete. And beta to them just means just testing it out, like making sure everything's good and working out last things, you know, like the details, the bugs maybe, or so like to them, a beta seems to be pretty well complete for launch in terms of content and system, which is good to hear that that's the plan, right? Because so many times you'll have like beta and it's like not content complete. Yeah, that's what beta should be. Exactly. Right, exactly. Feature complete, but needs bug testing, right? So you get people in there, you see how it runs under load, right? So they repeat almost every communication, like every round of communication, they say something to the effect of what beta means to them, what alpha means to them, and they have a clear plan and path that they're following, and they're on the path. Like, I think either they are just starting or just finished. I can't remember which one it was. They're getting around to doing the networking. And what they said at that point, once the networking starts, it's like a lot of the dev time is going to be devoted to setting up the network, and this, you know, the servers and that sort of stuff. And that it will take like a 3-month process. But before they got to that point, they wanted to set it up so that the world building could continue through the process of the networking setup. So they've gotten to that point now. And so it seems as though it just every time I hear from them, it almost just feels like they are just one step closer, you know? It's great. And now Game of the Year edition means it's a year old and you can buy it for a massive discount. I know. So I'm going to go back now to Brian's question, which was, what is it that I like about Pantheon or what it says that it has to offer. And I think it's prudent, to compare that to New World because that's what is on everybody's mind at the moment and what New World has to offer. And part of the reason why I'm not jumping headlong into New World is partially because, well, what I was saying before, I'm kind of like really enjoying Wurm right now. And I don't want a game to take away from Wurm if it means that I'm going to get like sucked in. And New World does feel like a game that I would get sucked into. But I think what Pantheon has to offer is a game that is extremely challenging. One in which you would have to rely on other people in order to succeed or to progress. Whereas in contrast, I feel like New World is a game in which you can progress from beginning to end without grouping up with anybody, without collaborating, without the need to collaborate. Hey, Validate, what's going on? And Necronut. Oh yeah, you were talking about the game of the year. So you're now in New World and alt-tabbing to Wurm to make mortar for the past 8 hours. Yeah, back to the old EverQuest days, exactly. Nin, did you play EverQuest back then? I fell in love with EverQuest back then, and it really did have that the feeling that you have to collaborate. You have to group up with people. Because by yourself, you were not strong enough to do very much. There were some things you could do on your own, but and you know, yeah, since the beta, nice. And you know, some people kind of like when World of Warcraft came out, and it was essentially almost pretty well soloable the whole way. And that's what kind of fueled the popularity of MMOs at the time. Is that it was accessible and that you didn't need to group up. Like you could, it was an option, but didn't need to. But I think that once you add that element of you don't need to group up, it really does remove something that is very special about games like EverQuest. Right, EverQuest captured that feeling of sitting around a table with dice, Cheetos, and a dungeon master. I know. It doesn't matter what games come out in the future, EverQuest will always own your heart. Yes. It was definitely something special that very few games, in fact, possibly only a small handful of games have at least even attempted to recreate that kind of dynamic in an MMO. Oh, the music stopped. Yes, I would like to continue listening. You bought the newest expansion from EverQuest back at Christmas and only logged in once. You miss EverQuest, but hard to play in groups. Solo after a while gets boring. I miss the big guilds with all levels of players versus 100 plus only now. Yeah. So, like, did EverQuest come out with another expansion at Christmas? Or is it just that you bought the newest expansion? You go back for every progression server launch? Interesting. Interesting. I actually November release. That's really interesting to hear. I can't believe that there's people who are still playing the core like the, you know, not the progression servers, like the real EverQuest. Interesting. The Horde Bank has so much space? What do you mean by the Horde Bank? See, I stopped playing EverQuest. I want to say, okay, so I started right after Velius came out. So I didn't play right back at the beginning, but when did Velius come out? A year after the launch? And Velius was the second expansion. So Canark came out not very long after launch, and then Velius came out not very long after that. And we started right after that. And then the next patch was Lachlan. And then there was Plains of Power? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, maybe it was something like that. I don't quite remember. This is like a long time ago, right? Like, it's really hard to remember the order of things and how things went. But there was Luckland, there was Plains of Power, then there was another one. I don't know. Plains of Power after Luckland, exactly. Like, and then there was another one after that that I remember, but I can't quite remember. Gates of Discord, that's right. Gates of Discord. That was the one that came with the alternate advancement system, or was that Plains of Power? I can't remember. 27 expansions, that's insanity. That's insanity. Free players are granted room for 40 items. All access players are granted rooms for 125 items. An additional 125 slots may be purchased. Okay, see, once I started hearing that this sort of stuff was happening, that like, get out of here. Get out of here with these like I understand the reason why it happened, right? Like you have to kind of at some point consider the free to play option, otherwise your game goes under. And I guess like considering they're still coming with expansions, that I guess kind of means okay. Luckland had ultimate advancement. Okay, I guess with that many expansions, it kind of means that they made some good decisions about how to monetize. Okay, it's 115 max current level currently. Yeah. Worse, there's pair subscriptions now, $2 to $6 a month for experience, plat drop, etc. Free to play is a demo, really, not feasible long term. Yeah. Like similar to how Wurm is, like the free to play is not really feasible long term. But like since EverQuest, there have been a couple games that kind of tried to recreate that, and Vanguard was one of them, and actually did a pretty decent job. But I guess through some problems with the way it was managed and produced and all that stuff like that, eventually got shut down. Perk, okay, so there's perk subscriptions. Okay, I see. So like you can purchase some particular perk for $2 a month where it gives you something. Interesting. Where am I now? That one is full. And XP packs as well as other items. Yeah, XP packs. What my hope is that Pantheon kind of goes on to avoid some of these things, you know? I wouldn't mind paying a subscription to a game that doesn't, you know, that doesn't have this system where you can pay to progress faster. That's one of the big things that I'm really hoping doesn't happen. I don't mind cosmetics, although I know that there's a big debate about cosmetics. But I personally don't mind cosmetics costing money in the shop, you know, because as long as the stuff in the game is unique and that the cosmetics that you can purchase don't vastly outstrip the stuff that you can get in the game. You know, like there's still a special feeling about getting a piece of gear that looks amazing from the game. As long as that's there, I don't mind if cosmetics are in a cash shop. But I kind of do mind if there's advantages that you can get from paying real money over others in terms of progression. And it almost sounds like New World is intending to have these things. In fact, they were going to put XP boosts and things like that in the cash shop at the beginning. And then there was a massive outcry from the players. And so they went back on that and said, oh, okay, I guess we're only putting in cosmetics then. Cosmetics without buffs are generally acceptable. Sometimes it's overplayed. Yeah. And I do understand the argument against cosmetics. Some people feel as though if I can go and buy something that looks amazing, then it devalues the things that we can get in the game that look amazing. And I know a lot of people put a lot of emphasis on looks. looks are a big thing for a lot of people. How their gear looks, how their character's all decked out. And I mean, personally, I'm not one of those types of players, but I understand the position that other players have, and so they feel it that cosmetics shops kind of do devalue the effort that you would have to otherwise go to in order to get yourself to look good. Okay. I feel like did I miss anything? No, okay, good. So you weren't going to play New World until you saw the 600,000 players on Steam and found it out. No subscriptions. Yeah. That's kind of a smart move on Amazon's part. No subscriptions. People are looking at that going, that seems like a no-brainer. Some games, cosmetic is endgame. Black Desert seems New World maybe too. Yeah. Right. And I'm not like... Honestly, I don't like playing the cosmetic game personally, so none of that really attracts me. What is the benefit of the peat I'm digging? Good question, Rippins. There are a lot of different fuel sources in this game, but none are as good as peat. And you only really get to the point where you want to have a lot of peat if you are burning a lot of stuff, right? So I have a lot of wood scraps. I went through a lot of wood scraps, and then I had a whole bunch of extra low quality logs. Went through so many low quality logs, and I was like running out of fuel. So then it's a matter of like, okay, at this point, and the fuel I'm using it for is for the distillery. I have 16 stills, and each still only lasts, like, stays lit for like 2.5 hours or something like that. And 16 stills take up a lot of fuel. And so the reason why peat is considered really good is, so first of all, peat acts like 1 kilogram of peat. If it was just 1 kilogram of peat, not that you can get because they come in batches of 10 kilograms, but 1 kilogram of peat fuels a furnace in the same way as 4 kilograms of wood. Okay, so there's that. So peat is 4 times as effective per kilogram. And then you combine that with the fact that 1 dig action gives you 10 kilograms of peat. So that 1 dig action is equivalent to 40 kilograms of wood. Okay, now there is one other item in the game that has a higher number than 4, and that's tar. Hey, Gaming with Jason. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. So the other item that is better in terms of like the multiplier that you get is tar. Tar will give an 8 times multiplier. So 1 kilogram of tar is like 8 kilograms of wood. But the problem with tar is that 1 dig action only gives you 1 kilogram. So each dig action is giving you the equivalent of 8 kilograms of wood. Whereas peat, 1 dig action gives you 40 kilograms of wood. So you can just use 1 peat to fully fuel a furnace, and it's just 1 dig action. Yeah, you have like 10k trash tar from all the coal making. Yeah, like it's in the event that you have all this stuff left over from something else that you're doing, it's great. And it might be that at some point or another I get around to coal making, but I just haven't. So validate, you just bought the transmutation liquid to make a peat tile and a tar tile next to my clay and workshop. Life is so much easier now. I will have to get around to doing that. This peat patch is not that far from, like you saw that, like at the beginning we just traveled over here and it was like somewhere, maybe it was under 10 minutes for sure to get here. But yeah, it would be so nice if I could just walk out my workshop and there's a peat tile right there. Peat is nice, tar is nice, but I clear with wood scrap trash pile made from fellow deedmates. Yeah, totally. The problem is that, here's the thing, 1 round of fueling my stills just one round would require, let's see here. I think to fully fuel a forge, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe somebody knows this better, but I think it's 30 kilograms of wood to fully fuel it. Is it 30 or is it 20? I don't know. I always thought it was 20. I always thought it was 20, right? Validate, but here, I'm going to show you something that might change your mind. Yeah, that's exactly what I do before. 14 kilograms, or 14 wood scraps, for sure. But then, let's see, hold on. Fuel. No. It'll be on like the forge, maybe? Where was it I saw this? See, this one here, right? This is where you might think 20, right? Just give me a second here. Where was it that I saw this? Maybe it was under fuel. Ah, here it is, right? Look, validate. Only 30 kilograms of fuel is needed at a time. Any more is unnecessary. Quality of the fuel does not seem to affect burn time. Right? It says 30 there, doesn't it? And then also on the fuel page, I think it also says 30. As a guide, 30 kilograms is the maximum effective amount of fuel. Now, I know like the Wikipedia or the Wurmpedia, what's said on there is like, gotta take it with a pinch of salt. You know, it's hard to say whether this is actually true. It even says as a guide. I don't know for sure that it's 30, but when I read this, it made me doubt the belief that it was 20. So let's just say it was 30, okay? And each wood scrap is 1.5 kilograms. I would need 20 wood scraps per still. I have 16 stills, so that would be 320 wood scraps for one round of fueling. And I would need to do maybe 4 a day, let's say. So that's 1,200, maybe 1,300 wood scraps each day. You do this for a month, okay, so like a month. I'd be chewing through, in a month, let's say 30 days times 1,300, 39,000 wood scraps in a month. Okay, so let's suppose you have a bin. There's 39,000 wood scraps in there. In 1 month, I'd be done with it and be ready for more, right? It's like, in my opinion, wood scraps they're great for fueling forges, but it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Right? Whereas with peat, I need, for one round of fueling the forges, I just need 16 peat. And then, let's say I do that 4 times a day, so 4 times 16 is 64, and then I do that for a month. I only need 2,000 peat for a whole month. And I'm hoping that I'm going to collect at least 2,000 here. Hello, good evening. I have tons of great peat around me too. Yeah. Have you been finding, Jacqueline? Is it Jacqueline? Yeah, Jacqueline. Are you finding that your peat is spreading? You're on Melody, a beautiful place? Yeah, I like Melody. I'm on Melody as well, so I do really like it. But are you finding that the peat around you is spreading? This was something that was brought up to me a while back, that somebody was concerned that their peat was spreading. Okay, well, is your peat on, like, surrounded by grass, or is it surrounded by, like, something else? Forest or steppe? Yeah, plus combining the wood scrap costs time. It's true. Grass mainly? Okay. I don't know the truth or validity of the claim that peat is spreading, but people were complaining that peat was spreading. Particularly to grass. So if it was surrounded by grass, they were saying that that has a tendency to cause peat to spread. And when they said that, and I was looking at this peat patch, and I was like, wow, this peat patch is humongous. Maybe it is spreading, but I don't know. I haven't witnessed it myself. You've always used 60 quality forges and 1 kindling and 13 to 14. Yeah, nearly 20 kilograms. Yeah, totally. And your forge might last, what is it, 2 hours with that? Maybe an hour and a half, right? But with the stills, what I want to light them and have them just burn, and then when it's going out, I want to light, you know, just fuel them again. Yeah, let's put that down. Peat patch looks like a mountain. I know. It's like a peat mountain. But anyway, that's what it is here. Although I missed here some stuff. You're trying to make 26 silver per month deed a bit more economical. Rippins, right. You overdid it on the Steam release. Okay, so to make it more economical, you should just downsize. Like, bring it in on the sides that you don't have anything on there. 26 silver, that's like a lot. And you're right, like, land was scarce, but... And I do understand, like, those people who... Like, let's say... Because I know you, Rippins, weren't, like, a Wurm veteran at the beginning of the Steam launch. Like, you were part of the group that got swept up in the whole beginning of the Steam launch. I know that a lot of veterans came over and also grabbed up a ton of space. But I think after a little bit you realize, like, truly an individual does not need that much space. Like, there's so much to do in a small little space that you can do. You know, you can mine underneath and build buildings underneath. You can put a canal there. You can build multi-story buildings up at the top with bridges to connect them. And so altogether, the amount of space you absolutely need is not that much. Even if you want a 1,000 tile farm, that's only a 30 by 30 space. Or maybe 33 by 33 or something like that. Yeah. So yeah, it's a good idea to, you know, bring it in where you don't need. And Validate, you said you wish you had the Wurm Unlimited mod that shows the timers on burn left. I know. That would be so good. I know that I did see a spreadsheet that showed, you know, the time burn, but I didn't save it, so I don't have actually have access to that. Okay, so there is one corner of peat in your deed and you can't terraform there because of it. I can't modify that one tile. I'd need that spell to change it to grass tile, but no priest. It's actually not a spell, Jacqueline. It's an item that you can make. It's a material that you can make to transform the peat into dirt. Here, I can show you it. Hold on. It's on the Wurmpedia. It's called transmutation liquid. See, yeah, it's this one. Okay, so it's transmutation liquid. Let me just show you something here quickly, because there are two things in this game that are called transmutation liquid. So the one that we're looking for is the one that's the feature, not the gift. Okay, and that brings you to this page, and you'll see here that you can use this one here with the cherry. Whoops, go back. This one here, cherry with moss. It's going to be used on a peat tile, and it makes a dirt tile. You're gonna need a lot of cherries, though. I would say for one tile, you could probably, you know, 100 cherries or more. Depends on your skills as well. So, but you can look into that transmutation liquid. Let's see. Wow, how big is 20 silver a month? It's really big. Yeah, 26 silver a month is probably something in the 100 by 100 range, if I had to guess. You sort of got used to having a mountain, land, and shore. I know. Totally. And, you know, if you're going to use the land, like you're going to build a massive underground area in your mountain, you You would like more Wurm if you could play it at max graphics. You would like Wurm more, I guess you're saying, yeah. You know, I'd say that playing Wurm on max graphics is not necessary, right? Like, I'm playing on a kind of a middle ground graphics, and the difference between this and max is ever so slight. I don't have a side-by-side comparison, and if I try to put max graphics with 2 characters running and streaming at the same time, my computer will probably complain. But I have a setting, like I have a setting or whatever where it's like I set it to max. It's not that much different than this. It's like very slight. There are a few things to make it look good that you want to definitely have. One of them is the volumetric lighting. You want to have that on. And the distant trees, you want to have those on. But yeah, you can get away with it looking really nice with medium setting graphics. Yeah. Let's see. So validate, you need a big deed because animals. Yeah, 9 silver for 1 deed. Kids need 7 silver to help me. I help pay his make downgrade after most animals bred to the right traits, thinking 6 to 12 months. Yeah. So I like 9 silver is like still a big deed. You know, like I think that let's see. I expanded our deed recently. Let's take a look at the expansion. I expanded our deed to 55 by 42 in order to accommodate enough land to potentially build something fun to do, like maybe a labyrinth or something. I don't know. So I expanded to contain enough information, enough space to pack in like a really good-sized puzzle of some kind. It's a long-term project anyway. And that's only 4 silver, 62 copper. And I think the only deed we had that was bigger than this one ever was Autumn Twilight, back on Deliverance. And that one might have been 60 by 40 or something like that, like in that range, 60 by 40. And that was the deed that had that massive castle that was 7 of the largest possible buildings you possibly can make, 7 of them all like together in a castle sort of building. Okay, and that deed was humongous, and by my standard anyway, and was only... Actually, you know what? It couldn't have been 60 by 40 because its upkeep was like 12 silver or 13 silver or something in that range. So it was actually probably 3 times this many tiles. So maybe it was more like 80 by 60. I don't know, something like that. I know. Then I don't care too much about those sorts of things. 1 second rarity window. In fact, I didn't even put anything in there with the purpose of getting that rarity window at all. That was literally just random stuff. I think I picked up one of those mission items and I just sacrificed that, and maybe a couple other things I sacrificed, but I don't even like care about this enchanting bonus, to be honest. Let's see, you have a GPU low end, but Wurm medium would run 10 for, yeah. Wurm works on a Core 2 Duo laptop with integrated Intel graphics. It does. You have to really, really lower the settings there. And Jacqueline, you like the music? Very upbeat, good for worming work? Yeah, thanks. We did have a discussion at the very beginning about the music and the choices I'm making, and I'm trying to like figure out what music works, so I'm glad that you like it. And you're really tired. I'm scrolling back up, so I missed a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, you need a big deed because, okay, yeah, I read that part, and let's just see here. Yeah, like For a long time I played on really low graphics, like a long time. I played on an old MacBook Air from 2000. I want to say 2013 or something like this. Oh goodness. Okay, I'm gonna actually move spots here so this isn't so annoying. The peat doesn't fit in. Okay. Let's just move over here to this tile here. This will be easier to get. Okay. For years and years on your older laptop, you ran the game with crappy graphics and it glitched the character and animals. I got so used to that. And like after a while, it was normal to you. But when it wasn't glitched anymore with better PC, the normal models look strange since I've been so used to the Wurm models. Yeah, I know. You'll also notice that I cap my frames to 40, which is one thing that you can do on a lower end computer. Is if you cap the frames even to 30, 30 is you don't even notice it. Like it's relatively smooth even capped at 40, and made a huge difference. So the settings I'm running are the ones that are specific for streaming while playing with two tunes, so that the computer doesn't overheat or whatever. You know, Wurm has this thing where it kind of runs like a AAA high graphics type game for some reason. I don't know why. But it shouldn't really. Yeah, enchanting bonus almost only impacts you if you aren't getting the bonus from elsewhere anyway. I know. Yeah, I know. So I'm not too concerned about the enchanting bonus. I might. It's possible I'm not capped there either, but I'm not gonna spend like insane amount of time trying to like optimize that to the fullest extent. I wonder if that lunchbox will fit in there. No. Okay, let's just have the water. And I wonder if I can just put the lunchbox on the ground here. Oh. Put the lunchbox right here. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it's just not optimized well, I know. Totally. 60 frames per second in the sea. I wish Wurm was only about the sea. Yeah. And also in the mines, right? Like, if you're mining, you can get pretty good frames. Old days, the silver upkeep was more cheaper since Xanadu, I think. Oh, right. It's cheap. Okay, so it's cheaper since Xanadu. Right. So the 13 silver on Autumn Twilight was with the older prices. I think it got cut in half, didn't it? So maybe I was remembering correctly that it was 60 by 40. Oh no, was upkeep changed, or was it just the initial cost of the tiles that was changed at that time? Validating, I kind of remember like there was a change in the deed upkeep, the deed cost at some point, but I think it was only the initial cost of the tiles, not the upkeep. Yeah, that old laptop had the most generic GPU, so it didn't like Wurm too much. Yeah, I know. Optimize does not compute in Java. Spiking frame rate is less than locked lower frame rate. Yeah. You think so? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, I see now. So yeah, if your frame rate is spiking, like you're capped. No, let me say that again. Let's say you uncap your frame rate and it's like trying to like push at the top and it's like going up and down. That's not as good as like just capping just below that and having it steady. It'll be better. So you check the deed size is 204 by 969 with one guard. With 20% discount, it's only so it's only 23 silver. You don't have time to play and everyone moved or quit playing, so the land grab is over. Yeah. Ribbons, get rid of the guard. What do you need the guard for? Yeah, just get rid of the guard. That'll save you some money there. And I'd also recommend bringing it in. Like, if you're not going to use it, why pay for it? If If you want your deed to last longer, just deed the place that you've built on. The very first map you joined back in, like, I don't know, 2011 or so when you first started playing. First map you joined was Exodus. You remember when your player wore those green tunics? Yeah, totally. So I started in 2012 on Deliverance. I'm trying to think. I think Deliverance and Exodus were released at the very end of 2011, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and right when they were released was the green tunics, and it was about 1 year after their release. Yeah, about 1 year after their release, that's when all the new models got changed. So in 2013. Not sure. So I know it's so long ago but there was a change to the cost of deeds. I just kind of remembering it was the initial cost. You can run higher frames per second, but you'd rather lock it at 60 and run multi-clients. Yeah, me too. And if I'm on my own, I can play both clients on high settings. But not when I'm on my own. When I'm not streaming. Streaming does take some compute power. Okay, so 2012 EXO. That's when you started, not so dirt. Nice. Yeah, it depends on the rig, yeah. So this is my new computer that I got just in maybe, was it March? Can't remember now. It's like, so yeah, I just got it in March. It was around the time when like it was insanely impossible to get graphics cards. I was trying to build a computer last summer essentially, and then I noticed that the new graphic cards were coming out like October, November or whatever, so I waited till then. And then you couldn't get your hands on them. And it took me all the way till March to get the computer done. So it was like nearly 10 months of like, I want to get a computer, and it wasn't like 10 months later that I actually got the computer. And up until that point, I was using a gaming laptop to stream and play, and so it wasn't, especially when you started streaming, it wasn't so good. I couldn't play two characters for sure. Okay, so you played off and on, then you got back in... Oh wait, I forgot to read this part. Yeah, you forgot the exact time I joined. No, my brother played before me. Then I joined not long after around that date. We played off and on, then it got back into... Got premium for the first time in August of 2020. Wow, so back, you were playing like as a free-to-play player that whole time. So it wasn't until 2020 that you got premium. You had only been free-played, but you're loving premium. Yeah. This game really opens up with premium. Yeah, off and on, yeah. This game is definitely an off and on game for me too. Thing is though, when I'm on, it's like I'm on. So like for example with Griffith, this is like a new server, so I started right at the fresh launch, and like my skills aren't like top end. I know like there's some of you in the chat here with like for example, Nin here double the STP compared to the next most person on Niarsha, so I think that's kind of insane. But yeah, I'd say that my skills aren't terrible, and I've been like really. We did take a break. I did take a little bit of a break when Valheim came out, probably about a month or two of not playing Wurm after Valheim came out, but then I got right back into Wurm, and it's just like been playing pretty strong. Land is addicting in this game, even though I do nothing with it. I know, but Rippins, it's not worth anything if you're not going to do anything with it. The mountain has 6 rods of trans, never used, and the shore has 7 ships. I guess I can lock the cave doors and keep repairing the doors and keep the land and water area. But see, here's the thing, is that those transmutated veins are not worth anything if you don't use them. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, I've I'm trying to think if I've ever even transmutated one vein. I don't think I ever have. Because I've always just found the veins that I needed because they're free in the real world. Like, I mean, not in the real world, in the environment. Like, you can just go out and find an utmost vein here or there. And at least up until recently, you could just get 100 quality ore from an utmost vein, or even a very good vein you can get 100 quality ore out of. So there wasn't really much point. But I do understand the addiction to the land and everything. It's just, once you use the land, like, you start using it, you start realizing the value of land. Right? And the value is in what that land can do for you. In terms of, you can quite literally actually think about it in terms of how much money that land can make you. So, let's say you're a farmer, and you farm, and you sell your crops. And you farm, you have a big swath of land, and you like raking so much that your farming skill is high. And you use that land to sell crops to make money that will support your deed. Right? This is how a lot of people play. Like, not necessarily with the farming, but a lot of people play in a way where they're thinking about a skill that they're going to be working on, that they would then use the money that they make from selling stuff from that skill to fund their deed. To me, that interplay is addicting, right? So, like, I'll try to optimize for land size and allocating space so that that space is used for something that I'm interested in doing. And maybe or maybe not, I would be selling the stuff from it. Like, for example, I'm not really planning on selling the beverages that I'm making, like the alcohol that I'm making. I'm just doing it for the enjoyment of making the alcohol, and sharing it with people, and maybe using it for what I need. I wouldn't be against selling it if it got to the point where I was making really good alcohol and it was actually valuable to other people. But my main motivation is just to make it for the sake of having fun. And so I allocate my farm plots for making the grains and or the vegetables and the sugar. I have a building that I've built that has a specific spot for that. Like, space to me comes down to, what am I going to use that space for? And then when we recently expand, like, for the longest time we were on a basic, it was like a 24 by 27 deed for the longest time, until maybe a month ago, not even a month ago, I expanded the deed to what it is now. And the purpose of the expansion was specific. Like, we have a specific plan for that land. Yeah. You wish you started playing in the old servers? Honestly, at this point, the old and new are pretty well similar, I'd say. I mean, the old servers definitely, there's a lot more stuff over there. But new servers are coming along and getting a lot of stuff. Yeah, you have Valheim, you played it for a bit. We haven't really put too much time into it. I mean, in comparison to Wurm, I haven't put very much time into it. Like, I think my playtime on Valheim was like maybe 150 hours by the end of it. I wouldn't be surprised if my playtime in Wurm is in the 10,000 hour to 20,000 hour range, somewhere in there. So Valheim was like a blip in comparison. So it's important for free players is to buy premium once, so characters not delete after 3 months of activity. That's true. It does help. So Snack Lions, you played a lot, but then got banned. Whoa, what did you get banned for? So you took a break and came back. Yeah, you have to do something really bad in this game to get banned. So you did about 6 on Delhi and 3 on Celebration and 2 on Xanadu, and every time I ended up moving deeds, I leaving 50 to 70% of it there. Yeah, that's the deed addiction. I mean, we also had a similar situation where Deliverance we had six or 7 deeds there. I mean, sometimes some of them dropped and then we got new ones, and maybe at any given time, I think the most we had was about 4 on Deliverance, and then we moved to Xanadu where we had 2 plus the Labyrinth, so I don't know if the Labyrinth counts. And then one of them fell. And we still have the 2. We have our Factional Fight deed, and we have the Labyrinth deed on Xanadu. And then here on this server we have 2. I have my farming deed just to have extra space for farming. Oh, veins that is. Oh, you mean transmutation veins. We're using the transmutation rod? Yeah, we didn't have any of those. Never needed them. You try not to think about super farm. 10,000 crops a week. I know. A super farm is something I don't think anybody should just jump into. Right? Like, you shouldn't jump into. You should build up to. Really, super farms are something you should build up to. Right? It wouldn't be wise at low farming skill to start with a 1,000 tile farm. That doesn't make sense. Like at the beginning, maybe like 100 tile farm is a good place to like aim to start. Right? Get that going. 100 tiles. Yeah, like 100 tiles is a decent thing to care for, right? Like you got to get used to the cadence of what does a 100 tile farm look like on a weekly basis. Are you planning on raking every tile every day? Or maybe 2 times a day? If you can get to it, at least raking the fields once a day, that's like something that you should... That's like ideal. And then... let's see here, so I got Xander. Xander's my priest. Here, let's change the clothes so that we can tell who's who. Okay, so Xander's the priest. I finally got his farming to 90, which was a big milestone for me. And I've done only farming on. I have a 72 tile farm and a 70 tile farm. Together 140 tiles. And then we have a small little patch of 15 more tiles, so let's call it 150. So I have 150 tiles. And I haven't done any more than just those 150 tiles. And I got my farming up to 90 on those. Right? And so that's kind of where you should be. And then if you're feeling like, okay, it's time, I'm going to put all my effort into farming. It's only after that, after you've done the whole bit where you got your farming up to 90 or in the high 80s maybe, and you're ready for the super farm, that's when you start that. The best way to super farm is to build vertically. 1 action 10s. 1 action 10s. Really? Wait. Hold on. Let me think if I can. So you put a large planter on the first floor, and then you put a large planter on the floor above it. Okay. What you're saying, if I'm interpreting this correctly, is that when you tend the large planter on the first floor, it automatically tends the one above. Oh wait, hint, full priest. Right. Humid drizzle, not humid drizzle. God, what am I thinking? Is it humid drizzle? It's okay, okay, okay. I see what you're saying. Right, and Raybarg gets it. How's it going, Raybarg? That is awesome. Right, and there's no limit to how high that. So there's a false priest spell that will tend to your farm. You're sucked into New Word. I know. I heard. I was watching Cat stream, and you were saying, and you got amethyst sucked in as well. Maybe it wasn't you who was saying it. It must have been amethyst saying that you got amethyst sucked in. And Rippins, you're saying, I really appreciate your streams and the time you put into them and your videos. I've learned so much, and without them, I would have quit by now. This game is so deep. Thank you. You're very welcome, Rippins. I appreciate that. That's very good. Yeah, very, very happy that I could be here to help with that. Yeah, and you got Amy sucked in. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so, right. Back to this vertical farm. Okay, so now what would it take to make 1,000 tiles? Let's say 10 stories high, 10 by 10 building. Would be 1,000 tiles. Boy, this is like your Nin. You never cease to amaze me with the ideas that you have. And wild growth has no vertical. It's wild growth. Let's take a peek at the faux priest spells. Where's the spell list? I keep missing spell list. Okay. So let's look at the faux priest. Yeah, I always thought it was human drizzle, but let's see. Let's look at human drizzle for a second. It's an area effect spell that tends to all animals in a radius of 4 direct. Okay, so it's animals. That's what human drizzle does. Okay, so it's not that one. You were saying it was wild growth, but I thought wild growth was the one that makes plants grow. Like trees. Reaches the roots. Oh, plants and trees. Interesting. So it's trees and tends to fields. Interesting. Within a small radius. Let me think here. The radius, if I recall correctly, on wild growth depends on the power of the cast. The range is affected by the spells determined by the power of the cast. Up to 4 tiles radius. Okay. So if you're in the center and then 4 tiles radius, okay. So from the center it's 1, 2, 3, 4, so it's 9 by 9. Okay, and you guys are getting to the same spot I'm getting at the same time. Okay, so it's 9 by 9. Okay, so that's 81 tiles. And I guess you can go up to 12. I guess the 13th story you'll be up 1,000. You'll need the 11th floor for 1,000 tiles, really, yeah. I mean, it's not like you like 1,000 is the magic number, you know. Like if you're running a 900 tile farm, it's not like that's anything to scoff at. But one cast tending the whole thing, that's just... Actually, you know what? I wanna see something here about that. Because you know how like sometimes when you tend, it can increase the yield depending on how well you tended, right? Like the roll or whatever. Is it the same with wild growth, or does wild growth just do like a really, like, is it solid every single time, you know? Oh, this is a bit much. Oh. Rival trees. Hedge growth. Hedges. Gives the same chance of increased crop yield as tending the field with a rake does. Okay. Not so dirt hacks. But if wild growth tends the planters in a cave underneath, then you'll get yeah, the 10-story cave. In the cave, yeah. I mean, what would happen if you had the 10-story building above, and in the cave below you also had a massive building below? Does it work into the ground too? Different layers so it doesn't? Right, wouldn't that like... Okay, so you'd have to be in the ground in order for it to affect. Okay, humid is guaranteed to remove a sickness, so I would assume wild growth would be similar in its effect on raking. It's the power defines the size. Yeah. Contested with one character standing just inside a cave and the other just outside. AoE spells won't even hit. Okay, I see. Okay, so different layers don't affect. I've always wondered, though, back to the raking and tending to increase the yield, increasing crop yields, like, is this just a random chance where skill and power or the roll doesn't affect your chance? It's like just a flat 20% chance of increasing or whatever it is? Or is it that, like, your skill and the roll affect the increasing the yield of the crop? Yeah, I don't know. I've always wondered that. And I've never really gotten any indication from the game which one it is. You'd have to imagine it's all power based. Okay, and test it since, for example, a rep does pillar through the top cave in layers. Yeah, that's true. Well, this idea sounds like something for not today. So, you know, like this is like a big undertaking if this is something that anybody's interested in. Yeah, I always feel like it should be power based, right? But I just can't find anything on the wiki, at least, that indicates one way or the other. I'm getting into my inventory again. Oh, and that's full. Okay, so it looks like we've gotten to about 1,000-ish. Just shy of 1,000. Okay, so that's what 1,000 peat feels like. Yeah, 10-story high, 9x9 vertical farm building, then make them in a grid of 5x5. Oh, man. I mean, 1,000 tiles to harvest and replant. It's just not something I have the time for, you know? Like, I'm like the 150 tiles, I stopped there because of the time, right? Like, I come on after work, I'm gonna go harvest the fields and replant. Like, I feel like I have the time to do that. The process of harvesting and replanting might take an hour at most. Probably less than an hour, right? So I feel like I can afford an hour of my time. But if I multiplied that by 10 times, right? I had 10 times as many tiles. All of a sudden, the harvesting and replanting is now going to take 10 hours, or maybe slightly less than 10 hours, 9 hours. I just don't have the time for that, you know? I don't have 9 hours. when I'm working all day. I have to come home and I have to make dinner for the kids, and we have dinner. I'll get maybe an hour after dinner or something like that. Maybe I'll get maybe an hour before dinner to play. I might get an hour or two after dinner. That's sort of like my playtime. So unfortunately, 1,000 tile farm is out of the question for me. But my 150 tiles has done really well for me. I've been able to make all the stuff I would want. There is another thing about large planters that I encountered just for the first time, because I put some large planters on my farm. So I'll have farm tiles and then large planters on top. And in the large planters, I'm growing mushrooms. Black mushrooms, particularly for the natural substance grind. And just yesterday was the first time I missed harvest day. Large planters work on like a clockwork system. It's like exactly 24 hours or whatever it is. It might be just less than 24 hours or something like this, where you rake the field, it tends. Sorry, let's start from the beginning. You plant the crops. Exactly 24 hours from then, you can rake them to tend them. Exactly 24 hours from then, you can rake them again and tend them again. And it goes like this for the 5 stages. And then at the end, they're ripe for 24 hours exactly. And if you miss that 24-hour window, 50%, there's a 50% chance that the crops rot. Right? Like, it's super not forgiving, right? 50% rot, and then by the second, if you miss it by another day, another 50% rot, so now you only have 25% of your yield. This is, in my opinion, like, I didn't realize this because I've been on it and not missing it many times in a row, and this was the first time I missed it, and I lost half of the crops that I planted, and it was heartbreaking. To the point where I almost kind of don't want to do it anymore. The problem is, mushrooms don't go in the ground, right? So if you want to plant mushrooms, you know. So it's really something for after you have what you deem as high enough farming, since tending gives skill. Totally. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I'm still not at the point where I'm feeling like I'm high enough. Like 90 is a good milestone, but it's definitely not. It'd be nice to have higher quality crops. But I'm good to go, like, slow going, you know? Bit by bit, day by day. Make it go up a bit every day. No. I only do the black mushrooms because they're the ones that have the 5 potency. So I only have 24 planters, and they're all black mushrooms. And it doesn't have to be huge. You can downside it just for easier, higher yields. Yeah. Do I have an Alexa in my house? You do, and you set reminders that date needs to log in and harvest. Honestly, it's not a matter of I don't know when. It's just I can't get in every day, right? So even if I wanted to get into the game and play, it's just there's going to be some days where I just don't have the ability to log in and spend an hour harvesting stuff. Yeah, it's like, gasp, there's a life too. Yeah, so like, and this was one of my gripes with farming. Like, when the summer was happening and I had free time, I don't have the problem of not being able to get into the game. But the moment work begins, work is like, there's... Yeah, so for people who can't play every day, and there are people like this, you know, it's the way it is, right? So like, farming is one of those things where I kind of feel that there could be some adjustment made so that the people who can't log in every day can still participate in that element of the game. Because even farming crops on the ground, while, as Raybarg was saying, like, they're far more forgiving, it's still not perfectly forgiving. You still lose a lot of crops if you miss a day or two. And I kind of wish that it was a bit more forgiving. Wasn't the window before 12 hours? I don't think it was ever 12 hours. In fact, I think there's two... I don't know how long they are, because they're variable, but there's two ripe stages. And I think on average each stage is 24 hours, but it's variable, right? So sometimes it's 12 hours and sometimes it's 36 hours. Depends on how... It's like random. And so like you can let your crops go for a little bit and you'll still get some crops back, but every so often they do wither. Some of them do wither and you do lose a lot. $5 per 1,000, and when he gets food for a bed for free. What Paragy? What is life? Baby, go harvest. Go harvest right now. Yeah. Second option is pay your son to... Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm missing... Second option is pay my son to go harvest. I used to pay my kids to mine for a while I was at work. I paid $5 per 1,000, and he quit after 2,000. Nah, I wouldn't do that to my son. I don't think so. I think if he wanted to, right? But I wouldn't. Yeah, Wurmian while raking his 10,000 tiled field be like, life. Is that something edible? Yeah. So $5 per 1,000, and then he gets food and a bed for free. Honestly, now I understand that comment. Yeah, like I feel like the window for farming is 24 hours. It's either that or it's 48 hours. I don't know, but either way, I kind of feel like it should be a bit longer. And I'm particularly thinking about those people who can kind of get in and play sometimes, but not every day. You know, like I can imagine that there's some people who can play Wurm seriously, like 3 times if they only are able to log in 3 times a week. And by seriously, I mean like they're progressing, they're building stuff, and they have projects on the go. And for sure, it's definitely not going to be as fast as the people who can play every day, but like every day that they're not playing Wurm, they're thinking about Wurm, you know? You know, you got to imagine there's some people who have a life and have obligations, and maybe they have to travel, or maybe they are in the military, or maybe, you know, it could be all sorts of things. It could be that they have their kids on the weekends, or it could be whatever it is. Everybody has whatever it is that's going on in their own life. And it would be nice if the game could kind of accommodate the different lifestyles of everybody. Farming is such a huge part of this game, and it's essentially locked to only players who have the time to log in every day. Gardening is another one of those things where you kind of, if you want to, like, you don't necessarily have to log in every day, but you're gonna lose a lot of your, you know, stuff if you don't log in every day. When you sleep and wake up to sleep playing Wurm, yeah, I know. Honestly. So there are a lot of days of the week where I log in, I rake the farms, I pick the gardening pots, I pray as many times as I can in that time, which may or may not be the 5 prays, and then I log off. And that's my play session for the day. And then there's going to be times where I just can't get into the game, you know? Weekends are a little bit different. I can wake up, have a coffee, play some Wurm for a couple hours. Maybe get another few hours in the evening. The game is very time consuming, and I'm lucky to have way too much time between chores and real life, but it's time consuming, but I love it. Wurm always keeps you busy. Always something to do, and I love that. Totally. That's what I love about it too. There's always something to do, and it's not only that, there's so much possibility, right? Like there's so much openness that even though, like, let's say I'm stuck in this thing where I have a lot of things to do. I have to pick the gardens, I have to rake the fields, I have to whatever, tend to my animals or whatever it is. And then you can also play the game where you get rid of all of those things and replace them with all sorts of other things. Like, you know, it could be that you are working on skilling up all of your, let's say, smithing skills or whatever it is, like, or you want to go chop a whole bunch of trees to work on your wood cutting skills so that you can use that to get better at your carpentry skills or whatever it is. You want to build yourself a boat, or you want to build a castle on the top of a mountain, or whatever it is. There's just so many different things to do. It's viable to sow and harvest only if you don't get to play often, but yield will be low, so it's a lot of overhead and compensation. True. However, what if you sow? So what if you sow the fields and you just don't rake him, and then you miss the day where everything's ripe, and you're just not able to log in that day, and can't log in the next day, and then you log in the following day and half your crops are all rotted. I feel like after that experience, most players would just say, forget farming. Like, that's not working. You know? Like, so yeah, you're right. You don't have to. And the other thing is that there is going to be no moment in which the whole field is ripe. The way that the system works is that it's so random that some things are going to be ripe and some things are not. And then the next day, the rest that wasn't ripe becomes ripe, but some of the ones that were ripe before are now wilted. You know, like, it's always just this, it's just so variable, and it doesn't seem like it's designed with people's time in mind. It just doesn't respect people's time. Yeah, you get the seed back. Woohoo! Like, I'm not. Every time I get the seed back, I just think, grr, so mad that I missed the field. Like, I'm not thinking about the seed. Just so mad that I missed it. Oh. And like the experience that I had with the large planters and the mushrooms rotting, like, it was almost enough to make me not replant it. Like, it was just almost enough. I was very upset that I missed it because I couldn't log in yesterday. So I feel like there should be a little bit more leniency in that ripe stage. Perhaps that ripe stage should last maybe 3 times as long or something like that. I would say 3 times longer on the ripe stage is fair. It's like not overpowered, but it gives the people who can't log in every day a few day window in order to log in and rake the fields, or maybe add another ripe stage or 2. Yeah, something like this, exactly. And like, for the people who are min-maxing and playing every day anyway, they're just gonna rake the field as soon as or harvest the field as soon as they can anyway, so that they can replant as fast as they possibly can anyway. So I can't see how it gives anybody really an advantage, except for the people who just can't make it to their fields in time. So Jacqueline, you've been farming and keeping up with it, but then kind of shifted to other games for a bit. You tend to do that sometimes, and you'll go between games. But right now, my fields are overgrown until I finish my other projects. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't see any harm in making them last the ripe stage, or maybe adding another ripe stage, or making the ripe stage last a little bit longer. I can't see how that can be taken advantage of, or that it makes anything better. Like, adding another ripe stage does give people the advantage of being able to rake it again, so it might increase yield. So like, if that's an issue, I would just suggest just making the ripe stages that they have in there just last a bit longer than the other ones, so you don't get the advantage of getting more yield from the extra few days or whatever. The sole intention I'm suggesting here is to just be respectful of people who cannot play every day. It feels like a slap in the face to walk into, like, to be like, fine, like, let's say you get busy for a few days and you can't get in, and then you come back and half your field's gone. The feeling, the experience that player has is, I just, like, this is just not even worth it for me to just play this anymore, you know? Could even shovel gradually too. Yeah, okay, yeah. I see. That would be another thing that would work. So right now you're surface mining east side of your deed to make the area look nice. Once you're done with that, you'll work on the fencing around the deed and continue with your projects. So many to do, so little time. I know. It is true. There is a lot to do in this game in such little time. But that element is great to have in a game. If you're playing a game in which you feel like there's so much to do and just not enough time to do it in, let me tell you that the opposite of that is not good. If you're playing a game where there's not enough to do and you have all the time to do it in, that game's not going to be a long-lasting game. And I think that's the reason why I've been playing this game for as long as I have, is that there just always seems to be more to do no matter how much time I spend on doing it. Let's see, where are we now? Okay, so why didn't this one get full? Okay, now it's full. And did these ones get full? Yeah, okay. And that one over there is full? Yeah. Okay, so this one here is barely started. So we got 4 crates, so that's 1,200. Good. Yep, no worries. You're right, by the way, I come back to Wurm, it's a keeper for sure. I know, totally. It's definitely a keeper. You use your full priest to farm, but also use my main to help raking wise on the bigger farm. You add other priests to farm. Only harvest with foe as skills highest. Yeah. It helps, but you try to plan to farm when you know you have a weekend harvest. So validate. Have you figured out, like, you plant on one day, exactly how many days it will be until it's like the perfect time to harvest? Have you figured out that time? Because as you were saying before, you like have it all set up with Alexa and reminders and everything like that. Whereas for me, the way I do it is I'll log in and I'll look at the field, and I can tell by just looking at the field how many days it's going to be, because I've gotten used to the progression of it. But I haven't actually made the timing of like when the precise moment it would be, like how long until it would be perfect time to harvest. Compared to you're saying, for us it's easy with BSBs stashed full of thousands of cotton, but someone new with one cotton seed and one farming skill has to guard that one cotton tile that they have. Yeah. I mean, we've all been through that part of the game though. So you kind of plan on a Monday and a touch to harvest early Thursday. Okay. Are you sure? Like, that's really short. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that's 3 to 4 days. Well, let me think here. I planted today, this morning. I planted the fields today. Maybe I'll time it. Like, here's what my observation is that the planters, the large planters, because they're on a nice clockwork sort of system, the planters actually go faster than the ground. Okay, so when I have to harvest the planters is definitely shorter than when I have to harvest the ground. So the planters go like this. You plant them on day 1, it says 0 on them. 24 hours later, it'll have a 1. It says 24 hours. Another 24 hours, so 48 hours, that's 2 days. It'll say 2. Another day, it'll say 3. Another day, it'll say 4. And on the 5th day, after that last 24-hour period is up, you can harvest. So I feel like the large planters are 5-day cycle. So if I plant on a Monday, Monday to Tuesday is 1 day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If I plant on a Monday, they will be ready on a Saturday. And I would find that my ground crops would be ready on the Sunday. Seed quality is not factored in. It takes 3 days for you as far as you remember. That doesn't match with my observations. I haven't actually like physically timed it, but I'm only going based on the logic of how the planters work, right? The planters work on 24-hour cycles, almost on clockwork. Plant on the first day, and then 24 hours later, it'll be 1. That'd be 1 day later, it says 1. So, of course, then by the 5th day, when it says 5, that'll be exactly 5 days later. So planters, if you have it all in planters, it's exactly 5 days. For some reason, YouTube keeps pausing and asking me to confirm. Wonder if there's a way to like get rid of that. Anyway. Right, server restarts are going to, yeah, but the server restarts recently anyway have been on point. Okay, so according to the wiki, it's 3 to 5 real-life days. Right. And I guess restarts are happening like once every week or so, on average. Let's see. Uptime. Okay, that was a restart 2.5 days ago. Alright, I'm gonna have to take a quick bathroom break. And grab myself another drink. So I will be right back. All right. I am back. Hey, Gaffer. What's going on? Welcome, welcome. Sometimes you'll have ripe crops right after we start. Oh, yeah, you said that right before I left. Yeah. So in conclusion there, I do wish that there was a little bit more leeway in terms of making it so that you don't come back and log into a whole field worth of weeds. All right, so I finished my first drink, and I'm going on to drink number 2. Now this one is a special beer. It comes from, I don't know if you noticed, but the bottle's massive. This is right next to my head. And it comes from a brewery called Amsterdam Brewery. They're also based out of Toronto. And they're the brewery that I am ordering most from recently because they deliver it right to my door. And furthermore, it costs less money than it would if I went to the store and bought it. By quite a good amount too. It's not like a 10% discount or anything. It's like 40% less money. And they're delivering it to my door. So I can't say no to that. And then what's really nice about their brewery is that they have a whole system called the Adventure Brews. The Adventure Brews are essentially their exploration in beer brewing. And so they'll try out a new beer every month or so and sell it as an adventure brew. And I haven't gone wrong with any of their adventure brews. They're always really, really good. And so this one here, the premise behind this one is that all of the ingredients are grown and harvested in Ontario. So they're all local ingredients. And the type of beer this is a saison, which honestly I've never heard of that type of beer before. It turns out that it's kind of like a lager. It kind of reminds me of, so it's not exactly like a lager, but it almost reminds me of a beer that has gone through the lagering process. But it might have like different ingredients. If you're into beer, you might have heard that recently, anyway, these breweries they'll try all sorts of things to get different outcomes. And one thing that they've tried is the lagering process, which I'm not an expert on, so I don't really know exactly what it means. But it's like they'll take the ingredients that would normally make another beer, and then they would lager it. So like, for example, you can get these lagered ales, for example. So they're making an ale, but they're lagering it. To be honest, I don't know exactly what it is, but that's almost what it tastes like this is. It's not quite like a lager, but it has like that same kind of flavor. And they're calling it a saison. You guess there's no markup when you buy straight from them then? That's probably what it is. You save the markup compared to going to the store. In Ontario, particularly, there's quite a heavy tax on alcohol, especially in comparison to in the States. So if you're from the States, you might have an idea, a sense of like how much alcohol costs. And in Ontario, you should expect alcohol to cost a lot more. And that's because there's a tax, a huge tax that the government puts on it. That's been around for almost ever that I can remember anyway. All right, so this one I'm going to pour into a glass just because the bottle is, gosh, the bottle's like, I'm going to put it into this glass, but you can tell like the bottle is not going to fit in that glass. So it's going to be a couple pours, I think. What was interesting about this was the bottle's humongous. It's a 650 ml bottle. But the price of the beers weren't any more than their other stuff, you know? So, I don't know if you can see that, but the head on it is like very bubbly, like big bubbles. They're not like they're not the little foamy bubbles that you get in a stout or anything like that. They're like it's more like an ale. It looks like an ale. It looks like an ale, tastes like a lager. It's a interesting beer. It's like crisp, very crisp in comparison to the stout that I just had. Yeah, the name of that beer is called Homegrown for obvious reasons. All the ingredients are grown in Ontario. Yeah, I've definitely not been disappointed by this brewery. It's very good. All right, let's get back to Wurm talk then. So last week we got a flurry of communication from the devs. Between Keenan and Demona, there were at least 3 separate individual things that happened. Each one had their own kind of feel and content to it. We went through that on the last stream. So if you missed that and everything that happened leading up to that, you can go back and watch the VoD that I went through in detail, all the stuff. But the short version is we got a message from Keenan basically saying, like, sorry, we've been so silent lately. We are trying to fix that. And he said a bunch of stuff like about what we were going to expect. So we were supposed to be expecting a Valkyrie International, which we got from Demona, and that was chock full of stuff. We also were told we're going to get a update that was mostly bug fixes. We got that, which we got the big patch notes for, and we went through that. Nothing too big though in the patch notes. Not too much in that update. It was mostly just basic bug fixes, and there still seems to be a lot of stuff left to do on the animal husbandry front. But there was another thing that was said there that got me really excited and hopeful. And that was, there will be an additional post. Let's see if I can bring up exactly the wording here. Let's bring the forms over here. Where would it have been? Probably in City Hall. It was probably in this one, development update. Right, it was right here. Patches and future content. While tomorrow's patch will be a bug fix patch, we're still actively working on a few significant projects and sourcing suggestions for quality of life improvements. Okay, so that part makes me feel like they're working on quality of life improvements. We plan to make another post in a week or so regarding the previous detailed plans and where things currently stand. So I was like, yes, I can't wait. Like this is the post I'm waiting for. Like the big picture, where are we now within the course of the roadmap? What are we to look forward to moving forward from here? We kind of know like the minimal like beginning kind of bits about what we're supposed to be expecting. Like, for example, they're currently working on the exploration update, whatever that is. We also know that VR is something that they are developing, but we don't really know what that's going to look like or what the plan is for making sure that that is going to work. And we also have a few other items on the roadmap that was released. It's coming up to a year ago now, if you can believe it. So the last roadmap was a year ago. And a few items on there that haven't really been touched are docks. So building floating platforms out into the water that you can build on top of. Hanging items on walls. The exploration update, obviously, we haven't gotten yet. Am I missing something? Oh my god, Wurm in VR. Imagine a troll just sneaking up on you out of nowhere in VR. I know. I'm going to remain hopeful for VR, although I understand that there's going to be a lot of... How do I put it? A lot of challenges that the dev team are going to have to face when trying to implement VR. I am on the one side hopeful that they can get through those challenges. On the other side, I know that if they aren't able to resolve some of those problems, it actually is going to be really bad for the game as a whole, because it might bring in a whole bunch of VR type players to the game, only to have those players become very disappointed with the fact that VR actually doesn't really work very well. And then the bad reviews are going to ensue. So I'm worried for that on that hand. I'm hopeful that that doesn't happen. Right. Okay, so here's the thing, Jacqueline. I highly, highly doubt that they're going to be able to make the game where you are actually physically like moving your hand to chop. More likely, it will be I click a button still, like on the controller. And even actually, it might not even be controller, because honestly, this game is not effectively able to be played on a controller, right? So in fact, it might even be you put on your VR headset, but you're still holding onto your mouse and keyboard. It might even be that. We don't even know, right? So like, it's hard. This is where like knowing any communication that comes from the devs about this would be helpful, so that the players can sort of rationalize out in their mind like what to expect. I think expectations are something that need to be tempered here. And that over the past maybe 2 years, the devs have been doing a very poor job at tempering expectations. Okay, so in hindsight, you look back at the updates that have been happening over the past few years, and they're pretty okay updates. They're pretty decent. But the problem is that between the time that they announce what they're going to do and the time that they actually release it into the game, no expectations were tempered. And so people hear, oh, they're going to update the UI. And their minds go off on like all the different things that could potentially entail, and how much better the game might be after the new UI system is going to come in, and like the whole game is going to just mind-blowingly be changed to be this whole new game where we interact with the world in a more meaningful way through the new UI, right? And then like months go by and we're getting no information about the UI. Months, literally months, and everybody's like wild imagination is creating the best case scenario. Then we get an announcement. Okay, guys, we're going to be implementing the new UI. It's going to come on Thursday. We're like, wait, Thursday? Thursday's in 24 hours from now. Like, okay, we're getting the new UI, and we're all like excited. The new UI comes, and you're like looking at it, going, wait a minute. It's like the UI is exactly the same as it used to be. Like, it has everything is exactly the same. There's no difference in the new UI to the old UI except for the color is different. The shape might be a bit different. The functionality is identical to before. And then everybody just was like, this is just garbage. Like, why? Like, and it's mostly because we're comparing it to where our minds were going with what it was going to be. The same thing happened with the combat update. Oh boy, there's like this massive fly here, and he wants my beer. Go away. right? So my hope is that they get better at that process of trying to temper our expectations so that our minds don't wildly go off onto what it possibly could be, but rather we sort of get constrained by the scope that the devs have in mind for the update. Okay, so let's read what you guys are saying, because I know that once I bring up VR, it's like... So Gaffer mentioned something about people getting banned for cheating on how they find uniques. Is that Keenan's post? We can talk about that in just a second, but yes, it is in Enki's post in the GM hall if you want to go take a peek at that, but it's definitely on the docket for discussion in a bit. So Zetran, hey, how's it going? The VR community is used to shitty VR implementation. That is true. That is true. But wouldn't it be nice if they were pleasantly surprised by the implementation that they do in Wurm? Not that I'm like saying that that's going to be the case. All I'm saying is that wouldn't it be nice if they were to be pleasantly surprised? You know? That'd be nice. I'd like it if that happened. So Gaffer, you're saying you think you need VR content for a VR user experience. Yeah, that would be nice if they had VR content in the game. It is true that the best VR games are the ones that from the beginning of the development, the decision was made that they're going to make it a VR game. Those ones are the ones that tend to be the best. And the ones that get turned into a VR game after tend not to be that good, generally. I'd rather that they find a way to add VR to Wurm Unlimited or make a new version of VR and not mess with Wurm Online. That's an interesting idea. Not that they want to branch off another branch. Like, I think that branching Wurm Unlimited off was a mistake in the long run, and they felt that mistake over time, which is why they cut it off eventually. Yeah, right. So that, Pergy, you're saying the same thing I'm saying? Yeah. You're right back. Gonna get a snack. Okay. Got some candy. Nice. Yeah. So while I remain hopeful, I'm also trying my best to temper my expectations for what VR is going to be, because very likely it has a good possibility of being a bust. But back to the reason why I brought up all this, and that was this thing. So let's see. When was this post? September 22nd. Okay, let's see. September 22nd. So in about a week's time from September 22nd. Oh no, this is October. September. Where's September 22nd? Right here. September 22nd was a Wednesday. So in about a week's time would be the 29th. We are currently on the 2nd. So like, how much longer can we still consider it in about a week's time? Like, I mean, by the time I get to the 6th, that's going to be 2 weeks' time. So we can't, at that point, say that's about a week's time. Like, I know that they're trying, and you might notice this if you read their more recent posts like this. They're trying to be vague, right? They're trying to be vague on purpose because they know that there's a good possibility they can't uphold certain things that they're going to say. So while Keenan might be saying that there's a plan to make a post in a week or so, he's saying it in that way specifically because there is a high likelihood that that doesn't get upheld, and that it might be 2 or possibly 3 weeks or so. So while I understand that they want to say something here, it honestly could have not been said, right? Like, let's say they could have this plan to make this post, but I almost, whoa, okay, it's just a wildcat. They honestly could have said nothing about a post that they were planning to make. If you caught my reaction to this message last week, you would have noticed that that was one of the most exciting parts about everything that happened last week for me personally. The most exciting part about all the communication that we got before last week, which included all the new patch and everything like that. Out of everything, the most exciting part was this bit. And I was like so in anticipation that every day this week I went to the forums and refreshed the page and was waiting for that post to come. And exactly 1 week after this post, it didn't come. The next day I'm like, okay, it must be today. It must be Friday. Like if they didn't do it on Thursday, it must be Friday. They're probably not going to do it on the weekend. And I'm like refreshing the page on Friday afternoon. I'm like, man, it's not coming. Where's this post? Right? Like, if they had thought there was a possibility that that would happen, they could have easily just not said this and not gotten everybody's expectations to hear, only to have all of our our excitement to get plummeted back down again. It's about tempering expectations, like ensuring that people aren't brought on this roller coaster of becoming really hopeful and then all of a sudden becoming disappointed, only to be saying something that will get us hopeful again and then we get disappointed again. It would also be bad if that post comes and the post is empty of content, really. That would also be a bummer. So I don't know what to say about that anymore. But I don't know. I'm hoping. I'm hopeful still. I'll always remain hopeful. If you guys have been around on this stream for a while now, you'll know that I'm an optimistic type person. And while I understand the perspective of a lot of people who have lost faith and who have become disappointed so many times with what's happened in terms of updates, stuff in this game, to just completely just drop the game and just be like, forget it. Like I'm not gonna let myself be put on this emotional roller coaster anymore. You have Wurm Unlimited 2, but it messed up your PC. Like it glitched, or it messed up on your PC. You tried to make maps and everything was underwater, and guards were floating, but the starting time... Oh, okay, so this was... You're trying to make your own map, it sounds like. Wait, were you trying to make your own map, or were you just using like the map that came with Wurm Unlimited, or were you trying to import different maps? Like I can see that if you're trying to import a map and something went wrong in that process. Right, using the map generator. Yeah, I can imagine that happening. Anyway, my hope is that we get some kind of information about where the devs' minds are at in terms of what's going to come in the future. It does sound like they're still going to be working on the animal husbandry update to make that better. It does feel like, based on what the devs are saying, that they're going to try to improve upon the communication. I think that a lot of the community has tempered their expectations now and understand that the ability for the devs to create content in this game is limited due to the fact that the team is small. And I also feel like the ability has become more limited by the fact that the game is now owned by a corporate company as opposed to some guy like it used to be. When Rolf was the owner of Wurm, it felt like there was a lot more freedom and flexibility to try things out even if it's going to mess stuff up. And so they would do things like get people who are just volunteers to try to work on stuff in this game. Which is risky, right? It's risky to get a volunteer person to just like create a new system in this game. But it seemed to always work for Wurm. And the reason why this game is what it is because of all the countless volunteer devs that have come and gone and left their mark on this game in some form or another. And that we've had some really notably important volunteer devs who really push this game forward. And actually that even includes Samuel, who was a volunteer dev for a long time and added his mark to the game in a lot of different ways over the years. I feel that once Game Chess Group got a hold of this game, it was around that time that things kind of changed in terms of how the game was updated. The flow of the updates, the meaningfulness and the content that was added. And because I don't really know the background of what's exactly happening, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, if that's really what it was or whether things could potentially get better. I don't know. It's hard to say. But we'll see. I'm hopeful. I'm kind of interested to know what is planned for this exploration update. And that's part of the thing that I was like hopeful for this thing, like this post here. Like maybe this post might give us some insight as to the scope of the exploration update, along with the scope of future planned content releases. I'm hopeful. We'll see. Okay. So that's my rant on that. I can't wait for that post still. So let's go take a look at this thing. Because this thing is another thing that happened. I'm just going to scroll down here for a second. Okay, so the last thing that happened here was the NKC's Red post. Which, boy, was that a controversial post. that one raised a ton of like issues. But that's for another moment, maybe for later. But for now, let's talk about this one. Because I heard about this from actually a couple different places before it was officially posted. Apparently, it was posted yesterday night. Now, for those of you who don't know, the GM Hall is where you'll see all the rules and GM announcements, but there's the sub-forum called the Gallows. And the Gallows is designed specifically for when somebody gets banned for something, or does something terrible enough to at least be considered for permanently banning. We will get an official post here that explains sort of the situation. This was something that got added a while back because, like, you guys remember when the Steam launch happened and there was a whole bunch of posts on the Steam reviews that were talking about how the GMs were like biased, or that they made, that they're corrupt or whatever it is. Like all of these reviews about corruption in the GMs. So that sentiment has been a problem for Wurm for far longer than the Steam launch. And it happens because somebody cheats, gets banned, and then they feel like they shouldn't have been banned for what they did. And so they feel animosity towards the GM team enough to go to the forum post and say, GM team is so corrupt, blah, 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 blah. Okay, now I'm not saying that there haven't been morally questionable things that has happened in Wurm's past, but the other thing to consider is that Wurm has long since been an independent game that is, fostered a small community. A lot of the community have been volunteer helpers for the game. And of course, there's going to be situations in which a person gets brought on as a volunteer helper and that person is not genuine and does something poor, makes some poor choice. But from my experience over the years, the GM team handles those situations fairly. That if a GM is considered to have made improper choices, they might get another chance at it, but not too many extra chances, and they get kicked off. Okay, so that's the reason why Wurm has this bad reputation in that regard. But one of the things that they did was add this gallows section of the forums, which is where they are trying to be as transparent as they can about the decisions that they make regarding bans. Okay, so that it's very clear. This way, the people who get banned can't come onto the forums and say the GM's unfairly banned me. Because at least now we have both sides of the story. Okay, so here's the side of this story. And by the way, I'm a big fan of how Enki puts these posts. I really like his wit and his humor. So it starts with a little heart. Or at least maybe that heart comes from the fact that it's a popular post. 60 hearts. That's why it has the heart. Okay. The Freedom Isle Society for the Prevention of Cruel and Unusual Dismemberment of Dragons, Drakes, and Creatures of Royal Lineage. Or FISPCUDDDCRL for short. Game Masters has been closely monitoring all black market activity with regard to the sales of body parts that have been seen coming from several chop shops that have set up in the region. Okay, this is particularly referring to the unique slaying hunt, the unique hunters, essentially. Those people who go around looking for their uniques and capturing them and slaying them and then selling all of the bits that come off of them. After much investigation / log reading and many donut-heavy stakeouts, actually this one is pretty much accurate, we have witnessed and recorded events and rituals that are otherwise impossible without the use of forbidden magics, i.e. cheating. We have known for some time that something unusual was going on, and we had to assemble an elite team of mercenaries and spend a huge amount of time collecting enough information to determine what is legitimate by mechanics, unique hunting and slaying, and what is definitely not. Yeah, magics, I know. It's great the way he put this. Some hunting groups, we could clearly tell, were hunting unique creatures as intended. And then there was the other group. Yeah. During many months of detailed work of collecting physical and logged evidence, we witnessed members of this group on multiple occasions sail onto another server, land on a section of shore, then travel directly to where we had manually placed a unique creature for monitoring. Okay, so Nin, I think you called it before, but it sounds to me like the GM team had suspicions that there were a group of people who had some way of determining through the code or something the location of uniques through third-party software by cheating. And so, what the GM team decided to do to catch them was to manually spawn a unique creature and potentially make it invisible or something make it not visible by the group. And they would watch what would happen. And what they saw was a group of people would come up to that area that they spawned that creature and look around. And it says here, once at the location, they stopped, looked around for a moment, then went directly back to the boat and off the server. These uniques were not at their general spawn areas and were fully protected by our team. There is no possible legal way for anyone to find these protected unique creatures with the normal client, and yet, more than once, this group demonstrated that they could, via the use of a third-party cheat. Needless to say, we are not happy with all these people using a third-party hack, as we consider this to be an egregious violation of our terms and services, as well as a despicable theft of an enjoyable part of the game that the entire Wurm Online community should have equal opportunity to access. There is still some discussion concerning some of the people involved, but a rather large group has already been permanently banned from Wurm Online for profiting from these cheats while robbing our greater Wurm Online community of natural opportunities to participate in a very fun and engaging aspect of our game. Thank you for your time, Enki, Chief Bison of the Fispugler Lodge. Head game master. Alright, so let's see what you guys are saying. Magics. Thankfully, no one on NFI, or it would have been a pain for us to ever get one. Yeah, so this was all happening on SFI. And you hate cheaters in the game, they ruin the fun. You don't like hackers either. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. So this was happening on SFI. It's good to know. Yeah, he enjoyed that too much. Ban him. Yeah. It does kind of suck that this was probably happening and going on for some time. And it does sound like the GMs did take the time and effort to get these people identified and banned. It doesn't feel like something that, because they have to get all the evidence, right? They have to, if they're going to ban someone, it's not like they can just ban them. Like, that's how it used to be back in the day, like a long time ago. That's what would happen, is that they would just ban someone who was just suspected of cheating. And of course, it would be reviewed while the ban was happening, but it's almost like they can't do that anymore with the current sort of community and the way that the reviews on the Steam page have blown the whole situation out of proportion, right? Because if they go and ban someone, instantly they would get what's it called? Accused of unfairly banning people. So it seems like they have to cross their T's and dot their I's and make sure that they have all the evidence, kind of like in real life, which sometimes drags down that process. So yeah, years probably, exactly, right? Like, so this is what I'm trying to say, is that meanwhile, while the devs and the GMs are trying to figure it all out and gather the evidence and make their case, these people are doing this for years. You wonder how big the group was? Yeah, it was probably quite a large group. Uniques have always posed drama in this game. Like, the drama around uniques is just... I don't think there's ever been a time where unique hunting has ever not been drama-ridden. At least as far as I've been playing. So Steam may have politics of their own regarding bans that games are required to follow. That is true. Never thought about that. I wonder if that is the case. I almost feel, though, that each game has their own terms of service. But I can see that if they're, you know, thinking on the lines of like independent games where their terms of service, like it's some guy making a game, right? And that person's not a legal expert and so may not have the most robust terms of service, in which case Steam might have something there. Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, but I can see a possibility of that. Well, it's good to know that the GMs did catch these people and dealt with it, and potentially are probably still dealing with it. Why can't I read? I'm too far away. And I'm probably putting it into the wrong one. That one's full. That one's not. Whoops. Okay. And again, my music is turned off. It's like doing that thing that Netflix does where if you've been, you're watching to a Netflix show and then eventually it like pauses for a second and says, "Are you still watching?" So Steam requires the game to have a certain stuff in their TOS. Okay, that's probably, I can see that. Yeah, okay, so Steam is just a platform. They have the no RMT requirement as the main thing. That is true. No, it's not buffering. It like literally brings up a pop-up saying, "Would you like to continue listening?" And you have to say yes. Kind of like something weird built into the system. Like it might be something that if you pay for YouTube Premium, that you can control that. Kind of like with Insta, it does that on Insta too. Yeah, and I know Netflix does it too. Yeah, on some things, yeah. Well, it's good to know that the dev team, the GM team, deals with these sorts of things. And it's also good to see that over the last few days that there have been communications from the dev team and the GM team. Like, it feels like things are kind of sliding back into a groove. I do hope that things are going to keep improving in this way and that we do keep getting communication of the sort that we've seen over the last couple weeks. It would be nice. Now you wish to hear a recording of Enki singing Fist Buckle Clear All. Let's hope the water trait gets changed. Yeah, I saw a nice suggestion about that one today. The Swedish could probably pronounce that. Nice. 49 miscellaneous. Yep, getting there. Yeah, that water trait though. That trait is like garbage. There's a whole bunch of traits that are like this that I think that they didn't really think through the process of the new traits. Ooh, a Supreme Iron Chisel. I'm getting distracted. Let's go look at that. Okay, this is on Southern, so forget that. What was I looking for? I was looking for... Oh yeah, okay, so here. It's like getting bumped up a little bit here. This one here. And it actually brought up like good points. So this is Stan Lee. He's the one who is committing to making all the uniques public slayings. Like he does a big public slaying every time that he gets his hands on one. But he's referring specifically to the "it seems accustomed to water" trait. This is a brand new trait with the new animal husbandry system. And what it does is it makes horses and whatever animal that have this trait move faster in shallow water. Okay. Now, what he suggesting is that in order to make advantage of this trait, what we're going to have to do is take every single road that's in the game and dig it all down so that it looks like this road. Right? Like, and when he said that, I was like, right. That's what we would have to do. Like, we would have to make it so that every road in the game... Oh boy. Ah! Panic. What is happening here? I can't somehow get to this screen. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Keep going. Oh. I got it. I'm not too worried. Now, like, Xander on his own against that thing? Mm-mm. But he can survive a little bit. I should probably work on Xander's fight skill a little bit. I really haven't. I think it's still like under 20 or something. Okay, where was I? Right. So it really was this like bit here that made me realize, like, yeah, like if we did want to optimize for things, which, let's face it, this game is all about trying to get better and progress and get more optimal, faster action timers, etc., etc. And if we want to use that trait as most to its fullest extent, we would literally have to go around to every single road in the game and dig it down to just underneath the water level. Like, and then he goes on to say, like, wouldn't it, like, where is he saying it? This'll look great dug into water, I swear. Right? Like, well, I have to go back down and see what Oblivion Reader says. Oh yeah, I did read what he said. Hey, you wrote this post, and hi. Hey, Half There. Okay, so Half There, you're Stan Lee? This is you? Because if so, I completely agree with this post. And I also really appreciate that you're committed to making all of the slayings that you have made public on Southern Freedom Miles. Yes, it's really him. Okay, good to know. I very much appreciate that. And you know, I've been saying, like, we need a Stan Lee on the northern server. The northern servers. We need that sort of mentality. So yeah, I think this is just hilarious though. Like that, because I've always thought that water trait is just terrible. Like, it's such a terrible trait that, to me, in the way that I had never thought of this point, but this point is brilliant. But I was always basically saying, like, the max horse is a 3-speed traded horse. Like, if I have a 3-speeded traded horse that did not have the water trait, and I compare that to a 4-speed that does have the water trait, to me, those two horses are equivalent. Because there's so few instances in which you're going to be riding in shallow water that you don't get stuck on, that it literally doesn't make sense to have that trait. Like, there's no additional benefit. You may as well spend those points on some other trait. That's not a speed trait then. So you've been in contact with some of the slaying crews in Northern Freedom, some of the semi-public ones, but the Bones Reserve slayings have been my contribution so far. Nice, good. So, and I've been to a bunch of those ones. You know, just the ones where I get a piece of scale and the blood, particularly. Those ones I really appreciate, so that's good. A rare retro has appeared. Oh, hey, Arch Play Stuff. Missed that. It's him, but He's only around for a bit. He's half there. Good one. Not retro anymore. You escaped. You are now Arch. Welcome, welcome. Nice of you to stop in. So yeah, like, anyway, as I said, I'll say it again. This is such a clever point to make. And instead of making it the way that I did, which is to say that that fourth trait is useless, you're putting it in this way. In order to make them useful, we shall need to now dig all of the roads into the water like this. So let's get on it, people. Let's dig every single road into the water. But to be serious, your suggestion actually is like super good. Like, instead of have it so that they go faster in water, make it so that they are accustomed to roads. Make the trait called accustomed to roads as opposed to accustomed to water, and make it so that they move faster on roads. Like, that makes complete sense. Even in the real world it makes sense, right? Because horses are not naturally accustomed to roads, right? They normally run through plains and fields and all sorts of things. And that, in fact, when they walk on roads, they need horseshoes in order to protect their hoofs and things, like, and that, you know, so, like, I think this is a brilliant idea. Okay, so we have to go down, apparently. Yeah, and Gaffer, you're saying good idea as well. Honestly, this makes sense. It makes sense? Sense? Okay. So Oblivion Reaver's post says, people improving highways by making them kick you off your horse randomly doing being half underwater is great. What do you mean? Right. Because, like, when you do find a natural area of water in which you can ride your horse, it is very often that you can't just ride your horse through that because it gets too deep and you get stuck. Fun fact, that the highway in the water is actually a perfect one that doesn't throw you off the horse. Yes. So, like, I know I've seen some highways that are dug like this, but most of them are designed like this so that you can have a gnar go over it, right? Like, it's like a little canal or something. Some more candy. It's a point that's been in the back of my head since it was introduced, and I wanted to see what the big rebalance did before posting it. Fair enough, and it's kind of sad to see what happened with that big rebalancing, because I think the big things that needed rebalancing didn't get rebalanced yet. What was the other one? The other thing that I think... Right. So it's the easy on its gear trait. I think there's something wrong with that trait, right? Because it seems to me that a horse that's hitched to a cart doesn't damage its gear for some reason. And whether that's a bug or intended is besides the point. Well, maybe it's not besides the point. It does relate, but it seems like horses hitched to wagons or carts don't damage their gear, and yet there's a trait, a draft trait, particularly that it's a draft trait, I don't know, that makes it so that they damage their gear less. But since they don't damage their gear at all, the trait does nothing. And so maybe it's just that it's a bug, that they don't damage their gear, and they can fix the bug so that their gear now does damage, then the trait works. But I still have a gripe with it, even if that was the case. And the gripe is this. I don't understand why that is a draft trait. Because it doesn't improve the pulling of the carts like draft traits do. And there are other horses that aren't draft horses that also damage their gear and could probably make use of that trait as well. So my suggestion would be to first fix the bug that makes it so that horses hitched to carts actually damage their gear, and secondly, make it so that that trait becomes a miscellaneous trait that you can have on either a speed horse or a draft horse, right? Like, what they could have done is made it so that there are 3 main speed traits and 3 main draft traits, which then leaves open a few extra traits that you can throw in that are miscellaneous traits that will do a wide variety of things for you. Okay? And also, I also suggest that there should be so many of them that you have to pick and choose which ones you want, and there will still be ones that you can't get onto your horses even though you want them. This will make it so that there's much more variety in the types of horses that get produced. Have more traits than you possibly can put on that you would want on. And this way you have to pick and choose, right? And then you can have, I don't know. Anyway, let's see what you guys are saying. It isn't useless, it's worse than useless. It's positively harmful. Oh, you were thanking me the other day. You pushed a mailbox 2 locals. Wow. Nice. Yes. And that's not very far. Why can't mailboxes be loaded into carts? I wonder. It could be draft so it doesn't take up speed slots. Right, but I mean, like, this whole taking up slots things I think is kind of like weird too. Like, I almost feel as though let me see if I can put this another way. Breeders should be given the opportunity to customize their herd to fit a particular niche, like a particular use, right? So like this was the basic idea with the speed and draft, right? Like I'm going to create horses that are like riding horses that can go fast, and then I'm going to create horses that can pull carts so that they can go fast, right? Like ultimately both of those speed and draft traits are literally the same kind of thing, just for 2 different situations. You want to make them go fast. But then there's these other traits. Like before in the old system, we would have a trait like Spark. It has a spark in the eye. And this was a desirable trait. People would want to get the 5 speed traits and then Spark, because Spark made the horse live longer. Right? It was desirable to have that on your horses. But it wasn't necessarily one that would make your horse go faster. Deck Dust. Thank you so much for that sub. That was very much appreciated. Okay, now I'm getting distracted. Okay, so Spark, right. So in the old system, they would have 5 speed and then Spark, right? And then maybe another breeder might be like, okay, well, I kind of also like the Tough Bugger trait or whatever else other trait seems healthy, whatever it is. And so they would increase their animal husbandry so they can get that other trait in there, okay? Like, I honestly feel like that system is good in the premise. The premise of that system is good. The issue with that system was that you can get the fastest horse Deck Dust. Thank you so much. That's 2 gifted subs. One went to Jetson and one went to Frank Hats. That is very generous of you. Thank you so much. You're very welcome, Deck Dust. That's very generous. Very much appreciated. Okay, so just hold off for a second here because I'm trying to get through like this thought process here. I'm like getting thrown off. Okay, so where was I? So the old system, we got the 5 traits and like an extra. You might want these extra traits that don't necessarily make the horses go faster, but do other things, right? So I kind of feel like that idea should have been implemented into the new system where we have the traits that make the horses go faster, right? Because faster is what everybody wants as a primary thing, right? You want your carts to go faster, and you want your horses to go faster, okay? So like there's the ones that make things go faster should be like a category unto its own, in which we are all kind of wanting to get those ones. But then there are these other ones that don't make your horse go faster, but do miscellaneous things, like, for example, the spark in its eye. Okay, and we can debate parity, but whether or not spark in its eye is worthwhile or not. But my point here is that it is a trait that does not make the horse go faster, but rather does something else that some people might desire. Okay, so I would categorize the easy on its gear into this, right? It doesn't make the horse go faster, but it's desirable, right? Because like if you're riding your horse, it makes the gear damage less, and therefore it lasts longer to keep making your horse go faster. And we would want that on both draft horses that pull carts, and also we would want that on horses that don't pull carts. Okay, another trait that that follows this is like the one that makes it so that it climbs steeper slopes. Okay, wouldn't it be nice if either the horses that pull your cart or the horses that you ride could climb steeper slopes? That would be really nice. Everybody might want that. But this doesn't necessarily make your horse go faster. It is kind of like in the same category of a miscellaneous trait. And they kind of added a bunch of these kinds of traits, you know, but they would assign it to either draft or they would assign it to the speed. But what if, like, there was just, let's say, three speed traits and 3 draft traits? I'm not saying this is the ideal system, but like I'm just spitballing here, right? Let's say there's like 3 speed traits that make riding horses go faster, and you have 3 draft traits that make draft horses pull carts faster, okay? Once you have those 3, then let's say there's 10 others that you can pick from, and all of them have a desirable effect. But you only have space to put a few, and you have to pick which ones that you want on yours. Do you want your horses to climb slopes faster? Do you want them to be easier on their gear? Do you want them to live longer? Do you want them to... And you can just keep adding a whole bunch of these types of things there, so that you have to pick and choose what kind of horse that you want. And you can even put miscellaneous traits that are better for draft horses. You can put miscellaneous traits that are better for riding horses. Of course, there's also the output traits for the output type animals. Hey Vita, how's it going? And Dezo Bog for the gifted subs. And Half There, you're saying, I'm scared to do much testing because I'm afraid that I'll find speed horses are better on a cart that isn't overloaded. I'm finding that draft horses are actually kind of OP. Particularly draft hell horses. So Boris to Score had gifted me 2 4 draft traded hell horses. I put them on my cart, put some horseshoes on them, and the cart goes 37 kilometers an hour. And I'm like, I don't even have a horse that travels 37 kilometers an hour. These draft hell horses are just insane. Surely that bug, he said, isn't a thing. I say examining my cart horses and finding there's no damage on their shoes. I know, seriously, right? Like, right? It's kind of weird. They never damage their gear. I was under the impression this was intentional. I mean, maybe, but it doesn't feel right, you know? It doesn't feel right. It almost feels like they should be damaging their gear. Also seems you can put barding on hitch courses and they add weight, and the added weight has no effect. I did not know that. That's interesting. So adding barding onto hitched horses on a cart don't slow the cart down. That's something seems a bit off there, but yeah. Although to me, I'd actually be fine if they completely removed the speed reduction from bardings. because bardings don't actually add any functionality to the horse. And I'm not including PvP here because maybe there is functionality to barding in PvP. I wonder though to what effect it has. Like, is that going to be the make or break that your horse has barding and the opponents don't? But anyway, the point is that I feel like barding shouldn't slow stuff down. What about unicorns? I live near a steppe, so lots of unicorn spawns. Thinking of dropping some silver into nice enchanted gear for one. They have 30 body strength, so it should be fast with me and the saddlebags full of fragments. Yeah, like, I almost feel like unicorns completely got neglected in this update. And there was a huge potential there because they already have this, you know, additional animal that you can ride. And it has a special feature where you can have a passenger on the unicorn, right? Like, unicorns have that, but they've always been slow in comparison to horses. And I was wondering, like, maybe there could be some balancing done there where unicorns can actually become a thing. But they literally weren't touched on this update, and I kind of feel like they're left in a spot that's not. Now, I don't know about the saddlebag full of fragments and the 30 body strength bit. It is possible that they are slowed down less by weight, but it would take a bit to test that, right? And I'm honestly not sure. You mean, obviously climbing slopes faster goes under mandatory trait. Yeah, but climbing slopes faster is not even a trait that was added. The slope trait is the one where it makes it so that you can climb steeper slopes. You know how, like, if the slope is 40 and you run your horse right up to that slope, it just like literally gets stopped. But if you have that trait where it can climb steeper slopes, then it will climb a 40 slope, maybe a 42 slope. I actually haven't tested it, so I don't know how high it can climb. But honestly, here's the catch, right? Because the climb steeper slopes is a draft trait, and it's a rare one at that, if you want your wagon to be able to climb steeper slopes, guess what? You would need all four of your horses would need that trait. And there's no possibility of getting that trait on a speed horse, like on a riding horse, right? Which that just feels wrong to me. Like, I kind of want my riding horse to also be able to climb steeper slopes. And I also feel like it's kind of annoying that it's such a rare trait and you would need all of the horses hitched to the cart to be able to have that trait for it to be useful. So to me, it's a useless trait. Practically, in a practical situation, it's very useless. So Vida, I was in your recommended streams, but you never heard of Wurm Online? Interesting. Okay, I love this. It's very rare that I get this opportunity to talk to somebody who doesn't know anything about Wurm Online. And currently, what I'm doing is kind of boring in comparison to what you could be doing. But this game, Wurm Online, is an open world sandbox MMO. So just that alone might give you an idea. It's an MMO, meaning I'll log into the server and there's lots of people who are playing. It's a sandbox, meaning you can build whatever you like. Everything that you see built in this game is player created. You can shape the land however you like. You can dig the slopes and make flattened areas. You can go to the top of that mountain up there, for example, and flatten it off and build a castle up there if you like. The building is relatively freeform in the sense that the whole game's kind of tile-based, but you can build walls on every edge of of all the tiles. And so you're building structures wall by wall. And there's lots of different materials that you can use for each wall. There's windows and doors and all sorts of things that you can build. You can place down a plot, like they call it a deed in this game. It's like a way of owning land. So you can like own a certain amount of land. You can farm. You can mine resources. You can use those resources in a really, really rich crafting system. You can make all sorts of different things. Like I had to craft that wagon there, and these horses were bred to have specific traits. So you can breed animals. All these crates I brought with me to carry the peat that I'm collecting right now. It's a relatively grindy game, but open-ended in the sense that there's no direction that the game gives you to go grind certain things. You get to choose what you want to be doing. So right now, I'm doing something relatively what most people would consider grindy. I'm just sitting here digging this peat. But the peat that I'm collecting is going to be used for something that I'm doing on my deed over there. And you can find yourself collecting all sorts of different things. Each one of these trees I could chop down and harvest the wood. And some of them have different, so this one here is apple tree. So when apples are in season, I can pick the apples and use the apples to make apple juice if I want to, or all sorts of other things. I can make apple gin even. There's lots of things that the fruit are useful for. There's like tons of different fruits and nuts and berries and stuff to harvest if that's the type of thing you like to do. I find that a lot of people like that aspect of the game, is the gathering of the resources to be used for the crafting. There's a player-driven economy that is unlike any in any other game. Maybe EVE Online is another one that's similar. What's the start leveling system? The stat leveling system? Okay, so the leveling system is where when you perform an action, so here's my skills. Every time I finish performing an action, I gain certain skills, and it's sort of like somewhat random whether I'll get a skill in it or not, but each action is associated with a certain set of skills for which you can get, and the leveling system for each individual skill goes from 1 to 100, and as you get higher and higher, it gets slower and slower, so that you'll never actually really hit 100, but yeah, you can get up to 100 in each of the skills. Here, I'll show you the list of skills that you can. I'll have to expand the whole list, but here's the list of skills. You'll notice a lot of them are at 1. That just means I've never picked up a shield and used it on this character before. So this character is completely useless with shields. So there's all the crafting skills like carpentry, bowery, fletching, fine carpentry, toy making, shipbuilding. You can build the boats that will travel through the waterways. There's several servers, and depending on what cluster you're on, you can like sail from one server to the next just by sailing to the board. Like every map is kind of like surrounded by water, so you can just go out to the outside and just sail this way, and you'll end up on another server where a whole bunch of other people live. Yeah, so like that's how the skilling works. It's just you literally do stuff and your skills go up. Okay, Jacqueline's saying it's a great community. Totally is. It's probably one of the nicest communities out there. Oh, okay, so I gotta go back here. So Deck Dust, you're saying it does seem weird to me that the unicorn is an awesome animal and it's already hard to get gear for them. Gold so it seems useless. I know. Unfortunately, it is. How did I get into Hell Horses? Priest just cast Charm Animal. I'm stuck using Draft Bison on your wagon. So I honestly, like, I grabbed this Hell Horse here from the step. Actually, that step right there. I just went over there and grabbed that Hell Horse, and it was like a wild Hell Horse. And that's what I'm using on my carts, because wild Hell Horses pull carts better than pretty much almost every other animal. Wild Hell Horses are better than full draft horses. I feel. Insider info. I know at least one dev who has been looking into making unicorns competitive. Interesting. How did I get into... Okay, so yeah. Wagon at 18 kilometers is actually not so bad. But I have 2 wild hell horses and 4 draft hell horses on that wagon, and it goes 27. So that might give you an idea of... It's like 50% faster. Make them rideable without needing taming. Yeah, like make them a rideable animal. I think that I don't see any problem with making unicorns rideable animals. Can I just point out bears? I know bears are rideable. You can ride crocodiles in this game. Hell horses unhitch at old, which is a problem. Actually, yeah, they unhitch actually just a little bit before old, but yeah, it is a problem. You either need a breeding setup or a lot of faux Electromoons. Yeah. I'm planning on doing the faux Electromoon pass. If you're only hitching, however, you'll never want to tame them ever. Just brand and put gear on and hitch. Yeah, they'll attack each other while hitched if you tame them, even if you untame. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't even tame them. Hey, Sergeant Scully, how's it going? Hello, how are you? Issue is horses become extremely redundant if this is done. That's true. I really hope that they do some balancing there. You can use iron gear on horses, yeah, but it's not that much harder to get silver or gold. It's honestly not. Wait, what's happening? Oh, I'm full. Okay, and this must be full. Okay, these ones are almost getting full. Like this. Oh, I see. I didn't fill this one. Okay. Here we go. Let's fill this one. Shieldless, I know. That's me. Put it this way. Would you use a horse again once you have some silver shoes? I sure wouldn't. It's true. I wouldn't either. Which is why I feel like they need to balance that somehow. Balance it in a way where... Uh-oh, I'm lagging. Yeah, balance it in a way where... I don't feel like unicorns should be better than horses. But I feel like it would be balanced enough if they make unicorns exactly the same as horses in terms of their speed. Keep it so they have to have silver or gold horseshoes or electrum horseshoes. And then the benefit is that you get an extra rider, which is, like, honestly, not that much of a benefit. But then also make it so that when they have a second rider, you don't get slowed down as much as it does currently, because it seems completely gimped right now when you have a second rider on a unicorn. Like, you're going 7 kilometers an hour or something, which is like... I don't honestly think that there's going to be people who don't use horses anymore. Currently, there's no reason really to use horses on carts anymore. So like already draft horses, I don't see a reason for draft horses. Because you have now, like, you already had draft bison, which were better, and then you now have draft mules, which are way better than draft horses. And draft hell horses, which are way better than draft mules. So like horses all of a sudden became a third tier. You know, do wild hell horses not attack you on a wagon? They do attack you, but they don't attack you when you're riding the wagon. But they'll attack you when they're next to you on the wagon. So you see how like I positioned my wagon there so that the hell horses are away from me? Because if I put my wagon right here, I would get attacked. So you just want to confirm I can lead a few hell horses, brand them, and then just attach to my wagon. No taming. You got it. And then you can also put gear, like horseshoes on them. No taming. Just branded. Looks like you missed quite a bit of the stream. Did you miss anything exciting? There was a few things. And Vida, thanks for the follow. We did discuss the current banning that happened. A whole bunch of people were cheating in the game and they got banned, and you can go check the forum post for Enki put a post there that describes what happened. Did YouTube just stop again? I need to figure out another solution for music here besides YouTube. Interesting. You think you should check it out? Totally. So if you want to check it out, I'm gonna put the website here. Okay, so at that website, that's the Wurm Online website. It's also on Steam, but you can get the game on the separate client, or you can get it through Steam. Either one works just fine. And what did I need the peat for? Oh yeah, there's like a whole bunch of stuff that you missed here. Unicorns should also be rarer than horses. That is true. But once you get a male and a female and you start breeding them, then I don't think there's really much way that you can control the rarity of them. Or maybe it's like you can make them harder to breed, or the gestation period is longer, or I don't know. Make sure to brand because spirit guards will go for them. Yes, you got to brand the hell horses. Well, I just want to confirm. I can lead a few hell horses, brand them, and then just attach. Yeah. Jewel crafting versus blacksmithing for the gold, silver who's. True. Is that the case? Jewel crafting is the skill required for gold and silver shoes, or is that what you're suggesting, Nin? The advantage of unicorns currently is that their traits never turn off. They're always at maximum speed, which is how horse speed varies. Okay. And hell horses have their traits almost never turn off. Yes, I have noticed that hell horses sometimes have their traits turned off. And I always thought that was like that they never turned off, but I did notice my hell horses turn off a little bit there. You sat here the entire time thinking I would have to get 80 taming to use hell horses. No, you can just grab a hell horse and just put it on a cart even as a new character. See, we on the old servers when we used to play, we never really got into the hell horses because we were kind of thinking the same thing you were, decked, in like that it would take some effort or some skill of some kind. But we realized before the Steam launch that you actually can just go to the step and grab a wild hell horse. So it was literally one of the first things we did when the servers opened was we went over to the step and grabbed a couple wild hell horses each. And we haven't turned back. Yeah, you saw that post, some kind of third-party hack? Yes, totally. Imagine a trait that makes hell horses not attack you, or not having to ruin them for age reduction. It is the way that they decided to make it so to balance hell horses, right? So hell horses can go faster, but at the cost of, and this is the cost, that they de-hitch and they attack you. Yeah, you're losing your competitor. It's such a shame. There is now more uniques to go around, which is good. You ride all over the place in hopes that someday you'll run into a unique. Well, turns out I think that stuff was, all that cheating was happening on the older servers. Okay, so what data center shard are you on? Would like to have a chance to see you in game at a later point. Sure, so all the servers physically are located in Sweden, I think. So this game is not big enough that it has like North American servers and European servers separate. It's all in one spot. I do find the lag isn't terrible. Like you can see the refreshing that happens down here, so it's not like terrible. Besides, it's not a game that lag makes a difference. But I'm on the Melody server. Melody. Now, the servers are split up into two clusters. The first cluster is the one that's titled Freedom, but really it's now titled Southern Freedom Isles. The Southern Freedom Isles are the older servers. They're still older or newer, it doesn't matter. They're basically the same in terms of what you can do on them. There are definitely more older servers than there are newer ones, and they're more well established, but they're completely separate from the new ones that launched last year. The ones that launched last year are called the Northern Freedom Isles, and there's only, Defiance is a PvP server. The other 3 are not. They're PvE. And I'm on the small one, Melody. But the thing is that as long as you're on any one of these 3 servers, we can travel between them freely. I often travel to Cadence and Harmony, so any one of these 3 is just perfectly fine if you want to, you know, bump into me at some point. But I'm mostly residing on Melody, so Melody, I'm living over here on this peninsula over here, which is really full of deeds. There's really not much space in here anymore. Where I traveled to get the peat patch that I'm at is somewhere, I want to say it's somewhere right in this vicinity here. It's probably this little brown little spot there. That's where I'm currently. Hey Phoenixus, how's it going? Okay, so yes, that's how it is currently. Interesting. Okay, so gold and silver shoes imp with jewel crafting. I don't think I ever knew that. Your internet sucks tonight. Keep getting disconnected. That does suck. You're in the UK, works for me. I'll enjoy my low ping. Yeah. I'm scared I'll get too many uniques. Oh, another thing, Vida, is that this game has a free-to-play option. Like, it's free to download and try, and you'll essentially have the exact same capabilities at the beginning as a person who's paid up to a certain point. Okay, so as a free-to-play player, all of your skills are capped at 20. So it's mostly like, it's kind of like a free-to-try situation, right? Like you try it out, you're skilling up just like any other person would be skilling up to 20. So you get to experience the game up to that point. By the time you do get to 20 and a few skills, you've probably got a good sense of whether or not this game is for you. And I'm going to warn you that the game isn't for everyone. It's definitely a... Thanks for that sub, Vida. Yeah, thank you so much. You don't mind paying for a good experience? Yeah, totally. And so it is one of these things where, like, you get, you know, try it for free for a bit. Just see what the game is like for you, because it is a grindy game. Things take time. Like, you'll notice I'm sitting here, like, in the action bar goes, and then when the action bar finishes, I'm digging, right? Like, it's just like one piece at a time. So it takes a lot of... So I'm sitting here just digging, and if I wasn't streaming, like, this is what I'd be doing. I'd be sitting here, like, alt-tabbing between my characters, digging. You know? You like grinding and seeing meaningless number goes up? Okay. All right. So this... You said the magic words. You like seeing numbers go up. This is the game for you, then. Because this is a numbers go up game. 100%. Not to say that everybody plays that way. There are a lot of people who don't focus on the numbers, but rather focus on the projects and the building and the crafting and the everything else that the game has to offer. But one thing I've noticed about this game is that people who like to watch numbers go up, this is like the penultimate game of numbers going up. So why Peat? Can't you use logs as fuel? Yeah, I could use logs as fuel. However, there's an advantage to Peat. And this is another thing that you might have missed, Sergeant Scully, is the discussion about why peat, not logs, or not wood scraps, or not whatever else. So I could use logs. In fact, I did use logs for a lot until all my logs are completely used up. I had crates upon crates that I blew through of logs. Okay, let's go here. Fuel. Okay, so here. Now, this was something I actually didn't know before, but it seems as though to fully fuel a forge or a still or an oven or whatever it is that you're trying to fuel, to fully fuel it, it seems as though you need 30 kilograms. So a log, which is only 24, doesn't fully fuel a furnace of some kind, right? Yeah, okay, so tar's in the running, but we'll discuss why not tar. Okay? We'll discuss why not tar in a second, but so let's start just with the fact that you need 30 kilograms to fully fuel something, right? So right away, logs kind of miss that mark. And it's not like you want to put 2 logs in there because then that just goes over because a log is 24, right? Now, look over here on this little bit. Birchwood is 2 times more effective, so I could go chop a forest of birch. That way, a 24 kilogram log would actually act more like a 48 kilogram log. Okay, and that would work. That would work. I'd have to go find a birch forest. And I'd actually be perfectly happy doing that. I just don't have a birch forest, and I have a big peat patch right next to me. Now, by these numbers, the tar and the peat, it does seem like tar is better, right? Like 1 kilogram of tar kind of acts like 8 kilograms of fuel. However, in order to get to the 30 kilograms, I would need how many kilograms of tar? Probably 4, right? So 4 kilograms of tar would get me to the 30 kilogram maximum. And how many dig actions would that take? Well, that would take 4 dig actions because each tar is 1 kilogram. Now, peat is 4 times more effective. But the main difference is that peat, take a look at the peat here, each peat is 10 kilograms. So 1 dig action gives you 10 kilograms of peat. And that 10 kilograms of peat acts like 40 kilograms of fuel. So that's why peat. Is the wiki information accurate? Well, that's to be debated. However, my expectation is that at least the wiki information has been tested by individuals. To what level the robustness of that testing has gone on, it's hard to say, but I'm actually pretty certain about these numbers from other means anyway. You see, I'm multiboxing. Is that something that needs to be done to achieve certain things, or can you do most or all things eventually on a single character? I might say most. So on a single character, you can do most things. But there are reasons why people have an alt character. One of the main reasons why people have an alt character is for priest. That's the main reason why I have 2 characters. Because once you become a priest, you gain a whole set of other abilities. Namely, you get to cast a whole bunch of different spells that are very useful. However, you have to give up something for gaining those abilities, and what you give up is the ability to improve items, which is an integral part of the crafting system. So in crafting, you can combine stuff to make things. Let's say I make a hammer, for example, but that hammer starts out really crappy. And so I have to then go through the process of improving that item to make it better. While priests can make the item, they cannot improve it. Okay, so you lose out on the crafting, but you get a whole bunch of spells, right? So like there's like this bit here. There are very few people who do attempt to only have one character and make that character a priest and play the whole game like a priest. It's very challenging though. So if you want a priest, if you want the abilities that priests have, most people will have their main character and then make an alt priest. There's a lot of people who don't do that. There's a lot of people who will just have their main character and just play on their main character and not get into the priest stuff. Priest stuff is also pretty grindy. It's also pretty intense. There's a lot of effort and preparation and things that go along with being a priest. So it's just another element of the game to experience if you want to. But you can totally get by just by having a regular character that's not a priest. And you can access most everything. Everything that I said, aside from casting spells, is accessible by one character. Now, there is also another benefit to having two characters, and that is that you can do things twice as fast, right? So I can dig with my main character. Oh, did I just fill? Okay, hold on. I can dig with both characters at the same time and literally get twice as much done in the same amount of time if I'm multi-boxing. So there is that as well. So if you're building a massive thing, you can have two characters going on that thing and complete it in half the amount of time. And this isn't only limited to two characters. I've seen people with multiple characters simply to make projects go faster. So that's a thing. Yeah, it used to be assumptions and testing. Yep, it's true that it's possible that the information on the wiki is not. And it used to be 20 kilograms is max. Honestly, that number also hasn't been tested, right? So the 20 kilogram max thing was an assumption. It was definitely something that people believed in. There was definitely a point at which Wurm Unlimited came out and people got a peek into the code. Wikipedia got updated based on the peeking into the code. And so the Wikipedia now says 30 kilograms. It is very possible that it has always been 30 kilograms and people just believed it was 20. It's very possible, right? So I don't know for sure. I honestly don't know for sure what the truth is here. But it does seem like, hell horses. It does seem like the 30 kilogram number is right based on my basic testing. I can't say I've done extensive testing, but it does feel like 30 kilograms is the max. Any more fuel that you put into a forge doesn't make it last longer. So years ago, you commonly ran two clients, but at once, but very rarely do it anymore. Yeah. There was a time when I also commonly would run two clients, but most of the time these days, I'll have Xander sitting at Xander's my priest, I'll have him sitting at the altar and I'll pray on him every so often, and while I'm mostly playing on Griffith. There are times, however, like this situation, where I'm like, all right, let's go dig 3,000 peat. And I'll pull out Xander and do it with him at the same time. Totally, Vita. I'm like, I love answering newbie questions. So if you have any newbie questions you have, totally. So, Sergeant Scully, a question on the 20 max thing. If you use tar, is 4 the max, or if you put in 20 kilograms worth, it'll burn 8 times longer than... No, it's the max, right? So the way to think about it is that 30 effective kilograms is the max. Okay, so when you put in 4 kilograms of tar, that is effectively acting like 32 kilograms. Any more will not extend the burn time. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like the timer is capped. you've been wasting so much tar. You're not the only one. You're not the only one. We have a member of our alliance, Viking Beard, and he was new at the Steam launch, and he was doing the beverage grinding as well. And he had a still, and he would come over to my deed because I have a tar patch on my deed, and he was like I let him dig, and he's digging and digging away. Like, he would dig for like an hour, and he'd take the tar back, and then the next day he'd be back again, digging again, and I'd be like, I wasn't thinking too much of it until for several days in a row, he would be over and digging for like a long time, and he'd be commenting like, wow, I need to keep up this tar. And I was like, you do know that you don't have to put in that much tar into the forge to fully fuel it. And he was like, oh, I've been putting in so much tar into this thing. It's like, yeah, you only need to put in 4 tar at a time. Like, let's say you put in 4 tar and the forge is at a quality that makes it last 2 hours. And then 1 hour later, you can put 2 more tar and it'll top it up. You know, it works kind of like that. Whoops, I want to drink some water. Get that stamina going. You're in Overture. Cool. Okay, so Overture is the starting. Okay, so down here you'll see the map button. Okay. And you'll have started with a bunch of stuff in your inventory. Okay. So you made it through the tutorial. Yeah, are you a pro yet? Yeah, welcome to Melody, Vida. Absolutely. And Jacqueline, are you also a Melody too? Nice, you're getting it. Yeah, exactly. So you can select all the gear with shift click and just drag it onto the paper doll. Yep, totally. Vida, I have a sense you're gonna fall in love with this game just based on your comments here. The fact that you already know the shift drag and you can put it onto the paper doll, like, Vida. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that gifted sub. Yeah, I honestly can tell, and I bet you that like there's a bunch of people in the chat here who are also Wurm vets. You all probably agree with me. Like you can tell, based on what Vida's saying, like her comments. Is it? I'm assuming her is the pronoun. Could be. I apologize if I'm getting that wrong. But based on the comments, it does feel like you are the type of person that this game is for. I'm actually he. Okay, I apologize. You know what it is? It's not only the name, but on my screen, your name is Pink, and I know I shouldn't base it off of that because it randomly assigns a color there. I do apologize. So he. It's pink on purpose too. Oh, okay. So I got it wrong, but I do apologize. But based on your comments, you seem like you're like falling right into the. Because you know, there's a group of players who probably would never even think to try to shift, click a whole bunch of stuff and drag it onto the paper doll just to see what happens. And the fact that you are just trying stuff to see what is going to happen this is the essence of the game, right? Just keep doing that. Try stuff, see if it happens, see what it does, get used to what works and what doesn't work, and you keep going like this. And yeah, sounds like you're gonna have a lot of fun with this game. Wurm. I know. Twitch recommendations is very hit and miss. Guess sometime it works, yeah. And Decked, you're saying Wurm is the best game out. Always recommend it to new players. Join a village in the first week. Here's the thing, like the joining the village recommendation is one of these things where for some people I would recommend joining a village and for other people I wouldn't. And Vida, I'm kind of feeling that you might be in the category of I wouldn't, because the people I would recommend to join a village are the ones who kind of need a little bit more guidance, who aren't quite sure what to try or to think of what to try and need somebody to sort of be like, well, here's a large crate filled with some logs. You know, why don't you try to take those logs and use your carving knife that you got in there to like make some shafts, and maybe use the saw that you got in there to like make some like they would need some kind of like direction from people. But I'm getting a sense that Vida, you'll figure it out without that help. And here's another thing is you see the CA help tab? Like there's like the chat tabs, right? There's the local alliance. You might not have the alliance tab, but you'll have a CA help tab. This is a place where there's volunteer moderators in this chat. You can ask any question in this chat. and a moderator will do their best to answer it for you. Right, yeah. Yeah, you do agree Vida needs to go find a spot for their deed? Yeah. And Deck, you are making a good point. Some of your best Wurm memories was your first village that you joined. You miss those days. Large bases take out a lot of you sometimes. Yeah, like there is definitely advantages to joining up with a group, and especially a group that is like in the same kind of place as you are in terms of your Wurm career. It's one of these things like if you let's say you're a brand new character, you join a village and it's just filled with only veterans, like there might be a gap of a completely different playing field where you feel like you can't really contribute to this group of veterans who are just doing all these sorts of things. It's nicer if like both like the members of the village are kind of in the same place in terms of their learning of the game. A lot of the game is like learning rather than developing your character. You got to learn the systems and how the systems work. And there's so many systems, so there's a lot to learn. So you just got to go bit by bit and do the newbie thing where you're chopping trees and trying to see what tools work on the logs that you make. Like, you know, you got to use the hatchet and chop the trees. And so this is another thing about this game, Vida. At the beginning, everything takes long. But as you progress, things get shorter, right? So you see the compass I have here, right? Not only does it settle faster, but see how I'm walking and it's not unsettling? I can walk for quite a while and then it unsettles. And then watch this. When I stop moving, 2, 1, it's settled again. Okay, so it will get better. Things that are frustrating at the beginning often... Oh, was I digging peat? I was. Things that are frustrating at the beginning will often get better, and there's means in order to get them to improve. Yes, and Zetran is giving the biggest piece of advice. This is so important. Don't let people give you a bunch of stuff. It ruins the game. And they will try. And it is so true, because Wurmians have this thing where they love that there's new players in the game, and they want that new player to like love the game as much as they do, so they try to give them a whole bunch of stuff. But it does ruin it, because it makes it so that you then don't have to make those things yourself, and then you'll never learn really how those things were made, and that takes away a piece of the game for you. What does a white box to the left of an item list on an inventory mean? Does it mean it's an inventory item and can contain things of itself? That is what it means. Yeah, that's exactly what it means. So, this satchel here. Okay, so it's actually, that's not the only thing it means. Okay, so there's a couple things that it could mean. One thing that this white box could mean is that there's multiple items in your inventory, and it'll have a 2 times sort of thing. Right, so like if you open here, you see how like this peat, it says 57 times. What that means is that this line here is representing 58 different peat items. Okay, so that's like what we call that a stack. Okay, so it's a stack. But then the other thing it could be is a container that can hold other items. So my satchel here is a container, and I can put items in that container. Yeah, it self-stacks, yes. Totally. Yeah, so everything that's of the same item type will self-stack. Okay, and I'm probably missing some things here. Yeah, you join a village, you get quests. Like Mayor tells you to chisel 5,000 bricks, and your reward is that you get to stay in the village. In Deck, you're saying your village has a ton of people, all about 3 years of experience. It's nice, yeah. So if everybody's around the same, it's like, it's really nice for that. Yeah, the Wurm community is actually really something else. It's because it's rather small, and so a lot of people kind of know a lot of other people in the community. It's somewhat tight-knit. It's not perfect. It's obviously going to be some bad seeds, but in general. Yeah, and you do agree a lot of villages act like it's a production factory? Yeah. It depends on the people, right? So question, on Twitch, what are the tier subscription gifts? I don't use Twitch every day, so I don't know what those do. So subscriptions are, I honestly feel like subscriptions on Twitch, like one doesn't really do all that much more than another, besides if the streamer categorizes some emotes as a tier 3 only. And I honestly don't even remember what our sub tier quote. See, I'm part of a duo, right? Like my brother streams with me mostly, and except for recently, he has been on a big break from Wurm. Although I did see him pop in, although he's popped out again. He set up all the emotes, right? So I'm not actually sure, but some streamers put a lot of effort into their emotes, and you know, they'll categorize them as tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3. But truly, subs are a way of supporting the stream. So it's more about, yeah. I'm trying to think of like what other benefits you get as a sub. You get a badge, right? And then the longer your sub, that badge will become different. So you'll see some people in the stream who've been subbed for quite a while, and they'll have like a different factional fight badge, a little FF that's like glowing or something, or it'll be a first or something. But mostly it's about, yeah, you get like different badges. And actually, Brian, yeah, and Reganation has a first. Those ones are special. So that's like within the first month of us streaming, you subbed Reganation. So that's crazy if you think about it. Because we've been streaming since like forever ago. God, how long has it been? We probably started on Twitch in 2013, I want to say. So that's from back then, Reganation. If you can believe it. Level 2 foraging. Nobody picks blueberries like me. Yep. Let's see, what is my... Yep. Yep. I think that automatically the streamer themselves is subscribed to their own channel. I think. Yeah, you'll be baking blueberry pie in no time. I know. We did not have crafting windows back then. We did not. Yeah, if you get into the cooking and baking and all that system, gosh, you can go down a rabbit hole like nothing else. There's no other game that allows you to make the stuff that you can make in this game, honestly. I found out recently that you can make ice cream in this game. Beer and vodka. Here's the thing, it's not only you can make beer, it's that you can make ale, stout, porter, pilsner, triple hops beer, just hops beer. You can make ginger beer. You can make root beer. Like, the amount of beers that you can make on its own is just like super impressive. You can make fruit gin, so like cherry gin, apple gin, blueberry gin. You can make red and white wine. You can make eyeball soup. I know, like, it's like crazy the stuff that you can make. Actually, I have no idea how to make the ice cream. I just know that you can. You can make chocolate and then use that chocolate in a whole bunch of other recipes. It's like just insane. So if you come across a random pen or building or something, what's the best way for you to see who owns it? There's actually not a very good way. And I think that's by design. So here's one thing that you can try. You can examine... Does examining the gate work? That's a possibility. But you can examine the ground. Okay, so if you right click in the eye icon is examine. And if you examine, you'll see something like this. Like, you see a part of the lands of Wurm. What that means is that nobody owns that land. But if you see a message that says something like, this is a part of the village of such and such, and it'll have the name of the village. Okay, so that's giving you some information about that there's a village there and you have the name. Oh, the gate shows the owner. I didn't know that. Okay. Okay, so that's a piece there. Double click the ground to see if it's on a settlement. Yeah, if there's a settlement token somewhere. So yeah, the settlement token, which it looks like a little sundial. Every village will have that, and you can right click that village, that sundial thing. Let me see, and you'll get this window. Settlement info. You get this window. And it'll tell you who the mayor of is. So here it says Xander is the mayor. In terms of buildings, I don't think there's a good way to know who owns the building. Oh, YouTube did its thing again. There we go. Sure, Adam. Make the priest the mayor. Let him deal with all the paperwork. Yeah. It's more that there's the main deed, which Griffith is part of, and then there's the farming deed, and because Xander's the farmer, he got that deed. Potentially silly question, but I'm not risking it. If I chop a tree to the point that it falls, can it crush me? Good question. In this game, it cannot crush you. Most things are not... Like, you see how I'm walking through this crate? So most things are kind of like that, where it won't hurt you or block you or... yeah, blessed. It's not like Valheim, where the tree can fall on you and crush you to death. But then other things like gates and walls and stuff will block you. So there are structures that will. Yeah, poor Bruce get all the crap jobs and forgot auto run and fall from the mountain and climb into the sea and swim until they drown. I laugh because it's so true and has happened to me before. But you can stab yourself in the foot spearfishing. That is so true, and it's so unfortunate when it happens. Yeah, you've been killed by that for a few times in Valheim, yeah. You know, Valheim has like... I almost look at Valheim like a mini version of this game. It really does feel like a mini version. I fell in love with that game when it came out, and... But in the end, it kind of comes to an end, whereas this game does not, and so came back. Yeah, it's a percentage, exactly. So, how do you know when the damage in your hatchet is high enough that it'll break? Yeah. So these damage numbers, once it hits 100, it's done, and it will break. This is another point Perigy's pointing out, is that But I don't know if Vita understands, like, you have to understand the quality bit first, right? So every item in this game has a quality. Even these crates have a quality, the wagon has a quality. Every item in the game that you craft has a quality. And the quality determines the effectiveness of that tool. So that's one way in which you can make the tool or the item or the whatever it is better, is by increasing the quality, and you do that by improvement. The damage on the item will reduce the effective quality of the item. So even though the quality of this, let's say, stone chisel says it's 53.92, because it has 2.5 damage, it's actually not going to act... It's going to act like a tool that has a lower quality by 2.5%, in fact. This is by a percentage. Do players have a quality? No. Although it's actually possible they do have a quality, but if they did, it would be 100 probably. But let's see. You can actually let's see. How do I do it again? How do I investigate? Oh yeah, I just look here. Examine a body. You are from the Freedom Isles. He is very strong and has a good reserve of fat, and I have a rank and a max rank, which is something that doesn't matter on PvE. Oh, body has a 50 quality. Interesting. I did not know that. And this is another thing that you're going to learn about this game, is that there's going to be a lot of things that you learn years after you started playing. Like literal years. I've been playing this game, and not casually, since 2012. And there are a lot of things I still don't know about this game. And I feel like everybody who plays this game is in that same boat, where you've been playing for a long time, but there's still parts of the game that you don't know. But like collectively, we all kind of know everything. So like you'll see people in the chat say things, and it's like, yeah, I knew that. And then other people are like, I had no idea that was true. And it's like we're all like kind of like learning the game, even though we've been all playing the game for years. Yeah, this is like one of these games. I have a mere 10% chance to make a wooden beam. Yep. That will get better. Yes, that trend you played for 5 years before you understood priest and meditation stuff. That's almost everybody. Priests are one of those things that just remain a mystery for a long time for a lot of people. Poked your body. Let's see what else you guys are saying. So Sergeant Scully, you're a year in and still feel like a noob. Yeah, that feeling starts going away soon, I'd say. So Sergeant Scully, you started with the Steam launch then, yeah? Or in and around? OR is my other... Are you asking me, Pergy? So OR is your other half? Are you referring to Oblivion Reaver? Because if you are, the answer is no. Oh, wait, except for me and Oblivion Reaver, we both know everything. Oh, I see what you're saying. It is true that Oblivion Reaver knows quite a bit. And half there, Stanley, I do know that you are quite knowledgeable in this game. There are quite a few knowledgeable people. I don't know if Nin is still here, but Nin is also quite knowledgeable. There are quite a few people who, and usually it's people who are able to read the code, right? Like if you can look into the Wurm Unlimited and look through the code, or you spend a lot of time testing things out in the game. And it's important to know that you might befriend a veteran who's been around for 15 years and you can teach you them things that changed and they don't know about. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, it works exactly like this, and it's like, no, 5 years ago they updated that, and now it works completely differently. Totally. Okay, so you started after the Steam launch on SFI. Interesting. You went to NFI a couple months later to play with your son, but he only lasted a day, and I just kept going. Interesting. Okay, wait, hold on, Dezo. You're saying something that I don't think I know. So you're saying in the crafting window. Let's see if I have something that I could do. Log. And no, where's my carving knife? So press N and search for the item. Wait, press N and search for the item. No, I still don't know what I'm doing here with that instruction. Because when I press N, I actually rebound my N key to something else, so I don't know what that N does by default. Hackerman. And testing is fun. It totally is. Yeah, and change 5 years ago is considered recent in Wurm. I know. And I'll say that sort of thing all the time. Like, I'll say, yeah, that was like a recent change that they did. And somebody else will be like, yeah, that change happened 6 years ago. And I'll be like, yeah. That was like well after I started playing, so it was recent to me. Okay, guessing N is the crafting recipe, so this window. And search for an item. Shows the skill needed raising it. Use higher quality tools to make it better. Okay, so it's this window though, right? It's this window. Which can also be found by pressing this button in the crafting window, which I think is by default down to B. But yeah, you can like search for anything. Like, let's say I want to know how to make a chisel. And there's so many different ways to make a chisel, but most likely the way that you'll do it is with just an iron. And yep, it tells you the skill that you need. However, it doesn't tell you what skill would be needed to make it, or whether you are able to make it. You'll have to figure that part out by just trying it. Yeah, the wooden beams and other creative... Yeah, totally. Whoops. Okay, so you need to go to bed soon, but your allergies are kind of getting to you. Who knows if you'll be able to sleep. I'll have to log off soon, though. If you enjoyed watching my stream, see you around. Thanks for sharing. You are very welcome. Thanks for hanging out. And I hope your allergies aren't going to bother you too much. I know I also have allergies, so I know how that is. Sadly, the wiki holds a bit of information for minimal skill, other requirements, and percent chances with different skill or tool. Yeah. The wiki is definitely something that is worth looking at when you're in a situation where you're trying to figure stuff out. I'll put the link here. Okay, so that's the Wurm wiki. There's also an in-game way to access that, but I kind of highly recommend using it in an external browser. Because the new in-game wiki, like this, the in-game wiki, this one, under your tools, if you open this menu, I think the menu opens with O or escape. Under the tools, there's the Wurmpedia. The problem with the in-game Wurmpedia that I'm personally having, like this is a new edition, so they might have to work out some of the kinks, but let's say I search for something like dirt, right? And I get to the dirt page, pile of dirt, let's say. And I read through here, and I'm like, okay, cool. And I close this, and I'm like, oh, wait, like, what was it on the dirt page again? I open the Wurmpedia, and it's like, I have to go back to finding dirt again. So, like, it doesn't save where you were the last time you looked at it. So I'll often find myself, if I'm not on stream, just looking at it on a browser page, because then I can have the browser page open and doesn't reset back to the original page. Oh, they get you up real early. It's annoying. Funny thing is, you never had them this bad years ago, or in your younger years. Now you're older, it's worse. Yeah, I know. I have the same kind of thing where it's like allergies are bad, especially around this time of year. Yeah, so I hope they're not so bad today. So you have a good night. So you saw the initial cost for a deed on the wiki is 100 iron coins per tile. How often is the upkeep paid and how? So the upkeep is 1 month, every month, or every 28 days. So in Wurm, when they say month, they mean 28 days. So every 28 days, the upkeep is going to come out of your deed has a place where you put money in for the upkeep. So I can access this in the paper doll. If you right click your body, you won't have this option because you don't have a deed yet. But once you have a deed, you'll have a manage settlement, and I can add to upkeep. Okay, so it'll tell you this information once you have a deed, but I'll show it to you here. So you see how the first line says the settlement has 6 silver, 87 copper, and 76 iron in its coffers. The upkeep per month is 1 silver. So this is money that I took from my bank. So I have 30 silver in my bank, and I can just say, I'll even do it now. Like I can just put 1 silver of my silver into the upkeep. So let's do that. And now when I go and look at the info, or whoops, not the info, but the add to upkeep, now it says I have 7 silver. So like I'm taking money from my bank and I'm putting it into the upkeep. So the upkeep is kind of a separate storage for money. I actually don't have access to taking that money out again. Every month, 1 silver will be removed from the upkeep. Yeah, the minimal upkeep is 1 silver. So this deed that I have here is the minimal size. What is this saying? If you wish to contribute to the upkeep cost of the settlement, fill in the amount below. Oh, I see. That's the maximum because that's the amount of money I have. Yeah. So that's how it kind of works. So you have your like player bank. Each player has a bank. Of course, coins also have a physical presence in the game. So I can go to a token, a settlement token, and withdraw money from my bank, and it becomes physical coins in my inventory, and I can use those physical coins to trade with other players or to buy things off of merchants, which are kind of like NPC characters that I can put my crafted items on that you can buy, and we can use like these physical coins. You can do a lot with 500 tiles, farming, mine, etc. Might take a bit of min-maxing, but there's plenty of minimal upkeep and room for development on your skills and so on. I totally agree. Totally agree. You don't really need all that much space on your deed, especially to start. You can make a deed smaller than 500 tiles though. Like, I think the minimum size deed you possibly can make is, if let's say I put my token on this deed, the minimum size is 5 tiles in each direction. So 5 tiles that way, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever, like from there. 5 tiles that way, 5 tiles that way, and 5 tiles this way in a square. That's the smallest you possibly can make. That'll cost a 1 silver upkeep, and I don't know how much money it'll cost to put the deed down, but probably something like 4 silver or something. If you increase that size, it's still going to be 1 silver upkeep, but the cost to place the tiles goes up, right? Because each tile that you capture in your deed is going to cost an initial fee. And then there's like a cost per month. Now the cost per month starts at 1 silver no matter how small your deed is, and it stays 1 silver until the number of tiles you have goes above 500. So what most people do is they'll just plant a 500 tile deed to start, to minimize to sort of make use of that 1 silver that you're paying a month anyway. I have heard about the bannings. We did discuss those. Yeah. How do I pronounce your name? Womelwibdri. Yeah, we were discussing the bannings. I kind of heard about them beforehand. But yeah, like, it's good to know that the GMs are on that sort of thing, and it kind of sucks that it's kind of been going on for a while. If you're a breeder, you're probably going to need a bit more room. True. To start, I would recommend aiming for the 500 tiles. Honestly, this is your very first time playing Vida, so like, just enjoy figuring out how to do things, like how to craft items, how to like make a chisel, or make what else? A mallet. Make a mallet, which is like a really important tool to have. Figure out like the how-tos, the basic things. How to mine ore and then smelt that ore in a forge, and all this stuff can be done. There's right next to Overture, there's like a public mine that has forges already there, and it's kind of set up for you, so you can kind of see what the setup should look like, and you can play around with the systems before you commit to planting a deed, because there are certain things that I know I wish I knew when I planted my first deed. You're making a wiki. You're reading the wiki while you make arrow shafts. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. I witnessed when the Steam servers launched, brand new servers, and then there was a massive rush of people who were first encountering Wurm. They'd never played Wurm before. Like, there's like 1,000 people came into this game at that point, and I witnessed like just the craziness of the sheer number of people who would make rash decisions. And I don't want to put Rippins on the spot here, and Rippins was here. I don't know if you're still here, Rippins. But Rippins wasn't the only one. Like, there's just like tons of people. They went out and they spent tons of money. They put a whole bunch of deeds down, and then only to realize later, like, oh, I didn't need to make that big of a deed, or and so like a lot of money goes in, but you realize you didn't have to spend all that money. My recommendation is at the beginning, you don't spend too much money. Try to first figure out what is needed, what kind of systems there are, and then make informed decisions before spending money. You won't need premium for at least a little while. Getting premium will not give you any advantage over not having premium up until your skills are 20. So yeah, that's my recommendation anyway. They keep looking at hidden topics, and based on the phrasing, there's probably 1 or 2 staff pushing for a purge. What do you mean by that? Yeah, up until your character 6 or 20. That is, yeah, I'd agree with that. What do you mean by they? Or who do you mean by they? They keep looking at hidden topics. A lot were banned last I checked. Yes. There were a lot that were banned. Staff keep looking at hidden topics. And based on the phrasing, there's probably 1 or 2 staff pushing for a purge. How many is a lot? I don't know the exact number, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was like 10 people banned. They banned the ones that they did catch for sure. Okay. Yeah, but characteristics go so slowly in comparison to others. But you're right. Like if you're doing stuff from because they start at 19.5, but they go real slow in comparison to everything else. Like for example, you could probably get to 20 digging before any of the characteristics hit 20. Okay, so Nin has a good point here. It's a question of, do you ban the people who benefited and clearly knew and are suspected, but they didn't actually catch the unique directly? Yeah, so it seems like they banned the ones who they knew for sure were using the third-party software to track the uniques. But yeah, like it becomes a gray area if you like, let's say there are those who trap the uniques in a bannable way, and then there are others who also got the scale from the uniques in question, but didn't participate in the third-party software catching of the uniques. This is probably network packet reading. Isn't that old PvP exploit? Is probably network packet reading. It is probably an old PvP exploit. And it does seem like it's something that is hard to control. I don't know what they're going to do about it exactly in terms of like long-term solution to prevent people from doing this. Yeah, it's so crazy, the extreme people. Right, but like the value, you know, what's funny is that I would have argued that before real money transfer that there's like a reason to go about it because you can make a ton of money this way, like real life money. Now, it is possible that people are still going against the RMT ban and making real life money off this stuff, but I suspect there's people who are doing these sorts of things just to gain an advantage in the game, and kind of feel that's a little bit sad. The game sends data because it has to. There's nothing to do but catch them sniffing data. Yeah. So crazy the extremes some people go to. I'm just here to make 1,000 bricks a day. Yeah, it's really weird that it resurfaces after RMT was banned. Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking. Like, I wonder if we is still getting his 100 channeling time. Oh, Kogorsky was part of that. Boy, Kogorsky is like a long-time player. And I would have not pegged him as one of that type. Boy, yeah, Rip is right. Right, but it shouldn't send all the server data at once. It should be limited to local at most. Well, that's Wurm, unfortunately. Is that one of the bands, the 100 channeling guy? Yeah. He was the worst one of the bunch? Wow. You made it painfully obvious? Yikes. That's gotta hurt. Kogorsky is like... He was definitely around when I started playing this game. Like, he was like a big-time veteran already at that point. and that hurts. If he just got to 100 channeling. Yikes. Yeah, like I'm curious, like they didn't name any names in the post. He was around when you started playing in 2007, right? And it isn't like he didn't know any better. I know, like these people should have known better. They knew, and that is why a ban is warranted. Like they knew better, and they knew that this was against the rules. So it's clear as day if you were caught red-handed in this situation, and they should expect. Like, I'm curious to know if they were just like going off, like feeling like the GMs weren't going to do anything. Like if that's what their thought process was. And by the sounds of it, it sounds like they've been doing this for a while. It is, but yeah, Gaffer, you might be completely right. Like this whole time, it could have been a problem. Sleepies and Neowin confirmed not banned, but one or two of their alts were due to the fact banned players logged in. Everyone else is up in the air. Well, we shall see where it lands once the devs make their decision, or the GMs make their decision. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody knows that if you're using third-party software to exactly pinpoint when and where unique spawns slightly against the rule. Yeah. And by slightly, you mean most definitely. There were groups with pretty close to high success before that one. It was pretty close and high success before that one. I'm pretty sure they're not giving out a list of names. It is possible they won't. Who's to say a third-party tool didn't leak from PvP or other group hunters? Time will tell. Yeah. Right. Okay, so those groups use legit strategies like pendulums before. Yeah, is there some sort of friends listing game? If so, how do I add you? Yeah. Now, I don't mind adding you as a friend in the game. The thing about friends list is that it just tells you whether or not that person is on. But what you do is you type in /add friend, and what you can do is just add with a space and then put my name, which is GRYPHYTH. Yeah, but all it'll do is it'll tell you whether or not I'm on. Yep, there you are. Pendulums did make it easy, that's for sure. Yep, you're figuring stuff out. Yep, this is how we /T. Now, with the exploration update that's coming, whenever it does come, they did put a mention in the roadmap that they would be adjusting the way that uniques work somehow. You're doing things and the stuff. Quick, type hi mom, I'm on TV. Yeah, like I wonder like what kinds of things they're thinking of here, and I really do hope that they're kind of thinking about how to maybe rework the system so that these kind of issues don't remain issues, you know? You're very much hoping they change them with it, yeah. What? They'll leave giant footprints? You spent 3 hours today using Lurker in the Woods pendulum to try to find a champion creature to sack for the journal, only to have it lead me to someone's champion suit. Yep. And your glass of water will be shaking when they walk around? Yeah. There's got to be some way to like handle the uniques. It sounds like a real big problem though, right? Like you have to really think through that system, knowing the lengths to which people will go to really figure out how the system works, right? Because uniques are quite valuable. So a few weeks ago you ran around looking for battle camps on Chaos. Okay, so and then you realize that it's like lurker in the deep. Is there a pendulum that tracks battle camps? That's interesting. Kogorsky was posting good ideas on how to shake up the uniques, ironically ones that would have stopped his tool. Makes you wonder what he was thinking there. This is Wurm Online. And welcome to the stream, the Infedible. Hey, haven't seen us in years? Yeah, I know. Well, we've been streaming pretty consistently, but I wouldn't say 100% consistently. But, you know, since the Steam launch, it's been pretty consistent. And it was labeled LITD. You find a pendulum on a previous server and you think it's dark, not a damn fishing pendulum. I know. One would think, hey, fishing is important. Although we all wish fishing was a little bit more important. That is something that they could address at some point, I feel, but you just haven't played Wurm heavily in years? Yeah. Totally understandable. It's definitely something that it's common for people to take breaks for years and then to stumble upon something that makes you go, hey, Wurm, I remember that game. And then next thing you know, you are totally invested again. Yeah, for your part, while the way things are currently is working for our folks, it's completely boring having consistently roamed the same spots and servers in circles. Needs a change. Now, I'm not perfectly clear on exactly how the unique system works, but by the way people are talking, it does sound like uniques kind of keep spawning in the same spots. And so, yeah, that doesn't seem like it should be that way. And so people who like have their deeds like right near the spots in which uniques spawn, it seems kind of like they have an unfair advantage over everybody else. Oh, you will always remember Wurm. It always did hold a spot in your heart. I've yet to find anything like it. So, what spots are these exactly? I know. I can tell you where one spot is, but that spot's pretty locked down now. There's lots of people already like... That's the problem with these spots. But there's a spot like right somewhere in here. Like this spot always gets uniques, like for some reason. That spot right there. A whole bunch of other spots, but yeah. It's crazy. You don't mean it in an offensive way, but man, it's wild to see how you've aged. Yeah. Not offensive at all. I mean, it's been coming up to a decade soon. And so, yeah. How's the other guy? His name is a loss for me now. He's my brother. Yes, he is my brother. His name is Brian. His in-game name is Feyran, and he is doing well. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he is going to be streaming with me soon again. Like if you look back at our like VoDs, it's been basically me on my own for, I want to say, several months now. Mostly because Brian, he got, well, you know, COVID made his job really crazy and he was like really stressed at work, and then he ended up getting a new job, his dream job, but at the same time, because it's a new job, he's like been focusing on that. He's also had a lot of like life things happening, so like he's just super busy. But I don't know if you see here on my like friends list, he did pop in to the game for a little bit there. Probably had pop out for sleep, but he's been kind of easing himself back into things, and so it is possible that he'll be back soon. Yeah, you'd think they'd make it a random distribution. You'd think, but in the same way that rifts should be in a random distribution, the problem is that it's like you make it a random distribution, but there's certain things that have to happen for it to be there, to spawn there. And so because of that, it's like it kind of picks the same kind of spots every single time. Ironically, you can't have a deed near spawns. They can't spawn near deeds. I know. It's kind of weird how it works, but like for some odd reason, as I said, like there seems to be like this spot right in this region right here, like this circle. It's like always there for some reason. There's always uniques there. And there's a whole bunch of other spots on all this. Each server has like a spot that you're like, kind of seems like they're always going to be there. You met us both at an implog probably every bit of 5 years ago. Probably bet it was a bit longer than that though, but yeah, what an awesome experience. So do you remember where that implog was? I could probably pinpoint what implog it was. Was it on Deliverance? Was it the one? Either it was one on Independence. This would have been really long ago. Or it could have been one on Deliverance. Like somewhere down here. There was an Impelong in 2013. And then there was an... Hey, Quentin. We're trying to do random constraints. When trying to do random constraints for your enemy, but without constraints, things are just don't work. Yeah, it's totally true. Rifts can spawn near in water and can't spawn. Wait. Rifts can't spawn in water and can't spawn this many tiles from a deed border, so rifts on Selly always seem to spawn in the same spot every time. I'm guessing uniques are the same way. Yeah. And it's not only on Selly, it's on almost every server, right? So like, you're right, like these constraints, like can't be in water, can't be near deeds, can't be this, can't be that. And so just pick a random spot that meets all these criteria. And it's like, there's literally only 3 spots on the whole server that meet that criteria. And so it's always those 3 spots. It was either Indie or Deliverance, maybe Xanadu when it first released. I can't remember how long it's been. I know. So Xanadu released in 2014, I want to say. 14. And there was an Impelong that I went to on Xanadu somewhere in this vicinity over here. Probably the year after it opened or something like that. Yeah, so that could have been it. Trying to remember. Yeah, I was pretty sure it's in that spot right there on Xanadu. Should keep the digging up. I'm like completely neglecting. I'm like right at the end with these last few rates here. Yeah, Sergeant Scully. Totally. There is going to be the first Northern Freedom Isles Impelon. And I'm pretty sure... Let me just see. I'm pretty sure it's right in this... Right in this... Somewhere... God, I can't remember. Somewhere, it's in this vicinity, like in this spot, or somewhere here. I'll have to... I kind of remember chancing upon that spot on a hunting trip. And I went into the... Because it was kind of an interesting spot. Like, I go there and there's like buildings and there's a big cathedral and there's a big area with animals and stuff like that. And I was like exploring it. Somewhere in this spot up here, and then I see this post. It's like Impelong at this place, and I'm like, wow. Rogue Cathedral, right on the west coast of the Heart. Okay. So yeah. There's the Heart. So it's like right on the west coast of the Heart. Okay, so somewhere in this vicinity right here. Yeah. And Griswoldino, welcome. So Griswoldino, you were the one who helped me get to the Rift not too long ago, if I remember correctly. That was very helpful. Thank you very much for that. Wait, did I say that correctly? You just dragged right over the crate without having to open its inventory. What quality of life? Yes, this is one of the big recent quality of life improvements that I use every single day that I play this game. So the way it works is you hold control, and you see like how when you hold control, it turns your icon, your cursor to a hand. Okay, that allows you to grab stuff with the hand, and you can just grab it and hold it over the container that you want it to go into. Let's say that container over there, and just you let it go, and poop, it goes over there. So yeah, so handy. You can even take items and like drag it from inventories into the other items directly, where you don't have to hold control. But yeah, Griswold, that was me. Yeah. That was the, if I'm not mistaken, let me just see, the rift that happened in here or somewhere. I can't quite remember. All I remember was I kind of saw the beam, and I'm like I'm coming up here, and I'm like, I see the beam kind of like up here. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to park my boat up here. I parked here, and I started walking. I wanted to go around this mountain here or something. But I completely got lost in this spot here. I kept going around in circles. I was going up and down the coast. I was like, how do I get to the left? I wanted to go this way, but I couldn't get that way. And I'm trying to remember, was that spot? Yeah, I think that was it. And you ended up helping me. I could be remembering this incorrectly. Anyway, I remember your name. You helped me. It was awesome. So thank you very much for that. So you'll be there. Your blacksmithing is your highest at 73, but everything has blacksmithing. Everyone has blacksmithing, you feel. So you'll be there and try to grind other skills. You know, there's still time. You can pick a skill and try to get it to 70. Yeah, you can totally. Blacksmithing is, you know, that's another thing is that you're right. A lot of people have blacksmithing, but because that a lot of people have blacksmithing, people who have blacksmithing and something else will most likely help out with the other thing. That's how I feel it will go. Because they'll be thinking, well, everybody has blacksmithing, so I may as well help with the other thing that I have that a lot of people don't have. That's my guess anyway. Oh, this is the large crate. So this way, yes, got it. Pottery, tailoring, and jewels smithing, and more. That is true. Generally, how it ends up working is that people simply respond to what has most items. Weaponsmithing. Weaponsmithing is going to have most items. You're close to 50 on jewel smithing. That might be a good one to try to grind out. Yeah. Yeah, there'll be some jewel smithing, I'm sure. Although it's limited, right? Because jewel smithing only has like the jeweler, like the rings and necklaces that people might want. But that's... And maybe horseshoes, I suppose. Sounds like jewel smithing is horseshoes. Yeah, but priest statues don't really have an effect at higher quality. Reels for fishing, you think is jewel smithing? Okay. Some of the reels, right? Because I've been doing the fine carpentry grind. I don't know if you can tell here. I have 78 fine carpentry now. And I found that the best thing to do fine carpentry is... Let me see if I have my stack in here probably. It's the medium fishing reel. So I know like there's different fishing reels, right? So they're all different, but this particular one, the medium fishing reel, is specifically the only one that's fine carpentry. And the reason why I chose the medium fishing reel to grind my fine carpentry on is because the weight of a fishing reel is really low. And so I can enchant a log with some nice circle of cunning and then use it, and it lasts forever on these fishing reels. Like it literally... I started at 15 fine carpentry with this exact log. And I've gotten to 78 with this log. And it still has 15 kilograms left in it. So I just enchanted it once and I've just been using it, and it's like lasting forever. So yeah, the highest level reel is jewel smithing, and that's the only one that really matters, I guess, for fishing. I haven't done any fishing. There was like, we were streaming around the time the fishing update came out, and I kind of remember like, you know, showing that on stream for the very first time. We're like, oh, fishing updates here, we're gonna do a fishing stream. And I know I'm carrying a fish. I didn't mean to be bringing my log around, but the thing is that I was grinding fine carpentry earlier today, so I had my log. Normally what I would do is I'd put my log on the merchant that I have. I have a whole bunch of logs there for other things, and other things on my merchant just for storage. And I just completely forgot to put my log back before we came over here to dig the peat. So yep, I'm carrying a 15 kilogram log around with me. I don't know if I answered. I had to be right back for a little while. How do I get a skills overlay like that? This one over here. Okay, so you press escape or O to get the window coming up, and then let me see. Okay, so under the tools, you go to more. Okay, and that brings up the HUD settings for some odd reason. More brings up HUD settings. And then in here, there's like a ton, so many different things that can be brought up. It's the skill tracker. So you bring up the skill tracker. And then, yeah, you might be able to figure out how this works, but you mostly just right click it and go to skill tracker options. That allows you to like pick a skill. I like to have all the decimals, and that you have to activate it. Yeah. Oh, one other thing, this is like a quirk of the game. It's one that I really can't stand, and every time I have the opportunity to suggest it, I'm going to suggest it. So here's my opportunity to do it. Once you make any changes to this thing, in order to make it so that those changes stick for the next time that you log in, you have to then right click it and save current skill tracker. You have to manually save it, because if you don't save it, the next time you log in, it'll be reverted back to the way it was before you changed it. So you make some changes, get the skills that you want on there, and then right click and save it, because for some odd reason, the person that programmed this felt like people might want to make changes that they don't want to keep for some reason. I don't know. So I've suggested it, I don't know how many times, that they should just make it autosave. And if I don't want to keep the change that I purposely made, then I should just change it back. I don't know. But no. But yeah, that's how you get it. All right, I'm gonna really try to focus to keep my guys going, because we're coming right to the end. We'll have this crate and that crate. I think these two are full now. And this one is at 83. Yeah, so we're getting there. I think we'll keep streaming a little bit. I might go back to doing the fine carpentry. Do a little bit of fine carpentry skilling. We've been streaming for 5 hours or so. Let's see, how's my digging skill going? Pretty good. I got 2.23, and that's without any sleep bonus or affinity food or anything. But I think what I'm gonna do... Oh! Okay, good. I was like, how damaged is my shovel? I haven't even looked at that. It's only at 7 damage now, so that's not bad. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch over to my faster, higher quality shovel now. It hasn't been 5 hours of digging. We spent at least a whole hour at the beginning not doing anything. And the other thing to consider is that I'm not optimizing for skill gain. If I was optimizing for skill gain, I probably would have spent some time trying to figure out what shovel quality on Peat at my skill level would be good. I would have probably spent a little bit of time putting some Circle of Cunning on a shovel that had higher Circle of Cunning. I would have gotten the affinity food for digging, and I would have had sleep bonus on. And if I did all that, based on this number, I would estimate I would be well above 5. Well above 5. Probably even 6 skill. Level 3 fletching, you're doing it! Awesome. Alright, I'm just gonna fast forward that one. This is better. Your priest finally got 50 channeling last night. Cast power is still awful. Okay. Now remember, you were in the 40s last week. That's good. It is a slow progression. So 50 is getting to this point where you could probably cast and get some stuff. Have you considered getting the what is it? In the settlement info, have you considered sacrificing stuff to get this enchanting bonus up? Have you gotten that a little bit up? You know, that was one of my suggestions last week. Let me think if there's another suggestion I can get. You get a 60 cast from time to time, but usually it's around 30. Yeah. So, well, okay, so that's casting, right? Like, even when your skill's really high, it's like you're gonna get a lot of low casts. So the trick is about increasing the number of casts that you can do. So you grind it out. You haven't grinded out stone, but that's what you're probably gonna do. Try and sack, yeah. Another thing to try is, so okay, here's another thing I'm wondering. Have you chosen a sack, like a sack item yet? So some priests decide to go with locks in order to sacrifice for favor. Some priests decide to go for ropes. But like usually there's an item, like there are many items in this game where you can put into the altar and sacrifice and it will give you a favor. And so the normal sort of like progression is, you know, figure out what that item is, get a whole bunch of them, put it into altar, sacrifice, the favor bar goes up, you cast away at the item. Then you take more of those items, put it into the altar, sacrifice, and cast more. So you're trying to go ropes based on me, on your character. Quarter success rate only 45 currently. Yeah, it goes slow. It's definitely okay. So, but you've chosen ropes. Okay, so my recommendation at this, like, you're at this point where like you're on the verge of, because I'd say like at 50 channeling is where you might get some casts off. Obviously, you're still gonna want to like work on keep going with that channeling, but I know how priests are. It's like at some point you're like, okay, well, let's just get to casting because I want this to actually pay off. But it's ideal to have a bunch of favor that you can sack. Like if you want to, like, I want to get some WA on this shovel, let's get some WA. It's really slow going if you're just waiting for it to regen. And so you kind of, like, before any time that you want to cast an item, have a whole bunch of favors set up, even if it's like ropes that are not that high quality. Just have a bin of them and throw a whole bunch of ropes into the altar, sacrifice them, and then just start casting. Try to get as many casts as you can in a row based on how much ropes that you made. And then you'll get a sense of like, okay, these quality ropes are giving me this much favor that will allow me to cast this many times. And if I cast, let's say 20 times, what are the chances that one of those casts land at 60 plus or 70 or whatever? Then you take your rope maker and you start grinding up a little bit on the skill of ropes. And for rope making, my recommendation is to improve fish keep nets. So fish keep nets, these ones, right? Because they're the rope making skill, but they improve like tailoring items. Okay, so you would need a tailoring set of items. Let me see if I have my tailoring on one of these. God, I don't think I do. Okay. Well, I have my tailoring tools in here, probably somewhere. Right, so the tailoring tools are the needle, I think water, scissors, and what's the other one? Oh yeah, the string. So tailoring is only 4 items. It's like the needle, scissors, water, string. Now for rope making, see, when I first started the server, the first thing I did was get a little bit of tailoring skill, cloth tailoring. I got that up to about 40 or so. Then I used that skill to make a whole bunch of string, and then I used that string to improve fish keep nets. And then I went back to cloth tailoring. I got my cloth tailoring up to 50, made a whole bunch more string, used the string to imp more fish keep nets. And I just kept that cycle going until my rope making was somewhere mid 50s. And I think at that point I was like, okay, I'm just like gonna go for making a whole bunch more ropes. So I tried to make ropes. It wasn't the greatest, but it was giving me enough favor that I was able to cast stuff on my priest, and it just became this big cycle where I'd keep going back and forth between trying to get my rope making skill up a little bit more, trying to get my channeling up a little bit more, and then doing another round of making a whole bunch of ropes to cast on a whole bunch of items, then getting my rope, like, and just cycle through that back and forth. And that's sort of how I ended up where I am. And even, I know that there's probably more efficient ways of doing these sorts of things. That was just the path that I took. Holy crow. How come that bin only has 149? Oh, because I put 9. Okay, I see. I put a whole bunch in the other bin. Okay, that's fine. It's just tough because there's so many projects. I know. It is the way it is in this game. It's like you gotta pick one thing. And I have that same problem where I try to pick a whole bunch of different things. But a lot of them don't get done. But I do find that I end up cycling, right? Like I'll end up coming back to the thing that I had started before. And it's just a cycling process where I'll focus on channeling for a little bit, and then I'll go over to my beverage making for a little bit, and then next thing I know I'm like hell bent on my gardening, and then I'm going back to rope making, and it's just a big cycle. It is the way of Wurm. Totally is the way of Wurm. Alright, I'm gonna need another bathroom break. Beer does cause bathroom break to need to happen, but let me just start another round of this. And I'm just gonna like queue up that. I'll be right back. Just give me a minute. All right. I was just gonna comment because I took the earphones with me. That I was really digging that saxophone. That saxophone was awesome. But now it's on to some flute. Like when I was young, like really young, grade 6 or something, the instrument that I was assigned was flute. I think it was my third choice. But I learned how to play the flute. And I don't think I ever got to the point where I liked the sound of the flute. But I did learn how to play it. But nowadays, oh, your mom made you play flute because she thought it was cheaper than other instruments? But really, flutes aren't that cheap. I feel like if you want to go with like an inexpensive instrument, you go with something like maybe a ukulele, or what else is pretty inexpensive? I suppose like of the orchestral instruments, a flute is probably on the cheaper side, like comparing it to trombones and all the brass instruments, in fact. Exactly. That is an incorrect assumption. Like, flutes are still in the $200 to $300 range for a cheapo one. They're still quite expensive. You were the only male flute player in the tri-country school system. I also was the only male flute player in the school, and that I knew of. But I actually appreciated it because it was it was relatively a straightforward instrument. At least like at the level that I was playing at. The thing about the flute is that there's really, similar to most brass instruments and wind instruments, is that there's there's one note playing at a time. It's not like a piano where you can play chords. And then there was like stuff with the brass instruments where there was a lot of like, you know, like the way that you pucker your lips can change the, you know, you pucker tighter and you get to the next octave or whatever. There was none of that with the flute, right? Like, you just had like, you blow into the flute and you make one note and then you hold the buttons and that decides the note. And there is, with flute, you can pucker a little bit and make it go to the higher register, but there's not multiple levels of that. There's like just, you're either blowing into it regularly or you're blowing into it at the higher level, and that's pretty much it. Unless maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just because I was very beginner at it. But much later, I got really into guitar. Guitar was like, in high school, guitar was life, you know? Like, that was just all I did was play guitar. There's a bit of an embouchure. Okay, yeah, I'm not even that fancy enough to know exactly, but I'm guessing what you mean is like by you pucker and you blow a little bit tighter and it makes it go to the next register, next octave, or whatever it is. I do recall doing that every so often, but it's not, I didn't get that far in flute. I did it for the grade 6, 7, 8 year. Grade 6, 7, and 8, so 3 years there. And then I stopped playing flute. So I was young. I was basically learning the intro stuff. But, yeah, for you it was grades 4 to 7, yeah. So just a few weeks ago, or was it 2 weeks ago, I made a very important purchase. And I'd like to share that purchase with you here. I actually have it within arm's reach. And it is a very brand new guitar. You can see it here. Okay, this is it's a Martin. And it's my very first, like, real good guitar. My guitar that I've had for like years before that was like $100 guitar, you know, like just a very basic campfire type guitar. Yeah. Martins are quite nice. This is a cheap Martin, right? Like it's one of their inexpensive, but even their inexpensive ones are quite nice and quite expensive. Right, like Martins, like you get a Martin, like a real good Martin, and it could be like $4,000. But then they have these. This guitar is an X series guitar, an X series Martin, which is their like budget line, where the back and side are laminate. And I know there's a lot of people who don't really think that that's a good thing. And while it isn't as good as, let's say, real wood, there are advantages to having laminate back and sides. It's like impervious to humidity changes, and sounds great. And it's a lot cheaper. And so I think this one here was somewhere in the $700 to $800 range, which is still expensive for an instrument. But I've been playing guitar for, I want to say, probably almost 25 years, if not more. Probably more than 25 years. And the guitar that I've had is probably 15 years old. I bought it for $100, brand new. And I've been playing it for 15 years. And for the past probably 10 of those 15 years, I've been playing it every single day. And guitar playing is just something that I play just like I play Wurm, you know? A little bit each day. And so I figured it was about time, you know? It's about time to like get a proper guitar. You know, one that stays in tune is pretty much all that I kind of would want it. My old guitar, just every song I'd play, you'd have to tune it after that because it would be out of tune again. And the action was so high. But so I did a bunch of research. I did a bunch of like searching, deciding like which kind of guitar I wanted, and this is the one I settled on. You play your $200 guitar, your first guitar, probably more than I play more expensive ones. It sounds great. Yeah. That was the problem, was that my $100 guitar doesn't really sound that good either. Yeah, you can find great guitars on sale fairly inexpensive. So I did do a little bit of searching like that too. Right? Like I was looking for, you know, relatively inexpensive but great guitars. But in the end, I decided, you know, like I can afford to splurge on a guitar for myself. And it's something that I also take relatively seriously. And while I might not be able to afford a $2,000 Martin, I've always wanted a Martin. It's like how people kind of like always want a whatever car kind of thing, you know, like it's just like a brand that you've come to know and expect to be like top quality. All right, Vida. Wow, 5 a.m. there. You are very welcome. All right. Hope to see you again soon. Yeah, and so I decided to splurge. I went to the guitar store. I actually went in there, mask and all, and I went and played a whole bunch of different guitars. The guitar store I went into, and maybe I'll play a little bit. The guitar store I went into, like, was so nicely set up. Like, you walk in and it feels like a mall. And a mall in the sense that it has a big hallway and like a bunch of different storefronts looking places. And each storefront was a different place. Like one was just for brass instruments. One was just for like guitars. One was just for recording equipment, right? So you walk into the guitar place, and the guitar place has 2 stories. So you walk up the stairs and there's the acoustic section. And then there's a hallway that leads into just the Martin room, and then another hallway that leads to just the Taylor room, and like it was just like beautifully set up. And so walk into the Martin room and I'm like just drooling over all the guitars that are in that room, and I'm just picking there's couches and there's a little amp that you can plug into, and so I pick up a few guitars and I'm just playing them, and it's just like, God, these guitars are so nice. I go over to the Taylor room and like I played a bunch of Taylor guitars as well. I wonder how much of the bias that I have in my head going into those situations. Like I know both guitars are like great guitars. So I was trying to like determine like how much of the bias of like I know Martins are just Martins. Is that what's making me feel like these ones feel better, sound better, have better action, just like, or is it actually the way it is? I don't know. Couldn't tell. Honestly, you can't tell. But like I walked into the guitar store like really wanting a Martin, to walk out with a Martin. So maybe that was it. Some guitars feel right for some people. Yeah, it's true. There was also a bunch of other guitar brands I wanted to try out. Norton was one. And I tried a few Nortons, but they didn't have Nortons in my price range. A lot of them were in the $2,000-ish range, and I was just like, I don't know if I could spend $2,000 on a guitar. But then I looked at these X series Martins, and they were just super nice. They're like relatively new. They came out in 2020 with a huge upgrade, and that is, I don't know if you'll be able to tell here, but that the old X series didn't have a wood top. They had a laminate top. So, and the top is 95% of the sound comes from the top. And when the top is like a nice piece of wood, it just resonates so much nicer. And so the X series, they started putting spruce tops instead of laminate tops. Okay, so this one has like a nice spruce top. It has laminate sides, but a hardwood neck. The neck is almost identical to the high-end Martin necks, and yeah. So maybe let's. Here's another thing is that I have some software here. I'm gonna have to do some sound stuff if you guys want to hear this guitar. Let's see. So I also have a sound, a noise filter. Let me see if I can remove that, because you might not even hear this guitar. You probably can't hear that, can you? Yeah, let me just remove that. Okay. You guys let me know if you can hear it. Yeah? You can hear it now? See, you couldn't hear it before, but can you hear it now? Yeah. Now you can? Okay. Just gonna get the... Yeah, it sounds clear? Okay, good. Okay, so this is a song that I learned not too long ago. It's by Paul Simon. It's called Kodachrome. I'm just gonna play the guitar. Okay, I'll just play one verse chorus. It's also, I'm a little bit drunk, so you're gonna have to bear with me. There you have it. That song is called Kodachrome. And I fell in love with that song. I heard a cover of that song. I was just like, that song just blows me away. I got to learn how to play it. So like I learned how to play it right there. Yeah. So yeah, I have all my guitars are just like sitting right here, and often while I'm playing Wurm, I'll queue up some actions, pick up a guitar, and just like play stuff. It's like something that goes hand in hand with playing Wurm for me. Yeah. All right. So we're like really close to the end of this peat digging. And this will last like a good amount of time, I think. I should probably turn on that noise reduction again. Noise removal. But in any case, I'm super happy with that guitar. Like, it's like there's something about having a guitar that just plays super nicely, that feels good in your hand. Sounds great. I know. It's like uh, like I'll pick up my old guitar from time to time again, just to like be like, okay, like how much better is this guitar than that one? And every time I think, oh man, it is so much better. There's just it's just it I don't know how to describe it exactly what makes it better, but there's so many little things. It's like, for one thing is the neck is a little bit wider than a normal acoustic guitar, and this gives you like this feel on the fretboard, like there's a lot more space to move. And yet, God, I don't know if I can stop talking about the guitar, but and yet there's a lot of songs in which you play where you grab the top string with your thumb like this. Like a lot of songs, like you grab the top string with your thumb, and yet even though this neck is wider than most, it feels so delicate, might be the right word, in where your thumb can just it's almost feels like it's designed for your thumb to go over the top, you know, to make these like chords that you wouldn't otherwise be able to play without bringing the thumb around the top. Another thing about this guitar is that the distance from the green screen's getting rid of it, but the distance from the where the saddle is to the nut, which is where the string is up at the top, like the distance that the string is vibrating on is shorter than most guitars by about an inch or an inch and a quarter. And what that does is it makes it so that the strings are looser. To get to the same tone, the strings are looser. And so there's a lot more, you can bend the strings far more easier than most acoustic guitars. And it just gives this light touch to the strings when you touch them. It has a pickup built into the body, and so you can plug it in. It sounds great when you plug it into an amp. It's the only way you play G and mute the second, usually. Screw messing with the middle finger. Wait, which way? Like, oh, with your thumb, with the G. So I started playing G like this with pinky, ring, middle, like that. And the reason why I switched to playing G like that is because it switches to a C without barely moving your. Oh, you guys probably can't hear that because. Yeah, like so playing a G like this, and then switching to C. You barely have to move. You know? That's how I play G. When I was younger, I played like the rock kind of G, you know, like with the your ring finger and your pinky finger right at the bottom there. That's how I used to play a G. But then switching from G to C with that is like so much movement. Anyway. Guitar playing is like a passion of mine. It's one of the things I like love. I just love playing guitar, learning new songs. Yep. The thumb wrap is definitely useful for some things. Like I learned a song recently. It's a Neil Young song called "Out on the Weekend," and I'm like watching videos of him playing it because like the tab just didn't make sense to me. Like the chords just didn't make sense. Like how did it? And so I'm like looking at him. I'm watching him play it, and you realize like he's wrapping the thumb over to hold on to the A string, which is the second string in. He's like wrapping his thumb all the way around past the E string to hold on to the A string. And I was just like, okay, I guess that's a thing. And I can get it a little bit, you know, like I can reach over and grab it, but it's like it doesn't come easy. It's not like something you can fluently get into. Gotta like, how does my thumb get over there? Every single time you get into this chord, it's like your thumb has to wrap all the way around. Okay, I think we're coming to the end of the Peat, so I'm gonna 294 Supreme. I got a Supreme Peat, guys. Let's do another round of just dig. You think so? However, I bet you like it almost feels like it should, but unfortunately, it doesn't last as long as you want it to. I'm honest, like I honest to God, dug 1,000 Peat. I want to say 2.5 weeks ago. And of the 1,000 Peat that I dug, I have under 300 left. 2.5 weeks. All right. I think I'll end here, though. We'll go back to the deed. Just hang out a bit more there. Let's get Xander on here. And then load all this stuff up. Whoops. I have to be closer. Then there was a pile of peat here that had some rares and supremes. Put all my stuff in there. Boy, I feel like it's been nighttime, like for a long time. Like it should be daytime soon. Time. Nope, it's midnight. Okay. Let's put on my lantern because I almost feel like I should see the peat on the ground, but it's black on black, so it's really hard to see. Still can't see it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, and that... Yeah, that put the peat in there. Okay, good. All right, time to go home. If I can just get over this hump here. Does the 10% fuel rune make it burn longer when using max weight? Yes. It does make it burn longer if you have the 10% fuel rune. So what that rune does is it just makes the fuel, like it makes it the fuel last 10% longer. Or another way of thinking about it is that it uses up the fuel at 10% less rate, or whatever you want to think about it like that. So it's not like there's 10% more fuel in there when you fuel it. It's just that the fuel that you put in it makes it last 10% longer, even if it's at max. Just gonna double check that I'm heading south. I meant north. I'm heading north, yeah. So I'm gonna stay kind of down, because there's this period of time where you're in the trees and you can't see exactly where you're going. I know there's also a old abandoned deed over here that's been terraformed that I'm gonna get stuck on. Now, I unfortunately haven't ruined my stills yet, but it's definitely something that I want to be doing. Oh, goodness. Is there a ramp over here? Yes, good. Phew. Okay, good to know. You got a fuel rune on your forge, that's what I assume, but also assume that 30 kilograms burned 8 times longer than wood at 30 kilograms. Oh, I see. So you were putting like 30 kilograms of tar. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that that doesn't work. Yeah, huge waste. I know. And like, right, like, and you're putting 30 kilograms, that's 30 dig actions, and that's a lot. Right? This is the reason for Peat. One dig action fully fuels it. And at the same time, like, you could do birch logs, right? Because I mean, I suppose there's the chopping actions that you have to do to get the tree to go down, and then there's the individual chopping actions to chop the logs. So it's not quite one chop action will give you one log. It's like one chop action plus a few cutting down the tree actions. But birch, I think, works just as well. The thing about peat, though, is that you can just stand there and dig. Whereas with the birch trees, like I could chop these birch trees, but I wouldn't get 300 logs here. Hey, Euros, thanks for the follow. I am doing very well, thank you. Right, you would have to find a birch forest that was endless if you wanted to go and get thousands and thousands of birch logs. So I can't remember who it was, but somebody was saying that they recently transmutated a peat tile on their deed. And this is something I do eventually plan to do. And this way, you could just like step out of your workshop, dig a bunch, fill up, just have a BSB there. Every so often, you don't have to do these journeys, is what I'm saying. Like, you can just do 100 peat today and do another 100 peat tomorrow and do another, like, just do it like that. Yeah, have high. Yeah, it does definitely get the wood cutting up, but this definitely gets the digging up, so I don't know. This character is not a woodcutter, unfortunately. It would be nice if I had woodcutting. We started with Brian was focusing on the woodcutting, but he's sort of not playing all that much. What's all the discussion about? Oh, we had so many discussions today. We are almost 6 hours into the stream. But the discussion currently we're having is about peat, which is what we've been doing all day, was digging peat. So if you take a look at, my wagon, we have a whole bunch of peat now. And no doubt I'm going to need a lot more peat than this over time. But this peat is for fueling my stills. I have 16 stills. And every time I fuel them, I need 16 peat. And we were discussing sort of like the efficiency of fueling items. And the way I think that it works is that a forge or an oven or a still needs 30 kilograms of fuel to fill up. And that peat, if you take one peat is 10 kilograms. However, peat has the feature that it acts like 4 times the amount of fuel that it actually is. So this will act like 40 kilograms of fuel. And so one peat will fully fuel a forge. Compared to, let's say, tar, 1 kilogram of tar acts like 8 kilograms of fuel. But the problem is that when you dig tar, you only get 1 kilogram. So, yeah, that's the discussion. My preference was to get peat, so we dug a whole lot of peat today. We'll use this to fire up the stills. I'll show you what that looks like. Isn't it kind of weird how when I'm in a deed, okay, now that I left Thundering Steps, I'm now able to put this into my wagon. But before, when I was on deed, it wouldn't let me put it into the wagon. It says the guards kindly inform you that you're not allowed to do that here. I think that's kind of weird that I can't put stuff into my own wagon. Wait, is this my own wagon? Oh no. Well, I have managed permissions on this wagon anyway. The journeys are the fun part, though. Yeah. I also felt like digging is one of those actions that you can just do and not really pay too much attention to it. And so from my perspective, it's a good activity to do while streaming because I can focus on the discussion and not worry about what's happening in the game too much. I am well aware that digging is not very great, interesting video game content, but I've come to learn that what's good about content is not necessarily what is happening in the game, but more so what the discussion is about. And so we discussed a whole bunch of stuff today. We talked about the bans that just recently occurred. Also about the lack of update that was mentioned that would happen. I'm really hoping that we get some information about what they told us that we would get information about. Right, so Yaros, we did discuss wood scraps, and we calculated that if I wanted to keep up with the level of wood scraps, the level of burning that I have with wood scraps, I would need 39,000 wood scraps a month. 39,000 a month, and then I would have to keep that up. But I would need less than 2,000 peat per month. Less than 2,000 peat. So if you have 39,000 wood scraps lying around, that'd be good for me. But the other thing about wood scraps is that, so just one round of fueling. I can't remember the number now. But let me see. It's you would need 20 wood scraps per, and I have 16, so I would need 300. So one round, just lighting up these stills would take 320 wood scraps. Oh, did it run out of space? Interesting. Okay, so this is where the problem is going to be. Peat is takes up a lot of space, so I'm going to need a crate rack is what I'm going to need in here, because it seems like not too much peat fits in here. Right here, it's yeah. It's like just one lighting round takes 320, and then it's very often. Because the stills only last about a couple hours. So I'll come on, I'll light them all up, I'll fuel them all, and then 2 hours later I'll fuel them all again. And then 2 hours later I'll fuel them all again. So depending on my play time, it might be 3 times or possibly 4 times that I'm fueling them in a day. And then I'll need to do it the next day again, and the next day, and the next day, and So Peat is out of control around here. I've got a ton across the road from me. Now that I understand better, I'm going to have to go load up. Yeah. And also double check that peat. If you have peat right across the road from you, keep an eye on that peat. Because I've heard that peat is spreading and that's due to some bug. I haven't confirmed it though. So I don't know for sure exactly if it's true. But I'm curious to know if it is true. Yeah, I am. Yeah, interested. Exactly, Gaffer. Totally interested in knowing if it's true. I don't have evidence to say that it is true or not. I have this fly buzzing around me. But I've been told that people have seen it spreading, and then just that peat patch that we visited is just so large that I almost feel like that gives me at least another bit of evidence to say that it's true. But I haven't actually witnessed it going that's a grass tile today, and then the next day that same tile is now peat tile. I haven't seen that happening. But from my memory, peat isn't that large. Right, Yaros, you're right. There are, you make wood scraps unintentionally. The problem is that I've gone through all my wood that I made unintentionally. I don't know if you see over here, I have I had those crates in there, right? This crate that's empty, you see how it's labeled low quality logs? This was just random low quality logs that was left over that we just made when we were chopping wood. And then I have all these wood scraps here, right? But all of these wood scraps are going to be turned into kindling. And the reason is that every time you light these up, you need 16 kindling. And so I'm finding I'm making hundreds of kindling, and then I'm using up all my I only have 13 left. I just had 300 kindling in this bin not that long ago. And so I'm like blowing through all my wood scraps. I had over 2,000 pinewood wood scraps before, and I'm just blowing through them all because they all need to be turned into kindling so that I have enough kindling to light all the... It's insane how much stuff this takes. And Gaffer, you probably know what I'm talking about. You have even more stills than I have. Do I want a hack? Sure, I'll take a hack. Yeah. Do not use wood scraps for kindling. Okay. Oh yeah, you have your mag priest, right? In terms of making a mag priest, I'm not probably gonna do that. But I do know that for whatever reason it's slower to make kindling from wood scrap compared to making from logs. Interesting. Let's test that. I'm curious. Even from like a low quality log, you mean? Like, is it? Let's see. Let me get all the forge lit, and then we'll test this out. Yeah, maybe the difficulty, or maybe it's like the quality of the log makes a difference. But I don't know. We'll test it out. We'll see how much time I can save here. Let's see what I got in here, because I got... They should be full. Not full, but they should have a bunch of alcohol ready to go. And yeah, like 8 kilograms of whiskey in each one. That's pretty good. And then this one probably has some lemon gin. Oh, right, I forgot. That last one was running out. That's okay. I can fill it with some undistilled stuff. But yeah. Lots of whiskey coming in. All right, it's there. Whiskey. Yeah. And that's going to fill this barrel real quick. Then I got to fuel all these. The magfire doesn't fuel the forges, do they? It just lights them, right? By the way, we only have 3 people in local right now for the release rift. Oh, it is kind of late for the release rift, but so yeah, if anybody's over on release, sounds like they could use some help there. There must be something about flies and wanting to know what's going on with people. This fly has been like buzzing around, landing on my mic, just like looking at me, landing on my fingers. It's like it's interested in me or something. Okay, I have some undistilled moonshine. That finishes that off. And then I got some undistilled whiskey. And then over in the other bins, I have some more moonshine and vodka. But I want to get rid of the whiskey first. I'm just going to fill up everything with whiskey. Oh, and I better fuel before I forget. And it all goes out and I have to relight again. So I set up my hotkeys for this. So mag fire usually fuels it as far as you can tell. It's interesting. So you literally just cast magfire and it fuels it. Right to full, and then you don't have to actually fuel it at all. Huh. So that I know that if that's true, it might be worth it then. I'll have to think on that. Is it worth it? Whoops. That's still moonshine. Okay, and I don't have any more undistilled moonshine here. Yes, cast and leave it alone. So would it be worth it to just get a mag priest for this? Let's look at the spell. Okay, so you only need 40 faith. It costs 10 favor to cast it, and it's only 10 difficulty. What's this 20 mean? Casting times 20 seconds. Okay. I see. So what this is saying is that it fuels them up to a maximum fuel at 100 power. Magron's fire lights all lightable objects and fuels them up to maximum fuel at 100 power. Does it do this to all items that are lightable in a radius? Okay, so you have to cast each, like, it's a 20-second cast timer. No, 10-second. 10-second cast timer. You have to do that for each one. That's a heck of a lot less time than it takes me to go get the peat and cut the kindling for each one. Now, one thing I'm considering here is pretty soon we're going to be doing a big mining project. And I had thought I would take Xander over here to the token and use my marks to switch him over to mag. And then when I'm done, switch him back to being Vin. But now it almost feels like maybe I should just make a mag alt. Does faith reset if you switch your priest with marks? No. So that's the benefit of spending the marks. I mean, if faith reset, then... I mean, I can switch to a foe right now, but my faith would reset. But with marks, you switch and you keep your faith. And you keep everything. You keep your everything. Yeah. So I was thinking of just spending the marks. It's a fair amount of marks, but let me see. I have 42,000. I think it's 20 something. $27. Yeah, so it's 27,000. I have 44,000. I mean, there's going to come a point where I have to pay for premium on Xander, and so I'm going to get a few more marks there. So my hope is that I'll get enough marks through buying premium that I can switch him back. But now that I see there's one extra advantage to having in the mag, not just for Strongwall, but I could use the mag to light the stills. And at 10 difficulty, it's not that hard to get a high-powered cast. And furthermore, could use that to skill up some channeling. You know, just sit there and keep casting Magradon's Fire on those things over and over and over and over again to get my channeling up. Like, it almost feels like it might be worth it to have another alt. Well, I just got a whole bunch of peat, so I think I'm going to just hold on to that idea for a little bit. Mull it over. For now, I'm going to put Xander away, because Xander doesn't have anything to do right now. And on Griffith, I'm going to do a little bit of... stuff, but let's just make sure that I did everything here. The moonshine is still... I can't consolidate that quite yet. It's not a small enough amount. All the other whiskey is full. Okay, good. So then I'm going to clear the windows by stepping away. And then I'm going to peg the whiskey that I put in there. Also, this moonshine got full. This whiskey. The undistilled whiskey. Oh, there was some that was open. Okay, this gin. I'm like rolling in the alcohol now. which is really it's good. It's like I still need to spend some time making a cellar. Oh, there's a couple in cedar barrels. That's not good. Let's undo that and put them in the oak barrels. And I did make a whole bunch more barrels. And I have plans to make more. Just because things are getting kind of full. Okay, is that everything? So that's 10 full whiskey. I have 4 more whiskeys over here. Although that doesn't look full. Why doesn't that full? What? Link, main, alt, or friend for a day. You'll outskill that fast enough. What do you mean by outskill that? Link your main or your alt friend for a day. Okay, you have no idea what the average power of your magfire class is, but you're satisfied with the burn time. What are the quality of your stills? $70, $80, yeah. So mine are about 70. Like 70, low 70s. I could spend some time to get them up a little bit more, which I should do. Currently, the burn time on a full burn is like 2.5 hours. And I usually get about 1 kilogram. Or so. So like those 8 kilograms that I just pulled out of each one of those came from about 8 full burn lengths at about 2.5 hours each. So that's like 20 hours of burn time. You get 8 kilograms in each one. I'll have to do more thinking. Like I'm feeling this has been getting tedious, and I'm wondering like, okay, so let's test this now. So from a log, cutting kindling, 7.9 seconds. Okay, let's put the log away. Let's replace it with wood scraps. Which I do need, so 7.9 seconds. So it does feel like it's the same. And Dezo, what do you mean? Like link, main, alt, or friend for a day, you'll outskill that fast enough. So like what skill are you talking about here? Are you talking about channeling? I'm guessing based on the link. And outskill what? Like outskill my other priest? Because that can't be true. My other priest has 80 some odd channeling, and it's not quick to get to 80 channeling, I'll tell you that. Like, I was mostly just thinking of using my Vin, switch to mag, not for anything other than the fact that I would instantly have the ability to cast Strongwell. But if I make a brand new mag, to get to 70 faith is not going to be short. Like, that'll be a month or more. And if I'm going to do that, I better start now, so that I'll be ready to Strongwell when I need it. This is one of those decisions that I gotta sleep on it, you know? I gotta think about it and sleep on it and think about all the different factors here. All right, I'm not gonna make all of this into kindling, but for now it'd be enough to just get enough for 2 rounds of kindling. Which is what, 32? And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna imp a little bit. Not too much longer. I think we're gonna end the stream at some point soonish. But let's do some fine carpentry imping. For which I'll grab some fine carpentry food. All right, Gaffer. You have fun on your rift. And I'll see you next time. All right. And this is, I'll show you guys what I've been doing for fine carpentry. I'm really feeling like I'm closing in on 80. Getting really close. Okay, so I've been just imping these fishing reels. And my pelt is my lowest circle of cunning, so I usually start with pelt. Then carving knife and mallet are exactly the same. They're the next highest. And then I got a log that has 94 circle of cunning. But my file is big up. I got 104 cast on my file. And so I'll always end with my file actions. Oh, and I better turn on my sleep bonus. And that was silly. I ate too much food, so I have 12 hours, 50 minutes, most of which I'm going to be sleeping during that time. But as you can see, like, it's giving me ticks. And those filing actions, when they if they give me ticks, you're gonna see, like, it's sweet imping. It's sweet skill. Now, the log I'm using is only 63.97 quality. As you notice, all the fishing reels are approaching that quality. And that my skill being 78 means right now I'm kind of imping much below my quality, my, skill. And this log isn't going to take me much farther. So what I did, and this was done earlier today, in fact. So earlier today, I purchased a bunch of 90 plus quality logs. And then I spent time on Xander. I'll show you them. And I spent time on Xander to cast on those logs. And I bought 10 of them. Let's see how many are in here. I have 6 here. 6 of these 90 quality logs here that I casted on. I did get a 96 cast and a 92, so I'm happy about that. And I have 2 more that I put in bins because I got the cast that I wanted. But 2 of them shattered, which I was like shocked at. I was like, wow, these are 93 quality logs. And I shattered them with 80 some odd channeling. So that was a pretty big shock. Couldn't believe it. But I'm feeling at this rate, it's not going to take me long to get to 80. Fine carpentry. Yeah, it makes you feel a little bit better shouting. Yeah, that gives you an idea about casting. It's like, no matter how high your skill is, you're still going to get crappy casts. It's just that on average, the casts are higher. So, you go and cast 10 times and maybe one of them's a 70. And then you increase your channeling skill so that it's like much higher than it was before. And now you cast 10 times and maybe now 2 of them are 70. It's basically how casting goes. And that getting these really high, super high casts, I'll have to say that now that my channeling's in the 80s, it's like in the mid 80s or so. My experience is this, that I'm happy if I get an 80 cast. Like an 80 will land and that's like good. And it might take several casts to get that 80. And then there's times where you do several casts and you're not getting that 80 and you're frustrated that you're not getting that 80. And all the while you might be keeping all the 70s that are happening or whatever, but 70s are relatively frequent. I might get a 70 every 3rd or 4th cast. Right? So like it'll go like 17, 20, 40, 70, 10, 30, 30, 70. Like it'll feel like that kind of thing, right? And there's times where you go on a streak where there's like no 70s in sight. It's like 50, 40, shatter, 40 again, another 50. Like it's like doing this for a while. And then like randomly 20 casts in, it's like 100. And you're like, sweet. That's awesome that it happened. And then immediately after, it's going back to 30s and 20s and 40s and so here's where it gets better is you learning is all the other things. That 0.01 shatter chance will kick in the moment you try to enchant something valuable. Exactly. Like, okay, here's my supreme item. I imped it all the way up to 95 quality. Please let it not shatter. Shatter. Exactly. That's exactly how it happens. So the Sergeant Scully, this is where it comes in, like where it really gets better, is when you get the flow of casting a lot down, right? Because it comes down to large numbers. If you can cast 100 times, I guarantee you're going to get a good cast in there. One of those casts will be good. You know what I mean? It's just like, how quickly can you get through 100 casts? And that's sort of how casting is. I kind of like, it's similar to slot machines. I always use that analogy because it feels the same, right? Like, put the quarter in, pull the thing, you lose. You put the quarter in, you pull the thing, you lose. You keep doing this over and over and over again, and it's like, oh, I just won $2. Sweet. Okay, nice. $2. This is, of course, after you spent $3, right? But, like, you know. Did someone mention gambling? But, like, it feels almost exactly like that, where you're putting in tons of quarters and you're pulling the slot machine over and over and over again. And then it's like every so often you hit and it's like feels great. Yeah. Casting and then hoping that Venora gives you favor boost definitely has a long span between casts. Right. Ban gambling. Gamba feels good, man. Quick, with 100 priests. I know. So this is where the rope making comes in. So you got it. Okay, you know what? Here, I'll show you. I did put Xander down, but I'll bring him back up and I'll show you. Okay, so why, like, rope making or doing this, any favor sacking, but I think rope making is the best, if you ask me. What just happened? Did it just crash? Oh, I know what I did. That was silly of me. I logged in Griffith again. Okay. That reset everything. Oh, it's getting late here, and I'm getting tired. But I'll show you this as one of the last things. Oh, did I just bug myself out where I'm now not getting any fine carpentry gains? Well, we'll see. Okay. So, I spent a lot of time making ropes, okay? And this is what my bins look like now with ropes. I have, and this number was up to almost 800, and I was spending and using all my ropes, and I have 670 quality ropes. So I spent a lot of time making these ropes and getting my rope skill up and everything like that. Takes a while, but here's what it turns out looking like. Okay, so I have a bunch of horseshoes here, ready to be casted on. I'm going to pull some of them into my inventory. Well, actually, I'll just pull these ones, the 50 quality ones. Because I want to improve these. I want to get rid of the 50s and improve them. Oh, if I'm going to do a little bit of channeling, I better get some channeling food. Okay, so you're getting some 60 quality wemp now. That's good. That's good. Standard channeling. Okay, and then I'll fill up my water bar. Okay, and just for now, I'll try to improve these 50s. Okay, and so what I'll do is I kind of have in my mind how many 80 quality ropes will fill my oversack. I'm going to put 25 ropes into here. And when you look at the prices, the get price, this is going to give me 473 favor. Okay, 473 favor is a good amount. It will not completely fill my favor bar. Not my favor bar, but my oversack pool. But it'll be close enough. And that'll allow me, like just that favor alone allows me to cast 9 times. Currently I have 90 some odd favors. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast once. Let's see what happens. I'm going to sacrifice this. It's going to fill up my bar and give me a ton of oversack. Frown. Let's dispel. I did rope making on Griff. And the thought there was then I could be casting on Xander at the same time as Griff is making ropes. Okay, and now I'm going to cast. And with this oversack new system here, so I'm going to cast. It's going to use my favor, and then some of the favor from my oversack is going to get put into my bar. Oh! Okay. That almost made it seem like what I said before is not true. I just landed 101 cast. That's very lucky. Oh, I can't even dispel this thing. And I hear Griffith finished his Q. So let's get his Q going up again. But yeah. Let's see if we can get some like real casting happening. Like something that will feel more like what it usually feels like. Getting 101 is rare for me. Although on the last stream, I also got 100 and some odd. Okay, so that's 63. Let's get rid of that. I'm usually aiming for 70 or above. And you know, after a few attempts, I might get 70, as I said before. Right? And like, here's the distribution of the ones I already have. Right? You can see I have like 5 70s, a few 80s, and 190. That's kind of like the distribution. I don't always dispel, but above 60, I'll always dispel. It's not that it's wrong. It's not. Okay, so here's the reason: is that when there's already a cast on the item and you go to cast again, you get a bonus on the cast based on what level the cast is. That bonus is higher if the cast is lower. Okay, so ideally, what would be amazing is if you cast and get a really low cast, like a 1 or a 2 or something. And then you cast again and you're highly successful. Let's say you get a 90. So there's already a 1 and you get a 90. That's going to add, I think it's either 4 or 5 to whatever the outcome of the roll is. So now it's a 94. Yeah, you get a 0 cast, exactly. So you can get zeros pretty... I still get zeros, right? So like it's possible, like zeros are commonly, but yeah. So every time that there's a low cast on there, a 0 is ideal because a 0 means that when you cast on it again, that cast will get a bonus of up to 5. I think a 0 is a straight 5 plus. If you also have benediction, that's another 5. So there's a 47. I'm going to try to improve on that. I think a 47 will still give me a 1 or 2. I don't know the exact numbers. I just know that once you get above a certain point, there's no more bonus. So I'll dispel when it's like a 60 or something like that. But see, as you can see, I'm frowning to improve, so I rolled less than a 40. So this is what casting normally feels like, right? So I just spent the 400 favor, and I got that 101 cast, but no dice on anything else. So I'll do one more round like this, just to show you. And it's very likely I'll go through a whole like 400 and some odd favor and get nothing from it. It's common. Okay, let's see if we get lucky. I'm just going to try and improve the 47. I do also have benediction, which when I got benediction, I did see the big difference. A +5, straight up +5 is very noticeable. Frowned again. So we need to load up on ropes, then grind out some high quality shards to sack. After go to town, one after the other. So if you have the ropes, you can even use the ropes to sack. Like you don't need to go gather the shards. Like if you have whatever you have, will work. Anything that would normally give you favor, anything that would fill the favor bar when you sack, all you need to do is sacrifice when your favor bar is full, and it will go into the bonus. So there's a 60. This is my normal. This part feels normal. Like 40, fail, fail, 60, I dispel, I cast. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another 40 or something like this. And every so often I'll land a 70, maybe an 80. It's like rare to see a 90 or above. We really fluked out on that 101. Oh, there's an 88. Okay, so you know, another thing about Wurm is that when you complain about it, that usually works. That usually fixes the problem. All you have to do is be like, oh man, it's been so long since I've seen a high cast. Casting really sucks. You just keep complaining. And then boom, 101. Right. 23. Exactly. Oh man. Never get fantastic items. Yeah, it is the loading up on ropes is the thing. Like, there's a 46. Because it ends up being about just large numbers. You know, you just want to be able to you get to the point where you can just cast and cast and cast and cast. And it's only through doing this so many times and then you get these large casts over time. But you're still going to be... Like, I have a priest who's in the mid-90 on the old servers in channeling. And it's still the same way. It's like, you're still casting and failing and not improving and getting low cast over and over. And then it's just getting those high casts happen more frequently with higher skill. But they're still not... It's not like I can just cast and get 90s on command. And so you think, like, those people who, you know, they will do custom casts for customers. And if you've ever wondered, oh, there's another 80. That's really nice. This feels like a roll to me. Like I'm on a roll. Okay, but if you ever think, like, what does it look like to custom cast for somebody? It actually looks very painful. Like I went and I placed an order for a life transfer cast on a weapon. And the person said, "Well, you're going to have to give me a bit because I got this other order that I'm working on right now. So once I'm done that order, I can get to work on your life transfer." Okay, I'm like, "Okay. Don't worry, I understand how casting works. You take your time." And it was like hours later, I'm like, "So just checking in, like, how's the casting going? Like, did you get that other order done?" And like, "No, I'm still working on that order. It's still not happening. Like, I'm not getting the cast I want." And I didn't want anything big. Like, I just was like, a 70 would be fine. Give me a 70 plus cast. So like, she's like, "You know what? If I don't get it in the next hour, then I'll switch over to yours. Just get yours quickly done, and then I'll go back to that." And it turns out she went for a whole other hour, didn't get the cash she wanted. Said fine. I switched to mine, got the 70 within probably in the same amount of time that I got, you know, these 80s or whatever. And just going back to doing the cast again. And like, that's what casting looks like. It's just, if you want 90 plus or maybe 100 even, some people who are looking for the 100 plus. Okay, I'm just going to take off sleep bonus here and go back to here. Now, granted, I kind of feel like they were going for 100 plus. Yeah, exactly. Adding 100 plus COC to all of my tools are quickly vanishing. So, like, she was probably going for 100. If I had to guess, like, for doing this for hours straight and still not getting the cast, it probably was 100 they were looking for. But their priest probably had in the mid 90s channeling, if not higher, and benediction and everything going for them, you know, like all the things to maximize chances and everything. There's times where you just go on rolls where like you'll get 100 and like 3 casts later you get another 100 and you're like, wow, this is easy. I'm gonna start doing custom casts for people. And the moment somebody wants 100, you're like, okay, don't worry, I can do 100. It takes me like just a few casts. And you're like, 3 hours later, you're still working on the thing and it's still not working. And you're like, okay, I got to get my rope maker out and refill my bins with ropes. And it's just like, great stream. Always pleasure catching on. I finished my guard tower. I must sleep. Take care. Yeah. Thank you very much for showing up and hanging out, and glad I could entertain. I myself am also going to be heading off to sleep very shortly. It is getting to be late. It's 2 a.m. already where I am. And while I get to sleep in tomorrow, the next day is work, and I gotta get up at 6 on that day. So I shouldn't stay up till like 5 a.m. That's just gonna be bad. Just cheat. Sell only precasted lucky rolls. That's why people sell precasted, and that's why precasted is cheaper, usually. You get the precasted stuff for cheaper. The other thing is like doing custom casts is also easier when it's not on the other person's item. Right? Like if somebody says, I'd like a horseshoe that's 90 plus, please. Well, I can just make 50 horseshoes and just cast like this until I get a 90. All the while I get to keep all the 80s and all the 70s. And if I hit 100, I'll probably not sell it to that person. I'll wait until the 90 that I hit is like a 92 or 93 or whatever. Sell them the 93. And then I'm left over with all of these high casts that I can then sell as precasted items. But if the person has their supreme horseshoe that they've imped up to 95 quality and they're like, can you put 100 WOA onto this thing, please? Okay, that situation is going to cost you way more money as a customer because obviously the caster now does not have the ability. Like, let's say they cast it and it ends up being a 90 and you want 100, so you're going to have to dispel that 90. Right? Now you lose, the caster is losing out on the potential of selling that 90 cast. Yeah, so look at these gains. Like, when I use my file last and I get a skill tick on it, it's like 0.0135. That's like a huge skill tick at this level. You need less than 100 of those skill ticks to get through the full level. All right. I'll let this round go and then we'll wrap up. This is not terrible. I think because I did that log out thing kind of thing, so it reset this thing. But just since we got back, this was at 78.08. So I've gotten over 0.3 skill just in this short time. So getting up to 80, I don't think is going to take too much more time. And once all these get into the mid 60s or whatever, I'll just switch over to the other logs that are 90 quality. Right, there's a 0.01. Getting a 0.01, that just feels good at this skill. All right. Here I must end. So I'm going to bring Griffith over. Oh, I withdraw from the trade. Here, I shouldn't forget to do this. That reminded me. Trade, put my log in here. Now I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. All right, so here we go. We'll end it here. Maybe I'll pass you off to Gaffer, who's doing that Rift stream. Let's just double check here. And my music ended as well. Let me just go over to Twitch just to double check that he is indeed. Yes, he is. All right, so let's pass you guys off to Gaffer, who is streaming the Rift. Just make sure that I'm doing this right. Looks good. All right. So happy you guys all were able to make it and hang out with me for today. I will be trying to keep up a weekly stream, maybe missing 1 week here and there, but we'll see how it goes. But if you're interested in having notifications for when I'm going to be streaming next, if you go down a little bit, you can just find our Discord link. You join the Discord, and there will always be a post there every time I link. And there would be times where I'll chat a little bit just to say like what the plans are. But these days the plans are very last minute in terms of like trying to schedule and figure out when things are going to happen. So, but you'll get a notification when the stream goes live. So join the Discord. Otherwise, I'll see you whenever you're able to make it. So you guys have a great rest of the night, day, or whatever it is for you guys. You're very welcome for the stream. It was nice to see you, Zetran. And good night, Yaros. And you guys keep on worming. I'll see you all next time.